are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Councilmember Jeff Schmidt, Cecilia Taylor, and Jennifer Wise. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. And again, echoing a welcome to our January 14th regular City Council meeting. As just a brief announcement, if there is anyone here who has the ability to stand and there's someone who may be mobility challenged, needs to stand or needs to sit, if you could perhaps give up your seat. I can't see everyone here, so just as a heads up for that. And then for public speakers this evening, in an effort to gauge our public comment speakers on all of tonight's agenda topics, we ask that any of our in-person attendees go ahead and complete a speaker card. We have tables at the three walls of this room with speaker cards and pens. And regardless of the item you're here to speak on, if you could complete those cards and bring them up to me, that would be very helpful. For our virtual attendees, before each item, we will ask you then to engage your hand feature or press *9 if you're dialing in for each agenda item. And that does conclude my instructions at this time. Oh, and I have such a large crowd. We are currently recruiting for the Library Commission and the Environmental Quality Commission. So please visit menlopark.gov/commissions for more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Herron. We'll move on to agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public, city staff, and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order and any requests from City Council members. Does the City Council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar or informational items? Okay, does the City Council desire to modify the order of any agenda item? All right, with that, we'll go on to agenda item D, report from closed session. I'd like to introduce City Attorney Nira Doherty for a report out from the January 13th closed session. City Attorney Doherty, are there any reportable actions?
Thank you, Mayor. There's no reportable action.
Okay. With that, we'll move on to general public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. If you are here to speak on the downtown parking plazas, this is not your moment. Please hold your comments until H1. City Clerk Herron, please call for general public comment.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on public comment item E for items not on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, go ahead, complete a speaker card, return to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, now's the time to engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Okay, so it looks like I currently have 3 speakers. So this is the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. All right, and with that, we will start with Pam Jones, followed by Matt Peraldi.
Good evening, council members and staff. I'm Pam Jones. I'm a resident of Menlo Park in the Bellhaven neighborhood. Just an observation is I noticed that there's a substantial number of people here, and without suggesting even of violating any free speech, it would be nice to make sure that the residents of Menlo Park and the business owners, particularly downtown of Menlo Park, are heard first, so we know who is really advocating what. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And it looks like Matt has lowered their hand. So my next hand is Patty F. for items not on tonight's agenda. And Patty should be able to.
Yes, hi. This is Patty Fry, member of, longtime resident of Menlo Park. I want to speak to a topic that's closely related to the main course of tonight. And that is, I think this council has the opportunity to be a model for how to promote balanced development. Past councils over the years have, in good faith, I'm sure, promoted a lot of development that has skewed towards offices and with insufficient housing. And I just encourage this council to have a policy and aim in everything you do to have balanced development so that neither this city or other cities or even districts are pointing to housing is great, but someplace else other than here. A case in point that's on your plate later, not tonight, is the SRI Parkline project. Even if it were to add 800 housing units, it contributes to the shortage locally of 1,484 housing units. That's an increase in the deficit because there's an assumption it's going to happen someplace else. It doesn't. So I encourage, as you proceed with that project, to ensure that it becomes not just balanced, but provides more housing than it adds to demand for new housing. One other topic that I'm keenly aware of, I tried to come to the meeting. It took me 15 minutes to go a little bit more than a mile in my car because of all the congestion, and as I came home. We need a plan, a circulation plan, and a parking plan for our downtown. It relates somewhat to tonight's agenda item, but it's a bigger issue, and I encourage you to begin that right away. Because any major projects in that general area are going to depend on having an overall plan. So there's certainty for our businesses, certainty for our residents, certainly for shoppers and patrons of our downtown, and also for the developers. So we need a plan for parking and circulation that goes beyond the topic tonight, and it should start now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. All right, and Mayor Combs, that concludes our hands and cards for item E. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Clerk Herron. We have two proclamations this evening. The first proclamation is E1, National Law Enforcement Day. City Clerk Herron, can you call for public comment on E1?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our proclamation on National Law Enforcement Day, F1, if you're in person, completing a speaker card, returning to me at the clerk's desk. If you're virtual, engaging that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our proclamation on National Law Enforcement Day. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right. This January and every January, we extend our deepest gratitude for the unwavering dedication and service of all law enforcement officers across the nation, and especially to the law enforcement officers who serve the city of Menlo Park, whose commitment to ensuring our collective well-being does not go unnoticed. Thank you for your vigilance, bravery, and the countless sacrifices you make every day. We appreciate your hard work, professionalism, and commitment to preserving public safety, maintaining transparency, and making Menlo Park a safe place to live, work, and thrive. Here to accept the proclamation is Chief Dave Norris.
Thank you, Mayor Combs and Honorable Council. Pleasure to be here on behalf of the men and women that make Menlo Park Police Department tick and run and keep our city safe and orderly. We are authorized 47 sworn officers and just under 70 total personnel, and we serve our population with about 32,000 incidents that we respond to every year. Split between incidents that are calls for service from the public, about 2/3 of those, and about 1/3 of those are just our officers out there proactively protecting the community. So on behalf of all of them, I want to thank you and accept this. We are very appreciative to work in such a supportive community, and our officers have a smile on their face and goodwill in their heart every day as they go out and serve. We are still operating a little understaffed, but our officers have great enthusiasm. I'm incredibly proud of the team that we have. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chief. With that, we'll go on to the next proclamation, F2, National Human Traffic Awareness Day. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, any member of the public wishing to provide comment on our Proclamation F2, National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. If you're participating in person, that's be your card at one of the back tables. You can return to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, engaging that hand feature bottom of your screen, calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on Proclamation F2, National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you. January is Human Trafficking Prevention Month, a presidentially designated observance designed to educate and equip individuals and organizations with the resources they need to raise awareness and foster meaningful connections to prevent trafficking. This year's theme, Connecting the Dots, Strengthening Communities, Preventing Trafficking, highlights the importance of preventing exploitation before it occurs by connecting the dots between human trafficking, online harassment and abuse, interpersonal violence, and other forms of violence. Together, we can strengthen our efforts to keep everyone safe from human trafficking. Here to accept the proclamation is Chief Norris.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I'll again keep this kind of brief. I know we have a heavy agenda today, but on behalf of the city of San Mateo and on behalf of the department, really appreciate you all recognizing and calling to attention the issue of human trafficking. A lot of people don't understand the breadth of what human trafficking can entail, and it can be everything from indentured employment all the way up to what people think of in terms of prostitution and other types of taking advantage of vulnerable populations. One thing that I can tell you about the Menlo Park Police Department and the people that serve this department, from the dispatchers that take the calls to the officers and detectives that process what comes next, being an empathy-first approach and being a victim-centered approach to everything that we do alerts us to situations that might involve human trafficking, and we have great resources that we connect people to in order to address or at least to help provide any available services that might be needed, because we know that people who are involved in really any type of criminal activity, there's a possibility that they are themselves vulnerable victims of something else. And so we keep sharp recognition of that, and we appreciate you all calling this to attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Norris. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Herron, do we have any public comments for the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our consent calendar items, G1, City Council meeting minutes, G2, an agreement for unleaded gasoline and renewable diesel, or G3, the annual report of the status of citywide impact fees. If you are participating in person, speaker card at one of the tables, return to me here at the clerk's desk. If you're participating virtually, go ahead and engage that hand feature. And if you're dialing in, please press *9 now. All right, and this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items G1 through G3. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. I'll bring it back to the dais and open it up to any comments, discussion, or a motion in a second regarding the consent calendar. Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I move to approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Okay. Clerk Karen, we have a motion from City Councilmember Taylor and a second from the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. With a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Taylor and a second by Vice Mayor Nash to approve the consent calendar. Is there any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Clerk Karen. Regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. In order to gauge the number of speakers on the regular business items not pertaining to the downtown parking plazas, I will ask City Clerk Karen to ask the public who wishes to speak on items H2 and H3.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, as stated, we are looking just to gauge our speakers for items that are not related to the downtown parking plaza. So if there is any member of the public in person who is here to speak on regular business items H2 related to labor relations or H3 related to roll call voting procedures, and if you're virtual, now's the time to engage that hand feature. Press *9 if you're dialing in. If you're in person, those speaker cards can be completed and returned to me. And again, we are just looking to see if there is anyone present who is looking to speak on regular business items H2 for labor relations and H3 roll call voting procedures. All right, final call for any comments on our H2 labor relations and H3 roll call voting. Seeing none, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. With that, we'll move on to the first regular business item, which is H1, consider and adopt a resolution declaring downtown parking plazas 1, 2, and 3 as exempt surplus land and provide feedback and authorize staff to release a request for qualifications for development, including affordable housing and parking on plazas 1, 2, and 3 to implement housing element program H4.G. The City Council received and closed public comment on this item at the November 19th, 2024 City Council meeting. However, the City Council will reopen public comment for this item to be heard this evening. In order to gauge the number of speakers on this item and ensure everyone has an opportunity to provide comment, I will ask City Clerk Karen to call for public comment at this time. We will then proceed to the staff presentation and following that, open this item for public comment. The City Council adopted their procedures manual in August 2024, where the option for a single speaker to speak on behalf of others in attendance, also known as donated time, was repealed. The City Council allowed time donations through 2024, but in accordance with the approved manual, donation of time will not be accepted. With that, I'll move on to City Clerk Karen to call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So again, just trying to gauge the number of speakers that we have. If you have not already turned in your speaker card and you are in person and here to speak on H1 related to downtown parking plazas, now's the time to go ahead and bring me those speaker cards. And if you are participating virtually, now go ahead and engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Thank you, and I will return the meeting to Mayor Combs.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. And just a caveat before we move on to the staff presentation on this, I will prioritize public comment from school age speakers after the presentation, and by school age, I mean elementary, middle, and high school. and only school-age speakers who are present in council chambers. We don't have the ability to prioritize school-age speakers who are participating virtually. So with that, I will turn it over to Principal Planner Tom Smith to introduce the item.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and members of the City Council. We have a presentation for you this evening. Pull up shortly. So first, just to orient everybody to the parking plazas that we're talking about this evening, there's a map on the screen here. Santa Cruz Avenue is running across the center of this map. And then we're specifically discussing parking plazas 1, 2, and 3, which are north of Santa Cruz, according to this map. There are additional parking plazas 4 through 8 that are south of Santa Cruz, and those are not part of the discussion this evening. At the November 19th City Council meeting, staff presented a draft resolution declaring parking plazas 1, 2, and 3 as exempt surplus land in compliance with the State Surplus Land Act requirements, and a draft request for qualifications for development on the selected parking lots. At that meeting, 43 members of the public provided comments with a mix of requests for additional outreach and time to consider the project, opposition to the project, and support for the project. Council directed staff to perform additional community outreach and continued the item to this evening's meeting. Following the meeting, staff implemented the following efforts. There were electronic message boards positioned around the parking lots, directing attention to the project webpage, which is at menlopark.gov/downtown development. On December 11th, a virtual business community meeting was co-hosted with Chamber San Mateo County through Zoom, which included opportunities to participate in polling and a Q&A session for participants to share comments and ask questions. A postcard was mailed citywide to 21,000 occupants and property owners with information about the project in this evening's meeting. A-frame signs were placed around downtown near the parking lots with a QR code linking to the project webpage. And staff used different forms of electronic communications, including project webpage updates, email updates to subscribers, the city's weekly digest, and the city's social media accounts to promote this evening's meeting and information about the project. The December 11th virtual business community meeting was attended by over 120 participants. And in addition to the presentation and Q&A session, there were 7 interactive polling questions. The full polling results are included as attachment E of the staff report, but I'll highlight just some of the main responses that we received here. Of the attendees that responded to the question, 56% identified as Menlo Park residents primarily, followed by downtown property owners at 15% and downtown business owners at 14%. Among the key priorities that were identified by participants was minimizing disruption and maintaining adequate parking downtown, creating development with a mix of uses, and generating new customer potential through additional housing. The preferred public parking, replacement public parking configurations selected that would best suit respondents' needs was a mix of surface lots and structured parking, followed by multiple smaller parking structures spread across sites, and then no stated preference as long as there would be enough adequate spaces available. Other key responses from participants are highlighted on this slide and with more detail in the staff report. But generally, common themes that we received in response to open-ended questions at that meeting, including concerns about parking and access, with comments about maintaining and increasing parking downtown, improving the retail and restaurant mix of options downtown and reducing vacancies, providing business support and assistance with development and permitting, consideration of alternative locations like the Civic Center, and opposition to the project with concerns about impacts to downtown businesses and the redevelopment of the surface lots. To address common questions heard at recent meetings and submitted through correspondence that we've received, staff is maintaining a project webpage, as I previously mentioned, that does include responses to frequently asked questions. Some of the key topics of interest from the FAQ list include information on the housing element program context, So program H4G of the housing element specifies that 345 affordable units be constructed on the downtown parking lots, but other aspects are flexible. And so the RFQ draft is structured to require replacement public parking as part of any development, and also allows for mixed use and mixed income development. So beyond affordable units, there could be housing at other affordability levels, retail, commercial space, open space, and other uses allowed under the specific plan. The staff report details other topics that have frequently come up, such as the city's ownership of the parking lots and an overview of the parking assessment district history that was initiated between the 1940s and 60s. The FAQ also includes information about the Civic Center as an alternative location for affordable housing development, which was considered at multiple points during the housing element process. Ultimately, the Civic Center and other city parks were not included as housing opportunity sites, with an interest in maintaining green space, recreation, and community gathering spaces for all residents. Construction impacts have also been frequently raised as a concern, and so the draft RFQ has been updated since November 19th to request developers to outline an approach to minimize disruption downtown associated with any construction. The staff report also includes information regarding the Surplus Land Act, which is a state law that regulates local agencies before the sale or lease of public land. One of the main purposes of the Surplus Land Act is to require prioritization of affordable housing on public land before the city would use it for other purposes. If the city is looking to use the land for affordable housing under certain conditions, then a declaration of exempt surplus land can be made by the city council, and it allows more flexibility in the developer selection process compared to the state's standard process under the Surplus Land Act. A resolution declaring city-owned land as exempt surplus land can be adopted before or after the RFQ process. An adoption of the resolution would not obligate the city to enter into an agreement to develop the site if approved. Staff has also made some updates to the draft RFQ since November 19th. There's a new downtown goals overview added as section 2.3 that stresses the importance of public parking and parking resource management downtown. There's a summary of zoning requirements included in a new development standards table in section 3.3. We've enhanced the submittal requirements to expand development objectives and requested information about project timeline management from potential developers, as well as construction phasing and impact management, as I mentioned. And then the general development descriptions throughout have been modified to broaden the potential development, as I mentioned, for potential mixed use or mixed income projects. In the staff report, staff is recommending adoption of the resolution declaring Parking Plazas 1, 2, and 3 as exempt surplus land, as well as authorization to release the RFQ, and requesting that council provide us with any revisions to the RFQ prior to release. There are other options available. Council could direct staff to release the RFQ only and defer the surplus land declaration resolution to a later date after receiving responses, or provide alternate direction to staff on how to proceed. If authorized, staff would release the RFQ in January, so this month, and submit the Surplus Land Act exemption declaration to the Department of Housing and Community Development, and return to the City Council in spring 2025 with a summary of the submissions received for the RFQ, as well as recommendations for next steps in the process. And regardless of those steps, community outreach will continue throughout that process to make sure that everyone is aware of how the project is proceeding. And with that, I'll turn it back to you. Mayor Combs, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. With that, I'll bring it up to the dais to see if there are any clarifying questions before we move on to public comment. Okay. City Clerk Herron, please make a final call for public comment on item H1.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, this is going to be the final call for public comment on item H1 for our downtown parking plazas. If you are in person, now's the time to submit that speaker card. If you are virtual, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9. If your card or hand is not received at this time, you will not be added to the public comment queue. So if you are in person, please bring a speaker card to me at the city clerk's desk. And if you're virtual, now's the time to use that hand feature bottom of your screen or press *9 if you are dialing in order to get in line for our public speakers. So Mayor Combs, we're currently at 130 speakers. And if we could refrain from the applause and any sort of audience engagement at this time, thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Heron. We will limit public comment to 2 minutes per speaker. While the City Council encourages and embraces the need for the right of public participation, it acknowledges that public comment must at times be limited in order for the City Council to conduct business of the city. Per the City Council's procedural manual, the City Council has authorized the mayor as presiding officer to poll the audience for an indication of the number of people wishing to speak and to impose time limits. And so it's a pretty big number. So we're gonna impose a 2-minute time limit. And so I'd like to and so we'll proceed to public comment.
Thank you, Mayor
And-
Combs.
As I sat prioritizing school age speakers who are in chambers.
Correct. So at this time, we would like to invite any of our school-age children in person. If they could line up at the mic, we can give you an opportunity to provide your comments now. If you'd like, you can come straight to the microphone. Yes. Yeah. And if you could start by stating your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Des.
What's your last
Michelle.
name? Where do you live?
D3.
Why are you here? Why do you care about housing?
Because of my friends.
Because of your,
Friends.
what had happened to them?
They moved away.
They moved away. How are they doing?
Not good.
Not good. Are they
Yeah.
sick?
Yeah.
Are they trying to move back?
Yeah.
Can they move back?
Not really.
So do you want to live here when you grow up?
Yeah.
Okay. But is Menlo cool, or where do you really want to live?
I really want to live in Sunnyvale.
Why do you want to live in Sunnyvale though?
The 10/1s.
The 10/1s?
Yeah.
And
The movie theater and the Whole Foods.
what's the other shopping?
Target.
Oh, and what's that gaming place? Tipsy.
Tipsy Putt.
Yeah. Okay. So is that all you wanted to say, or do you want to say anything else?
I think that's it.
Well, and you really love living here. Menlo rocks. Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's all.
I'll do mine after. Yeah.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Very much appreciate the public comment.
All
I'll
right.
take our downtown over Sunnyvale's downtown any day of the week.
Okay, so with that, just going to do a final call for any school-age children within the chambers who would like to take this opportunity now to provide their comment. Okay, so we will now return to our in-person speakers first. I will be calling the first 5 speakers and ask that you do line up in front of the microphone at the podium in the order that your name is called. As each speaker finishes their comment, I will then call the next name and then ask you to also line up in the order your name is called. So with that, our first speaker is Bill Frimmel, Wendy McPherson, Lauren Dakin, Carrie Nicholas, and Greg Conlon. Thank you.
Okay to start? Okay, good evening. Tough act to follow. I am Bill Frimmel, and I'm a resident of Menlo Park for 53 years. The community is in agreement that we need to provide adequate housing. There is almost universal agreement that the builder's remedy is a threat to our environment, to our community. But we also can say there's about 9-to-1 community opposition to the proposed downtown parking plazas. The city argument is the surplus-free land gives an incentive to a developer to build affordable housing. Is it really free land? What is the cost to replace the parking spaces? Based on replacement and tenant parking needs, the city will need to spend $80 to $92 million based on other cities' costs. Our planning department said $30,000 a stall. Palo Alto had to pay $70,000 to $80,000 a stall. Based on the San Mateo Affordable Housing Project, Kaiku Crossing, the developer did not provide for a garage. San Mateo needed to pay for the garage. A wonderful option is available that satisfies almost every group. Development of the downtown, the development of the civic center. The proposed housing is for very low income residents. Would you want your latchkey child to have nowhere to play in downtown that will be surrounded by shuttered commercial buildings? Is this the way we want to develop and foster our less fortunate citizens? The better option is to build affordable housing in the underutilized civic center. Families would prefer to have outside their door an existing library, recreation and sports facilities, children's playground, childcare, and senior citizen facilities that are all there now. The only opposition to the civic center plan, there's a few, but
I mean, you're at time, and I do have to be
I understand. Okay,
mindful of the time.
thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker is Wendy McPherson, and then Lauren Dakin, Carrie Nicholas, Greg Conlon, and Sean Van Drill. And again, if you could line up at the mic for efficiency, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, I live in Menlo Park. I've lived here 49 years. And I have to look at your regular business here, and it says, consider and adopt a resolution declaring downtown parking plazas 1, 2, and 3 as exempt surplus. I just cannot understand how in anyone's language, which means the meaning of the word surplus is the amount more than what is required or necessary. That is not surplus property. And to have that on the agenda, I find shocking. I don't know in what language it's surplus. It's not. The next thing I want to bring up, I was at the slide presentation on the Zoom on December 11th. And I think slide 12 here I have why the downtown parking lots. And I think all these points here also apply to the Civic Center area, the community Burgess area. And I would agree with number one speaker that that's what should be looked at. Also, the damage to the businesses on Santa Cruz Avenue is already happening. To watch my time here. What businesses will sign a new lease or extend a lease now and for the past few months when they know this is happening? So you're going to see more and more businesses close until this issue is resolved. The community center location provides the same access to downtown. It's a 7-minute walk across El Camino. In addition, it provides access to open space for the children and a library, as the previous speaker said. There are also, by my count, and this was rough, 500 parking places at the community center area. 160 spaces next to City Hall were 90% full. 58 spaces next to the City Council chambers were 70% full. The remainder of the spaces were less than 50% full. This was on a weekday at 11:30 a.m. So I give my time to the next person.
Thank you. Next is
Thorndike,
Mark.
Civic Center is a very viable option. If you take a look at the footprint of Springline, it's roughly 107,000 square feet. That 107,000 square feet basically fits here without touching Burgess or the gym. If you double side 45-degree angle parking along Alma, Burgess, and half of Laurel, you can add 550 parking spaces. You can create open space, much like they did at Springline, and not lose the green area. We're all for affordable housing, but don't destroy the fabric of downtown Menlo Park to satisfy a quota. Thank you.
My name is Carrie Nicholas. I am a downtown property owner, a Menlo Park business owner, and we lease a downtown space in downtown Menlo Park. I have lived here my entire life. The first time I was alerted to this was 3 days before the November meeting. The outreach was zero. Once we did find out, we have spent our own money on ad space in the papers, signs, we started a petition, and everything to show the residents of Menlo Park what this proposal means. We understand that this is something that has to be dealt with as it is a state law. What we are asking is the following. You have the most accomplished and intelligent people who live in this area. Instead of using an outside expert who doesn't live here, please depend on us, the people who love and work here, to give you a solution. We will not have to pay anyone, as this will be donated time and energy. We already have a plan to use multiple sites and not plopping it into one space to kill an already dense, struggling downtown. The empty buildings in the downtown could be repurposed, as we have a 25% vacancy rate with built-in parking. So you could use those sites. We can also provide tax incentives for the multi-unit building owners who already own buildings and repurpose it into low-income housing. These are proposals that I think fit everyone's needs because it's now sprinkled everywhere. It's not just in one place. We will remember you and this day as Menlo Park residents that you did not give us the time to vote for this. Listen to the people who put you in office. This is a defining moment on what you do here tonight. You have been tasked with the state law. Let us help you to figure the best way to solve this issue. We believe in low-income housing, and it is necessary, but we need to be thoughtful about the plan. Schools, small business owners, infrastructure, traffic, fire preparedness, which is now a big topic. We have a state of chaos right now, And we need to think about the right strategy to make this community stronger for everyone. And that includes low-income housing. It should be here. We need just to get this right and not rush into it since you are under a threat. The money spent on both sides fighting this with lawsuits will be devastating to Menlo Park.
Yeah.
Please, I implore you not to do this.
Our next speaker is Greg Conlon, followed by Sean Vandrell, Karen Grove, Catherine Dumont, and Leslie Feldman.
Yes, I'm Gregory Conlon, rather than a longtime resident of Menlo Park. I moved here in August of this year, and I had 6 days to decide whether to file. And my one issue was the quiet zone. I spent 20 years in Atherton and as a resident, and in that time we did quiet zone on the 2 intersections in Atherton. And because I thought it would be an opportunity for me to do the same in the 4 intersections in Menlo Park. So that's why I ran, even though I had 6 days to run. So I did sign up and I did get my signatures in 24 hours. And my only issue really is the 4 intersections making it into a quiet zone, because we spent a lot of time doing that in Atherton, and I think I can do the same thing for the 4 intersections in Menlo Park. So I went ahead and got the signatures, did the signing, and then I got 500 votes, and my opponent, Ms. Weiss, was fortunate to get a few more votes than I did. And so, but in my brief time getting familiar with Menlo Park, I spent a lot of time in the business district having dinner, having 2 or 3 dinners a month at Carpaccio's. So as a friend of Carpaccio's and the problem that they have, and I think once another speaker will speak to that it's going to very dramatically change their business, and probably it could as much as destroy it. So because I am so familiar with that restaurant, because I frequent it so often, that I'm speaking as a friend of Carpaccio's, and I speaking against
Or,
this
thank you, sir. You're at time.
motion. Okay, thank you.
So just as a friendly reminder, the city council does discourage applause, booing, or similar behaviors. So if we could refrain, thank you. Sean, go right ahead. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sean Vandrell. I live in downtown Menlo Park, and I'm here to urge you to support the proposal to build homes downtown. Now, don't delay. We endlessly relitigate, which amounts to saying no to affordable housing. Why I'm here: I believe families like mine should be able to live in Menlo Park. My wife and I work good jobs. I work in tech. She is training to become a therapist, but we're preparing to move away when we start to have kids and need a second bedroom. And it's not just us. You all know I've been very active in the pro-housing movement here, and I've talked to hundreds of regular residents and business owners. And restaurant owners that I've talked to say they have employees driving in from Modesto. That's like a 2-hour commute. That's insane. There's a Trader Joe's employee that I talked to that while on shift came over and said, I support this because I want to live closer to work. I fear that if we don't give housing to these people, it's going to be harder and harder to maintain a downtown with the types of stores and restaurants that we cherish. Now, housing isn't a surprise issue. When I voted for my city council member, one of the first things that I looked at was their position on housing. It's on the website. Their position was public. I knew what I was voting for. And it was this. It was for proposals like this. So I urge you to listen to the will of your voters and vote yes today. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Karen Bro, followed by Catherine Dumont, Leslie Feldman, Tim Clark, and Charles Chapa.
Good evening. I'm Karen Grove and I'm speaking for myself. I'm also representing Menlo Together, a community organization that envisions a city that is integrated and diverse, multi-generational, and environmentally sustainable. For myself, I co-founded Menlo Together, and it was really centered around a vision of affordable housing right here downtown or at the Civic Center. But the plan ahead of us is here. I'd love to see it both places. That is accessible to public transit, that allows people to drive less, to commute less, and addresses our history that we contributed to as well in the nationwide as a whole of residential segregation and the socioeconomic inequities that came with that by making it affordable to people with very low incomes. So I love this project. I've been dreaming about it since 2018. So I urge you to vote yes to issuing the RFQ and doing the land designation that you need to do. I am now going to switch to representing Menlo Together. I submitted a petition that we circulated to get people to be able to voice their opinion conveniently, because some of them are working multiple jobs and have young children and can't be here tonight. So I've got some help to just the visual aid. I always come with visual aids. So I present to you our petition. And I'd like to point out that 99% of the names on here are people who live either in Menlo Park or Palo Alto or Atherton, in the immediate area. So, and we've talked to many of them, and here they are.
We're not asking questions of people making public comment.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Dumont.
Good evening, Catherine Dumont. I live in D3. Thank you, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, City Council members and staff for all your work to get us to this place. I'm here tonight to support council giving the green light to release the RFQ for affordable housing on city-owned downtown parking lots. I've been tracking this proposal just for 2 years. I know it goes way back, a decade or so. And I appreciate the countless hours that the city staff, the Planning and Housing Commission, city council members, past and present, and the public, including myself, have had to input to get us to a compliant housing element. So I'm very excited to see what comes from the RFQ, and understanding that we will have many opportunities as residents to participate in the process of what will happen and what things will look like, how we will replace parking with modernized parking, I hope, and better traffic circulation, so that we can continue to patronize our downtown businesses, as I already do and will continue to do through any kind of construction project. And we know what happens when we lose local control, and I really want our city to stay on track with our housing element. And thank you very much.
Next is Leslie Feldman, followed by Tim Clark, Charles Chapa, Ken Chan, Reeve Garrett.
Hello, my name is Leslie Feldman, and I've lived in Flood Triangle for 6 years. I am here tonight to express my strong support for affordable housing in downtown Menlo Park. 2 years ago, voters in Menlo Park voted overwhelmingly to support affordable housing by rejecting Measure V. I was proud to be part of that campaign advocating for affordable housing at the Flood School site, and now I am proud to support affordable housing downtown. The high cost of housing in our area has profoundly impacted my life and the lives of those I know. I love this community, but I am deeply concerned that it is unsustainable for so many people who work here to be unable to afford to live here. Many downtown businesses rely on workers who commute over an hour each way. This is not only a strain on those workers, but also a challenge for the vitality of our town. And building affordable housing downtown is an opportunity to make our community more vibrant and inclusive. It is not a zero-sum game. Housing and businesses can thrive together. We can ensure that new housing is developed thoughtfully with adequate parking. We can support foot traffic dependent businesses and also maintain an attractive downtown for high-end retail. We can plan for affordable housing while supporting businesses during construction. I urge the City Council not to delay and to vote to issue the RFQ. The RFQ is just the first step in a long process where we can discuss priorities and refine our approach. Let's take this important step in creating a more sustainable, inclusive, and thriving Menlo Park. Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking for Tim Clark. Okay, moving to Charles Chapa. Great. And for the Ken Chan, we do have two Ken Chan speakings. The next speaker following Charles will be Ken Chan with Menlo Together.
Thank you, council members, for this opportunity to speak. I am standing here in support of the plans, and I am standing here to acknowledge and emphasize mixed income planning to bridge the generational divide, perhaps that our communities are facing, and to take advantage of the economies of scale of retired people, single, young, upcoming professionals, and young families. That's really what these facilities represent. And the modern design should enhance parking space. So what I sense here is perhaps a resistance to change and a fear of the poor. And if we call these facilities mixed income, we should all try and overcome that, because that's really what they are. But we're calling them affordable housing, and already those in resistance are calling them low income or super low income. No, they're just affordable housing to make the average of the cost of living here lower. That's all it is. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Ken Chan with Menlo Together, followed by Reeve Garrett, Hannah Gilbert, and Domas Mituzas.
Oh, those are both me, by the way, so.
Oh, good to know. Thank
A
you.
little mixed up.
Appreciate it.
Well, good evening, members of the Menlo Park City Council. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm the senior organizer at the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I'd first like to extend our appreciation to staff for all their hard work and their report and presentation tonight. On behalf of HLC, I'd like to highlight that city-owned land in downtown is one of the best available resources that your city has when it comes to building 100% deeply affordable homes. And as indicated in our letter, I'd like to reiterate our support of your city's effort to create affordable homes on 3 city-owned parking lots, and to encourage you to release the request for proposal or qualifications to make this happen. And this is because to ensure that folks, especially members of your community, to be and to stay well, both physically and mentally, for your children to grow and to flourish. And you need to ensure that all of them have housing that they can count on. A stable home anchors people's health and provides a ladder for future success. Your children won't get very far if you don't plan for their housing needs and the needs of the people in your community. Their potential will continue to remain out of reach. You can help by enabling the construction of affordable homes on 3 of your underutilized city-owned parking lots in downtown. In doing so, you will be supporting local businesses by allowing
Please
them.
allow our speaker to finish.
Let's
Thank
have some
you.
decorum.
May I backtrack?
Yeah.
Ken, please continue.
All right. You can help by enabling the construction of affordable homes on 3 of your underutilized city-owned parking lots downtown. In doing so, can I backtrack again? You can help by enabling the construction of affordable homes on 3 of your underutilized city-owned parking lots downtown. In doing so, you'll be also supporting local businesses by allowing their employees to live near their places of work, and you'll also be helping to create a much more vibrant downtown by increasing the number of folks who live in and who can walk to your city stores and restaurants.
Okay, I'm going to give him I'm going to give him extra time. And I'm going to give him extra time. So please continue. Because he was interrupted. The clock will stop when I say it stops. Please continue.
Thank you. Most importantly, you'll be enabling the creation of safe and stable homes for your most vulnerable community members. Don't let this opportunity pass you by, and thank you for this opportunity.
Our next speaker will be Reeve Garrett, followed by Hannah Gilbert, and then Damas Mitsuzas, and Nick Kerner.
Hello, my name is Reeve Garrett. I moved to Roble Avenue, Menlo Park from Columbus, Ohio in summer of 2021 to start a teaching job at Menlo School. I'm here to voice my support for the affordable housing development. Speaking from experience, the change in cost of living moving here was acutely shocking, particularly as I came here after living just above the poverty line as an adjunct and having my meager savings I accumulated as a graduate student decimated by a surprise medical expenses just before I left Ohio. Thankfully, when I moved here, I had two great things coming for me. One, below market rate housing owned by my employer. Two, housing that was centrally located near my job, Caltrain, Samtrans buses like the ECR, grocery stores, and restaurants. Due to the latter, I have been able to get by without a car living here the past 3.5 years, and it has helped me tremendously in not just getting on my feet as I moved here, but saving money for the longer term. My story is a testament to the impact of having affordable housing in a central location near work, transit, and businesses. Since I live right here, I frequent many of the downtown businesses regularly to meet my needs, from computer repair to eating dinner at a restaurant, because just walking over is the most convenient option for me. Therefore, I do not buy the argument that favoring dense downtown housing over parking will acutely harm downtown businesses in the long term. Downtown Menlo Park is the optimum housing site that can have similar positive impact on other current and future members of our community. By not opting to build downtown, we are contributing even more to the housing crisis we have here, forcing many of our essential workers to either commute extreme distances to work here or just give up on living in the Bay Area altogether. We can't just collectively decide we don't want new housing in Menlo Park and then be surprised when our children's favorite teachers or the barista or cashier we like and are friendly with move away because they're priced out of or they're sick of commuting hours each day to get to work. I am furthermore confident that with the construction of these housing complexes, there will still be ample parking in downtown Menlo Park. Please do the right thing and back this proposal to build more affordable housing in downtown Menlo Park.
Next is Hannah Gilbert, followed by Damas Mitsuzas, Nick Kerner, and then Nick Hartley.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Gilbert. My husband and I and our 4 kids have lived in Menlo Park for almost 4 years, and we support the planned housing for downtown. It's expensive to live here. If my family of 6 had to leave our current rental to stay here, we'd have to pay around $6,000 a month for a 3-bedroom unit, more for a single family home. Ouch. We've said goodbye to so many loved ones who left because the rent is too high. Families like mine help make our city vibrant, full of life. Menlo Park can help families like mine stay in the area, especially if we take action tonight. Let's stop tilting at windmills. Let's release the RFQ so we can have concrete plans to discuss. If there are bad proposals, let's reject them. But there could be good proposals. We won't know until we ask. I don't think this has to be a zero-sum game. I believe we can both build housing downtown and protect our local businesses. So let's take the first step forward. Let's figure this out in a smart way. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Damas, followed by Nick Kerner, Nick Hartley, Gil Bolster, and Amy Boggs.
Dear City Council, my name is Damas Mitsuzas. I live right here in Linfield Oaks. I'm a homeowner, and I've been enjoying this beautiful, amazing community for a decade, and the Santa Cruz Mountains around, the beautiful weather that we all know. And also, I have been extremely privileged to work and live in the same zip code. The commute is great, but I get to see people crossing Dumbarton Bridge every day, being stuck on it. And what do we do for them to make all these people who come and serve our communities during the days to support us? We raise, I mean, not necessarily the city, but the bridge toll just got raised. Their commute is getting more and more expensive. We are stealing their happiness that we can ourselves afford here. So It's a very basic question here. What can we do to make people not actually suffer, not actually have the quality of life be diminished by crazy commutes every day? They have to be here. We are creating jobs for them. I don't know how many people here actually came from far away, but lots of people do, and we do see them all the time. Can we make them be able to live here? Where can we do that? Anywhere. I just looked at it. We need housing. We need wherever we can. Wherever is just to pass the housing element, to be good citizens, to actually raise the quality for people, for the community, to make it all happier, to make everyone around us happier. We just need to give them where to live. So please, just let's build housing. If it's it's like people were a bit upset that there's like the land is not declared as used properly. It's not. It's not multi-level. It's flat. If anyone looks at the parking lot, it's just like a flat land that absorbs the heat. It's not being used in any efficient way. Efficient way is to actually have go slightly vertical, put in the cars there, put in people there, use the land. There is not that much of it. We are in a peninsula. We are shielded from the ocean by the mountains, but it's a beautiful place, and everyone should be able to actually, or at least people we care about and who take care of us should be afford to live here. Thank you.
Next is Nick Kerner. Is there a Nick Kerner? Okay, Nick Hartley. Oh, are you Kerner? Oh, it could be. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Nick. I'm a neighbor here to urge for these proposed housing developments to move forward. I want to remind the council of the reality that we live on a peninsula and are constrained by geography. And we love our open space, so there are limitations. We need to build up wherever possible. And what's being talked about, these tall, dense developments near jobs, transit and healthcare are exactly the kinds of efforts that we need to go after. I heard at least 345 units could be built. And you should picture a family for each unit. That's easily over 1,000 people that could benefit from this. And for every one of them, it's probably going to be a life-changing event. It comes down to I don't want Menlo Park to be a playground for the rich and well-off. I want people from all walks of life to be able to live and thrive here. And these affordable housing projects are an important step to make that a reality.
Next is Nick Hartley, followed by Gil Bolster, Amy Boggs, and Barbara Rosasco.
Thank you. My name is Nick Hartley. I'm a resident and homeowner here in Menlo Park. I've been here for 5 years. I currently live down in Vintage Oaks, but prior to that, I lived 3.5 years here in downtown Menlo Park. It was amazing to be sort of walking distance to shops, walking distance to transit. As a previous speaker also said, we lived there 3.5 years without needing a car, which was fantastic. Being able to commute by bike to our work was fantastic, and I want that to be an opportunity for new people who move here, the people, as we've heard, who sort of serve our community. I think the idea that we can have this housing in such a great location, such a convenient location for so many people is something that I enjoyed myself, and I'd like to see more people have that same opportunity here in Menlo Park. So I'm here in speaking in favor of this project, and I hope it can go forward. Thank you.
You'll go right ahead. And then Amy Boggs, Barbara Rosasco, Margaret Gordon.
Hello, my name is Gil Bolster, and I'm a resident of the Linfield Oaks neighborhood in District 3. I want to start by thanking the city staff for their work on this initiative and the approaches taken to publicize it. As you can tell, they were largely successful. I'm here today to speak in favor of converting Parking Plazas 1, 2, and 3 into housing and other uses to revitalize downtown Menlo Park. My wife and I feel truly blessed to live in such an amazing community, but fear that when we decide to raise a family, it will have to be somewhere else due to the extraordinary cost of housing. We know we're not alone, and many other folks our age feel similarly. Any effort to address the current Bay Area housing shortage should be a priority for the city, and this solution addresses it in a sustainable and meaningful way, provided that the primary goal of any proposed development is for housing. Moreover, we have never seen any single parking lot at capacity during our time here. And moreover, We have never seen any single parking lot at capacity during our time here and think that repurposing this land makes the most sense for the city to hit its development targets for the state. Menlo Park deserves a thriving, vibrant downtown community, and I urge the City Council to adopt this resolution immediately without delay. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm a 31-year resident of Menlo Park. I endorse the development of housing and parking on up to 3 parking plazas downtown in order to help Menlo Park achieve the state-mandated housing requirement of adding nearly 3,000 new units by 2031 that include 25% very low-income housing. I recognize that this dramatic change in our downtown is cause for concern for many. I also recognize that delaying or failing to comply with the state-mandated housing requirement carries significant risk. Namely, if the state revokes approval of our housing element, we are vulnerable to developers seeking far more aggressive builder's remedy projects, like the 39-story multi-tower development proposed at the former Sunset Magazine site. With that in mind, I exhort the city to lease rather than sell the parking lots in question. Additionally, the city should require that contracts with the developer include a preemptive provision to ensure that if Menlo Park falls out of compliance with our housing requirement, developers cannot leverage builder's remedy on these sites. We further urge the city to request and prioritize proposals that produce a majority of the 345 units of very low-income housing required, replace the existing parking, add sufficient resident parking, cap the development at 6 stories, and approach the construction in a staggered sequence to minimize inconvenience to patrons and to maintain our business continuity. Thank you for your time.
So Barbara Rosasco, Margaret Gordon, Peter Nance, Jenny Michelle.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak before you. I had all these notes and I'm changing tactics. So who in here owns a business themselves? So I will tell you, I'm a survivor of a redevelopment project that was about, I don't know, 80 yards from my front door to my business that had a parking space in a very large city. It crushed us. We lost almost all of our walk-in traffic. People didn't want to drive down the street because they didn't want to deal with the construction, the dirt, or the noise. The noise was so intense that even working in the office, you could not hear yourself on the telephone or talk to someone. So what did we do? We paid the $10,000 a month out of our own pocket. Can you do that? I'll tell you where ours came from. It came from our retirement because we had 2 staff. That was another $8,000 a month by the time you paid all the social taxes and the transportation allowance. We paid for that out of our own pocket. At the same time, we had a child in high school, a private school. We had continued to pay for that. So who can do that? And everybody says, do the housing. Oh, this is great. Well, you're talking about 2 years of a hiatus for businesses. How much money comes from those businesses for taxation? I think we had a Boston Tea Party, something about taxation without representation. ABAG appoints people. We don't elect those people. They make laws and rules that impact us as people. So businesses in downtown, they pay state, local, federal taxes. We expect our representatives to represent part, even just part of our interests. It's great if we could give everything to everyone, but we cannot. There's something called basic economics. And so I wonder what other housing options we have, what other land spaces we have so that we don't crush the few remaining businesses that are downtown. Because I can tell you, people won't go there. They'll just get in their car and they'll drive to the mall. This is not at all what I had planned to say, other than ABAG does not represent us. And in fact, ABAG is populated 56% are either vacant seats or from Oakland, San Jose, and San Francisco. 4% is from Menlo Park. So I don't know how they can possibly represent us with regard to the housing complement. Thank you for listening to me, and I'm sorry I'm so disorganized.
Is Margaret Gordon, followed by Peter Nance, Jenny Michelle, and Emma Stanford.
Hi, my name is Margaret Gordon. I'm a homeowner downtown. Oh, and I'm a homeowner downtown. Does anyone here, high income or low income, really want to live in a parking lot. Now, this sounds more like a Joni Mitchell song about urban sprawl, put up a parking lot, than a viable plan for low-income folks. I had an office downtown where you're talking about this parking lot, this complex. I mean, if you put it there, wherever you look out the window, you're going to be looking at concrete. Sounds pretty dreadful for anybody. I agree with others. The Civic Center would be have more space, be ready for more community services overall. And my biggest concern here is the plan. So my overall concern with building housing in California in general is the lack of attention and planning for social services and problems that everybody, folks bring with them to their high density home. So in Menlo Park, the plan is to create about 1,000 or so low-income folks in a high-density area. Has anyone studied the impact on the community? Has anyone studied the different social needs and services that these folks will need? An example, and this is well documented, I just run through it, and it needs to be studied, I think. Lower socioeconomic folks have increased risks such as depression, suicide attempts, various medical issues, and even domestic violence. So in closing, okay, I'm going to give a quick demonstration. It's just a demonstration. This is a very high density room. I'd say maybe 250 people. Betsy, I'm having substernal chest pain, and I think I'm having a cardiac event. Call 911. Now, does anyone in this room think that this is not going to disrupt and all these disruptions? I don't think you're prepared for. Are you willing to disrupt, even bankrupt the city to push through your agenda? Thanks.
So our next speakers can just continue up. It's Peter Nance, Jenny Michelle, Emma Stanford, and then David Polak.
Hi, I'm Peter Nance, and I live in Central Menlo Park and support housing downtown for the many reasons that people have already spoken to. I'd also like to speak about how I'd love to see the vibrancy that new neighbors to our town could bring. It's unfortunate how many empty storefronts there are along Santa Cruz Ave when you walk downtown. But imagine how much more lively it could be with many new residents out and about, rather than parking lots that sadly sit empty much of the time. Great businesses we have now, plus new ones, could flourish with so many more customers that live here. I mean, just look at how alive the outdoor dining areas for Bistro Vita and Left Bank are, from space that we've already given back to people from parking spaces, and now we could do that at an even greater scale. I also want to speak to development would also do wonders for safety. My fiance and I walk along Menlo Avenue to Trader Joe's or Draeger's or many of our great local restaurants pretty much every day of the week. And just about every time we walk past Trader Joe's, we almost get run over by cars that are speeding out of the parking lots, blowing through stop signs. Redeveloping that area with housing could improve safety, both through introducing more traffic calming and also make people feel safer at night with more friendly faces out on the sidewalk. So thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I just want to encourage the City Council to take advantage of this great opportunity.
Jenny Michelle?
Dear Dias and honorable staff, I'm Jenny Michelle, a native, born and raised here also, and a D3 resident. I also am a recovering homeless teacher and by trade a commercial property manager for a global firm. I do support the RFQ process. I do appreciate the clear commitment and love that we all have for our beautiful city, Menlo Park. Many of you are actually my neighbors, my colleagues, and my friends. I know a lot of you, most of you, in fact. But I don't know if you know this, but I've spent 2 winters living on the streets here in Menlo Park while teaching at a Menlo school in my early 20s. And my partner, my son, is over there. My question is, do I still like to sleep on the floor, Des? Yeah, I do. I still have a habit of sleeping on the floor and not in the bed, in the bedroom. I'm in my mid 40s right now, you guys. That's 20 years. I'm still acting chronically homeless. So let's tell our kids that we can live here, they can live here when they grow up, and never allow them to experience housing instability ever. Professionally, I'm having a really hard time sourcing HVAC contractors to service your HVAC and fire technicians to service your fire system that you were just somewhat referencing to. So we need everybody here infilling. And yes, we want to work with the businesses. I represent the business district from the different aspects that I have going on. So we're all on the same team. I just, maybe can we be a little bit more respectful of one another? Thank you.
Emma Stanford, then David Pollack, Charlotte Reed, Phil Barr, and feel free to just go up to the mic when it is your turn.
Good evening. Thank you for your time and for hearing all of us tonight. I'm Emma Stanford. I am very passionately asking you to support this resolution and this project. I've lived in Menlo Park for the last 5 years. I currently live on Willow Road, so I'm very, very aware of how much traffic there is going out of Menlo Park to people who live in lower cost areas every evening and coming in every morning. But prior to that, I lived for 3 years in downtown Menlo Park on Hoover Street, actually right across the street from the proposed developments on the parking lots. And I loved it. It was what brought me to Menlo Park. No, it didn't bring me to Menlo Park, but it made me want to stay here. So I lived in downtown Menlo Park. I came to know many of the stores and patronize many of the restaurants. Some places that have closed down since then, sadly, like Refuge and the Bridgepoint Music Store, but some places that are still thriving, like Mama Coco's and La Stanza. When my husband and I got married, La Stanza catered our wedding, and it sort of, it made us feel very deeply part of the community to live in such a, what was for us, because of our immense luck at the time, a very walkable city. Now we live farther out of town. We've had to buy a car, and we still patronize Menlo Park businesses, but we're as likely to go to Palo Alto because we live farther out of town. And it's frankly sad to see so many of the businesses that we came to love close because of people who are just not staying in the city post-COVID, just general sort of the high cost of the leases, people just not staying downtown anymore, not spending their evenings there. So I would love to see more people have the opportunity that we had to live in Menlo Park in downtown and to get to know that community and that city that we have chosen to stay in. And I really want people who perhaps don't have all the privileges that I have had to be able to live in this city, particularly the teachers, the firefighters, the store employees and owners who really make this town what it is. Thank you.
My name is David Pollack. I'm a resident of Menlo Park. I had a whole set of comments prepared, but the more I was listening to folks, the more I just had to throw it out and start over again. I've spent a lot of time downtown over the last 3 months. Why? Because I'm recovering from being hit head on by a car while I was riding my bicycle in nearby. And I'm increasingly, from what I'm hearing through this debate about what to do with downtown, that pedestrians and cyclists are increasingly considered second-class citizens in Menlo Park. They, what about parking? And I'm a 57 billion year resident, and how I won't be able to drive downtown and get to my favorite design store, or I need another rug and I need more bagels. So why can't I park downtown right next to my store? And I'm becoming, and I'm just trying to walk or ride my bike downtown. The being almost hit by drivers on a regular basis is really frustrating, especially someone in my condition of, recovering from being hit by a car. A number of the downtown property owners are saying my business is not important to them because if I'm not driving downtown and I'm walking or riding my bike, the business is just not as important. Thank you for your time.
So next is Charlotte Reed, Phil Barr, Kristen Garcia, and Kevin Cunningham.
Good evening. My name is Charlotte Reed, and I'm a proud downtown Menlo Park resident. As a private citizen grappling with a very public issue, it is my obligation to provide you all with information about my experience talking with local business owners and context around the elevated temperature in our community around tonight's vote. On November 15th, Menlo Park property owner and non-Menlo Park resident Kevin Cunningham, who is standing in these chambers tonight, sent an email to every business owner on Santa Cruz Avenue spreading fear and misinformation about housing in our community. This email inspired the development of anti-housing groups, including Save Downtown Menlo and Go Menlo. These groups are not committed to the needs of local business owners and Menlo Park residents, but rather advancing the agenda of property ownership groups that are threatening to sue you, including Terranomics and Arco General. Fun fact, Arco General's rent hike on their 700 Santa Cruz Avenue building led to the 2001 closure of the original family-owned Menlo Park Hardware. Back to Mr. Cunningham. He has previously supported housing development in downtown Menlo Park, stating during a Menlo Park City Council meeting in 2017 that a neighborhood could be revitalized and enhanced through development. Yet sadly, in present day, both Mr. Cunningham and Arco General's definition of community character consists of empty storefronts and cash in their wallets. These greedy and hostile anti-housing advocates have made Menlo Park business owners believe that they have no control over the destiny of where they live and work, and that is wrong. City Council, I ask you to turn local business owners into your partners instead of your problem. Vote yes tonight, but fix your failures in communicating with local businesses and involve them heavily in the RFQ process. Work with the San Mateo Chamber to list this housing element on their website as a policy position they support and prevent anti-housing advocates from bringing anti-housing materials, printed materials on the tables in these chambers. It is unlawful to do. Be pro-business and be pro-housing. Businesses are vital to the life of this community. Vote yes, decrease the temperature, and increase the amount of people and business in downtown Menlo Park. Thank you.
Phil Barr. Is Phil Barr still in the chambers? Okay, we will move to Kristen Garcia, and then Kevin Cunningham, Sherry Zaslowski, and Margarita Mendez. And again, please feel free to line up and just walk up to the podium after the speaker ahead of you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kristen Gracia, and I'm a longtime resident here in Menlo Park, and I am the Menlo Park City School District Superintendent. I have proudly served our community as a public educator in MPCSD for the past 25 years. Over the past 4 years, the Menlo Park City School District Board and our district leadership have been carefully planning and following along with the housing element in mind. We know new housing will bring new students. Public schools are here to serve and educate our youth with open arms, no matter where the development is located within our district boundaries or who occupies those dwellings. Given the impact new units will have on our schools, we continue to actively monitor, plan for, and expect the city to partner with us to support our needs. For the past 3 years, I have had regular meetings with the city manager to discuss the impact of the housing element, especially when thinking about enrollment, capacity, and funding, and we continue to meet. As you continue to plan for development, I would ask the council that you consider the following and that you continue to consider the following. Any build that is exempt from property taxes will create a challenge for our district, so please make sure there's meaningful attention to provide the school district necessary funding to offset new student impact. Anytime the city enters into a developer agreement with a developer, I ask that you build in and consider the school district's needs. And new housing, as many have said, is a great opportunity to provide necessary teacher and public service staff housing. which is a huge benefit to our district and the community as a whole. I'd like to thank you for your continued support of our district and your service to our community. And I would just like to, in my 9 seconds, say, I can't think of a better community than Menlo Park. And I would just encourage everybody to remember we're role models for our students. Thank you.
So next is Kevin Cunningham, Sherry Zaslowski, Margarita Mendez, David Skurnick, and Amelia Richardson.
Thank you. Well, I had something prepared to say, but I appreciate the reach out to me and comments that I made, and I'd like to clarify. You said that I supported in housing in 2017. I want to be clear. I did not say that about housing. In 2017, I, along with my partners that are here in the audience, took the old building on the corner of Oak Grove and Chestnut, what was a 50-year-old building, and turned it into the beautiful headquarters that Zazzle's in today, to try to beautify downtown and bring more energy to downtown. So you're wrong on that. And you're right, I did reach out following the November meeting. We did reach out to a number of citizens about what was going on. We felt that there was an inadequate outreach, which is obvious by the attendance here tonight, that there was very limited outreach. And so I appreciate over the last 2 months, I've spoken and met with almost each and every council member. And I think we're burying the headline a little bit. I empathize with everyone here that slept in a car and supports housing. We're burying the headline that if you're against development in downtown, you're against housing. That is not correct. We understand that you're under tremendous pressure to satisfy the state's housing element. And let's be honest, in my conversations with many of you, I don't think we're here tonight because we think these 3 lots are the best option. We're here tonight because previous council has put you in a bind that you're now afraid of being on the wrong side of the housing element and risking decertification. Keep in mind, it's a single-digit percentage of entities or cities that are compliant with this, okay? What we're ignoring is the decades and decades of homeowners that are, property owners that have paid into an assessment district to support housing. When we talk about replacement parking, you need to understand that a 2.5 year build is the oxygen for businesses. When you take that away, thinking you're going to then give it back, you're going to be dealing with a skeleton. It's dead. My only ask of you, and I'd request just to go a few seconds over, is this: take 6 months, take a step back, evaluate all options, involve private citizens from the YIMBYs, from Menlo together, all of us, to look at a site like Civic Center where the only reason you're excluding it is because of the green space when we've got Bayfront Expressway meta buildings with green space. Look at the collateral damage of that, where we can do replaceable green space with destroying businesses and business owners. Look at the collateral damage. There is no collateral damage at Civic Center. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sherry Zaslowski. Can you hear me? Sherry, I'm a 40-year resident of the downtown. Now, the downtown, even in the downtown specific plan, was referred to as the heart of the city. What happens, council members, when you stab someone in the heart? Now, it's our business owners, and I did an informal survey of business owners, asking them whether they would need to close their business if this plan goes forward. And I'm going to read you the list. But first, let me say that it's not just about the businesses. It's about we, the residents. This is our community. It's our downtown. These are our stores, shops, and restaurants. And this knits together a community. And if you let this go through, you will rend the fabric of that community, and it will never come back. Let me just read you the list of the stores that you would be putting out of business, the owners and all their employees. And we're talking about hundreds, maybe up to 1,000 people. Menlo Park Hardware, Afterwards, Mish International, Menlo Optical, Stephen Miller Gallery, Repete, Aida's, Charisma Salon, Piccolo Bella Salon, Touch of Elegance, Humani Salon, Kendra's Spa, Shaipolsky and Associates, Angela, Jerry's Cakes, Tech Loop, Shok Restaurant, Carpaccio, La Stanza, Sultana, Abbey Carpets, Gray's Paints, Bow Wow Meow Pet Store, Ella Lingerie, Accent on Eyewear, Menlo Art Cleaners, DJ's Hair Design, Rococo and Taupe, Mrs. Khan's Uyghur Cuisine, and Andrea Yele, dentist. All those people and all their employees put out of business, and the fabric of the downtown and the residents who know these people by name and are known, and we form a community of mutual respect and mutual appreciation. This is something precious. It's an intangible tapestry. It's very real. When we talk about loving Menlo Park, we're not talking about the buildings. We're talking about the people. We're talking about the mom and pop stores.
Okay,
We
thank
need
you.
to preserve them.
Thank you. We lost you.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and council members. I want to thank the city staff for the outstanding presentation tonight. I appreciate your professionalism and the information presented today. Educating the public was excellently completed. I've been a homeowner with my husband in Loreline Manor neighborhood for over 22 years. I'm a mother of 2 young adults, a public school teacher, and I'm an involved community member. I frequent downtown for my groceries, my coffee at Pete's, my running shoes at Fleet Feet, my dentist, Dr. Doy, spices at Penzies, and every Sunday, the farmer's market. Sometimes I walk the 2.5 miles from my home. Sometimes I run, ride my e-bike, or drive. When I've circled for parking, which for me has been rare, is because parking stalls are too narrow. I fully support the city's plans to develop the parking lots for affordable housing. I grew up in nearby Redwood City when it was known as Deadwood City, the daughter of small business owners. Today, Redwood City is a thriving community with high-density housing in downtown, full restaurants and shops, and plenty of parking. Redwood City's leadership has transformed it into a place where families and businesses thrive together. Behind my home in Bohannon Park, there are at least 60 RVs. These car dwellers are residents of Menlo Park and need a home with running water and heat. Menlo Park City Council has identified these 3 city-owned parking lots for housing through a deliberate and well-considered process. I know this because 2 years ago, I went on a bike ride with Menlo Together, led by Menlo Together members who are willing to educate community members, biking through the different opportunity sites to help participants understand the housing element plan. 3 years ago, I knew that the parking lot behind Amici's Pizza was an opportunity site. Over the years, I've heard and listened to the concerns and complaints about building anything this side of the 101, but it's time to take action. We can and we must do better for the future of our community. I fully support the City Council in its quest to do right by voting yes on the RFQ so that we have a vibrant downtown. Vote yes for my children, your children, and the future residents of Menlo Park. Menlo Park should be for everyone, not the lucky few. Thank you.
My name is David Skurnick. I live in Menlo Park. We need new housing, but this plan, I'm sorry, is unreal. It's unreal. I've heard so much optimism from people. Some of it is I heard several people claim that the parking lots were empty. Oh, come on, I use those parking lots every day. They're quite full, particularly at the lunch hour. They're nothing like empty. In the real world, despite an optimistic plan, we're adding a huge number of residents to downtown. They're all going to need parking. At the same time, we're taking away 3/8 of the parking. In the real world, there will not, we could fantasize, oh, they'll build enough new parking for all the residents and to replace all the 3 lots we're taking away. But In the real world, that is not going to happen because it's impossible. What we're going to see is a dagger in the heart of the downtown. This is the death knell for the downtown. And I would just add, as part of the proposal, I read something really so silly. It said, oh, this will work because people will switch to bicycles. Well, most of us won't switch to bicycles. We'll switch to Amazon. And the shops in Menlo Park will die. And if I can't park conveniently, I won't go to the restaurants or the coffee shops in downtown Menlo Park. And I'm sure a lot of people are sure, if you're a good walker, if you live near, if you're young and you do a bike, great. For the rest of us, we just won't use downtown Menlo Park, and the downtown will die in the real world. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amelia Richardson, followed by Randy Raphael, Devoy, Alan Southworth, and LaFoe T.
Hello, my name is Amelia Richardson. I was born and raised here. I went to college in Portland, Oregon, which is a city with its own housing problems. I moved back here after I graduated, been looking for a job, unable to find one. The jobs I've been looking for that I'm qualified for with a bachelor's degree, the pay is $22 an hour, which is less than $50,000 a year. So under this proposal, I meet the low-income housing expectations. Currently, I'm living with my parents, which is not what any of us would prefer. There are a lot of things that I like about Menlo Park, and putting more housing makes it better and more accessible for young people. The demographic breakdown of this, the fact that the majority of people here who have a problem with this don't have much of an invested say in 30, 40 years out from now, and the fact that anyone here under 50 is very likely here in support is, I think, significant and worthy of consideration for not just the next 5 years of Menlo Park, but the next 50 years of Menlo Park, and who we want this to be accessible for and available to. Thank you.
So next is Randy Raphael, then Devoy, Alan Southworth, and Leofa T. And again, feel free to step right up to the mic when it's your turn.
Evening, I'm Randy Raphael. I am a property and business owner, parking lot 1. This is the Cheeky Monkey. There we go. Better? This is the Ace Hardware, Cheeky Monkey, the post office. So I've got over 40 years in commercial construction. I had something all prepared, but I'm listening to this optimism about the new development. So if the development is parking lot 1, Cheeky Monkey, post office, hardware store, the bank, that's going to fill that while they build it. What we're not hearing about is the support needed for a commercial construction project. You have the building support, where the building contractor is going to have his trailer or 3. There's going to be the electrician, the plumber, the structural steel, the concrete company. They're all going to have big trailers. You've seen them. I've done a bunch of work at Stanford University. Same kind of work. That support section, plus just the portable bathrooms, that's not going to be at lot 1. That's going to be probably over at lot 2, where coffee bar's at. So you're not going to be able to build it both at once. You're not going to be able to support a smooth building site, parking lot 1, for that building. What we don't have mentioned is, where is the material going to be laid down? You're going to have lots of steel beams. You're going to have piles of rebar. When they get to the actual construction, you're going to have miles of conduit, miles of pipe, the fire sprinkler systems. That's not going to work in the space you guys have allotted. So the workers aren't going to be able to be there. The mobilization, the laydown doesn't work there. So your parking lot solution isn't. It's going to increase traffic. It's going to destroy downtown. You need to look at the open space civic center that can support this. It's got a better throughput, better support, lay down, everything. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James DeVoy. I'm one of the few people who don't live in Menlo Park, but I do shop here in Menlo Park. And I think it's extremely important to note a couple of things. I was here at the last meeting, and I noted that several attorneys were very prominently putting forth that if you do make the designation of these as surplus lands, they will file a lawsuit immediately, if not sooner. And that, of course, will cause delay and expense. I would strongly advise, I have 40 years of real estate experience, construction-wise. The previous speaker was very correct. You could have to phase all of this. You're looking at a destruction of your downtown for at least 5 to 10 years because the parking is absolutely essential. I live in the Lindenwood area. I come by car every day, just about to Trader Joe's, to the hardware store, to the Pete's, to others. So it's not just Menlo Park, it's around the whole area. I would think that you would be better off first. Don't try to pass a resolution declaring it surplus land. That will basically cause a lawsuit, which you don't need. I would go forward with an RFQ to see what a developer would want to do. How would they phase it? How would they store the equipment that's needed? And in effect, use some common sense with respect to it. The downtown parking is essential to a commercial district. There's no question about it. And you don't want to be like men at San Mateo had to build a parking structure that you don't need the cost and you don't have the space. And the other thing I would strongly recommend is look at the green area around here because it's very accessible. It's more flexible. It would give you a better proposal from a developer. He could build, instead of high-rise, 6 floors in downtown, you could have lower level apartments, condos, and whatever else you need spread out. And you would still maintain your downtown commercial district, and you would also meet your requirement that's set forth by the state. Thank you for the time.
Hello. My name is Alan Southworth, and I support the current downtown parking proposal. I've been a resident of downtown Menlo Park for about 2.5 years. My wife is a PhD student, and we are thinking about having starting a family at some point. We love many aspects of living in Menlo Park. However, the lack of affordable housing for families and vibrancy downtown is a concern for us. I see Menlo Park's downtown housing proposal as a long-term opportunity to increase, not decrease, foot traffic and retail activity for years to come, and to make Menlo Park a more desirable, walkable, revitalized, and affordable place to live, especially for young and diverse families. I have no doubt that we can solve the downtown parking needs of the community, and I urge you to not delay in issuing the RFQ. Thank you.
So next is Leofa T, followed by Emilio Menro, Tony Drager, and Patrick White. Are these speakers still in chambers? Leofa T. The last name is T. Last name begins with T. It looks like Leo. It could be an F or a TA. Okay. It's their organization represented as Menlo Together. Could be Leora, Leora. Leora, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Leora Tanwatko Ross. I am here on behalf of Peninsula for Everyone. We support the proposal to build more housing on the lots downtown. And I know too, I feel like something that has gone sort of not discussed is the fact that we could build better parking downtown than the parking that we have now. So thank you for sitting here and listening to all of us. And we are excited to see what you guys come up with tonight.
And the next speaker would be Emilio Flamingo, followed by Tony Drager, Patrick White, and then Michael DeMoss.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Emilio Flamenco. Thank you very much for meeting with all of us and hearing us all out by way of introduction, and especially for the principal planner in the planning division. My background lies in urban planning. I'm a certified urban planner, AICP number 34367. I'm a former assistant planner with the City of San Carlos, deputy project manager with the City of Brisbane, and I fully support the proposal as currently issued, and I urge the city to move forward without delay and with no haste with the RFQ as currently written. My other comments I'm kind of throwing out the window because I'm personally inspired by all of the remarks spoken this evening, both for and against, what's on the table before you. I also happen to be a teacher here in Menlo Park. I teach at Cypress College Prep, the middle and high school in between Valparaiso and Santa Cruz Avenue, right there on Crane Street near AJ Tutoring. And it's the privilege and honor of my life to teach US civics, history, and government to my students. And I'm going to be so enthused to share about what's gone on this evening and tell them that the lessons we've learned with the Boston Tea Party, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, those values are alive and well. And this raucous debate, this healthy exercise of democracy is inspirational to myself. And as I look forward to the next generation, I hope that you also keep an eye towards our values and sustaining the legacy of our forefathers, our founding fathers, and continue to make Menlo Park a vibrant, diverse, and multi-generational city for all. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Tony Drager, and thank you for the opportunity tonight. As a Menlo Park resident of 50 years and a downtown business owner, I strongly oppose the high-density housing that's proposed for the downtown parking lots. This development will negatively impact the downtown businesses which rely on close, convenient parking, and it will alter the city's tax base. This proposal will have a huge impact on our market. Although the lots involved are not directly adjacent to our store, the elimination of parking on the north side of the street will result in overparking in the lots on the south side of the street. This is very common if you go into Los Altos. If you want to park on one side of the street to go to a restaurant, you can't find parking, you drive to the other side. The loss of hundreds of spaces will dramatically impact sales for all downtown businesses, not just the hardware store or the Cheeky Monkey. The city should consider the Civic Center on the other areas that will have less impact on the businesses and neighborhoods. Development of this type should be along El Camino and areas already designed for high density. The opposition to this is about 10-1. So you have to ask yourselves, who are you supporting? What group, what neighbors are you representing here? Are you representing the 300 people who signed the petition in favor of this, or the 3,000 people who signed the petition opposed to this?
Good evening. My name's Pat White, and I've lived here all my life. Example, I was in the first grade class at Nativity School. I've sat here tonight and I figured out what this is about. It's the haves and the have-nots. Now, my parents moved here in 1942 because they couldn't live in San Francisco with 2 kids. They came to Menlo Park, they paid like $7 grand for a house. And my dad worked 2 jobs to make it happen. These people, I'm sorry they can't live here in Menlo Park. The people who lived here in Menlo Park bought houses for whatever it was when they bought them, but they scraped and they made it happen. Don't throw those people out. Don't tell their children they can't live in their parents' houses if they need to. They don't get to move here from the Midwest and say, oh, I went to Stanford, I really like it here. That's bull, and you all know it. Now, this city voted for you. I have a feeling that if you vote for this project, they won't do it again.
The next speaker is Michael DeMoss, and then Adina Levin, Alex Beltramo, and Catherine Carlton.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike DeMoss. I'm a commercial real estate lawyer, and I've served on the Finance and Audit Committee here in the city of Menlo Park. So I have just 2 points. On the legal point, I would say that you have a fiduciary duty to avoid lawsuits, and you've been served with a number of notices, including an open, what do they call, open Information Act, but you've got probably about a 3-month list of items you need to provide to the lawyers. This is really going in opposition to the Finance and Audit Committee recommendation, I would imagine. Second of all, I think you need to think in common sense. I would say that you should probably give this another 6 months and do the following. Take barricades and block off the 3 parking lots for 6 months. And then you will honestly see if they are surplus. And I don't think you'll find they're surplus. Now, I appreciate the 2 hours that people have stood here. And if you could, I'd like to ask, if you are opposed, raise your hand. If you're in favor, raise your hand. Well, you can decide what you want to do, but those things are decided at elections. And I would caution you that you need to do what is best for the city and the people who live here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adina Levin, followed by Alex Beltramo, Catherine Carlton, Jennifer Cooperas, and Peter Colby.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and City Council members. My name is Adina Levin. I'm a Menlo Park resident. I live near downtown, and I run almost all of my shopping and errands walking. I really love that, and I think it's really a great thing to be able to have additional affordable housing in the downtown area, walking distance from stores and transportation. I do believe that, so in terms of downtown businesses, a lot of our city's economic vibrancy and sales tax comes from the businesses that attract foot traffic. And so if managed well, having more housing in the downtown area will help our downtown be more vibrant. We do need replacement parking, better managing parking, managing the construction, having business continuity plans to support the businesses. And that can be done in the process during the RFQ process so that we do not delay. As residents, we want to have input over our land use, and moving forward with what we said that we were going to do in the housing element is the best way to maintain the land use control that we have as residents and as a city. And in terms of locations, these locations were chosen as part of a thoughtful 2-year housing element process. And there is no magic spot that doesn't have concerns. When the city hall complex was looked at, there were people who opposed it and said that they would do a ballot measure to oppose it if that was chosen. During the discussion about the 320 Sheridan flood site, there was a ballot measure to oppose the site, and people who said, we oppose this location, we want to see the housing in the downtown area. There's concerns in any location. This was discussed in a thoughtful process. It will need more thought in order to be able to maintain and improve our downtown. And I think that that is my time. So I do support moving ahead with the RFQ.
Alex Beltramo, Catherine Carlton, Jennifer Cooperis, Peter Colby, and feel free to go straight to the mic in the order called.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Alex Beltramo. I want to respond to the person who said that they want our downtown to be for everyone. In response to the person that said they want our downtown to be for everyone, our downtown is for everyone. And the reason it is because it's easy for people from miles away to come and go. If we put housing in the parking lots, that will no longer be the case. And it won't be for everyone. It will be for people that can walk, or, it won't be for everyone. It'll be for the people lucky enough to live close by. And the irony is that we want to put people there because it's a service-rich environment. But again, it's a service-rich environment with 200 businesses, precisely because they can serve so many people. And if we have housing in the parking lots, we undermine that, and we might not have a service-rich environment anymore for everyone. So that's not what I was going to say, but how much time to? I think if. Well, to that point, then the businesses that might survive that would be the ones that could, serve the people that are walking by every day, like coffee shops and ice cream shops and that kind of thing, which are great. But even those businesses, Bagel Street, Baskin Robbins, Coffee Bar, Cold Stone Creamery, Menlo Cafe, Posh Bagel, Subway, they all oppose this idea. If those businesses oppose this idea, what's going to happen to the rest of them? We will lose them. And so, I better stop it. I was supposed to read something by Catherine Carlton, who is mayor. Oh, so I'm done. I'm done with that.
So our next speaker would be Catherine Carlton. Is Catherine in the room?
Mayor?
She is not. She's in the hospital, so I will let him read her letter.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not a good speaker. I don't know why she picked me. I'm sorry that I could not be there in person, but my appendix burst and I'm in the hospital. For those who don't know me, I'm a prior mayor and city council member of Menlo Park. Anyway, I wanted to point out that our downtown isn't just a place to go shopping. Our downtown impacts our quality of life and also the value of our homes. The value of our homes then directly impacts the amount of money that goes to support our schools. It's all a system, like a clock, and we have to be very careful not to damage any part of that system. I recently walked through downtown and spoke to business managers and owners. They were all very concerned about the negative impact of what is being planned with regard to the size and scope of housing for downtown, and especially the availability of free parking throughout. I implore you to look first at what can be built at 80 Willow, the US Geological, and other areas that are primed for housing now. Please stop moving forward at this pace and see what can be done in those other locations first. I know most of you personally, and I know that you're good people that care about the city. I beg you not to move forward with these plans, focus building at scale in other places, and reach out to the downtown business owners to learn more about what can be done to help them. Our downtown business owners are amazing and talented people who care a great deal about our city and our people. Please do not harm them. Thank you.
We're looking for Jennifer Uperas, Peter Colby, Katie Rodatier, Shirley Chu.
Hi there. My name is Jennifer Couperis. My parents, Nancy and Yetza Couperis, and I own 2 small commercial buildings in downtown Menlo Park. All 5 of our tenants are small, independent businesses. My mother, Nancy Couperis, co-founded the Menlo Park Farmers Market and volunteered with it from the time it was founded until the pandemic. My father, Yetza, volunteered with it for many years. All 3 of us are environmentalists. We strongly oppose the development of the parking plazas, as massive cuts in surface parking will likely devastate many small independent businesses. Natural resources are limited, such as water, so development must be limited. If you must move forward with this, a housing development, sounds like you're in a very tough position. I would really hope you could use the Civic Center land for that. And if you're concerned about housing affordability, and I think most people are, I'd recommend advocating for a livable wage. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name's Peter Colby. Just want to start out by saying that, you know, one of these guys was in a car accident with on a bicycle, and I also was through a concussion through bicycle accident. So it's good that people can come up and participate. And I just wanted to say that I was lucky to be hired by business here on Santa Cruz Avenue to unload the 18-wheelers when they came in once a week. They bring the pallet jack, pallets, put the pallets outside the back door, and we had the whole parking lot to work with to get the truck in and out. It was great. But I'm sure that I've found that reading about this, they say there's going to be a solution to be able to build a big place, maybe more than 3 stories, maybe. I mean, I don't think anybody should try a big project because it's just like we're breeding chickens and bringing them home to roost like they can, you know, you think you can handle things in a bigger scale when you haven't done the work. I mean, I've worked on buildings with my landlord, and just managing apartments is really valuable because you get to know the people. It gives people a chance to move in and out and get into a better place later on. And I just think that the lie is that they're saying you can let people live in these big places because they won't want a car, and that the parking that we give them just went away, and that the parking we took away, you're going to have to push that off into the future. And what will happen is the other parking lots will eventually get big structures and you won't have any sunlight left. And I'm a Christian, and I think, you know, God's son means 2 things. I mean, the children want to learn to live in a world that's not extinction and everything else. So we got to give this a chance to downsize.
So the next speaker is Katie Rodatier, followed by Shirley Chu, Pam Jones, and Kurt Conroy.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. My name is Katie Rodatier. I live in Menlo Park. I also have 3 young children that attend the public schools here. I'm terrified by the fact that somebody said a little bit ago about all the construction and the big trucks and the potential dangers that we will have downtown during the building process, as well as with that many more residents coming in and the streets. We have children going from one side of town biking to Hillview. We've got kids from the other side of town biking to MA. People are talking about being hit on bicycles as adults. Imagine if you have a little sixth grader or a seventh grader going across town and now they have to go through all this construction zone, which is already a problem. Many of us here are on different boards around town to raise money for our school districts. We've been talking about safe bike routes for 10 years and finally got some approved in the last 2 years. And so all this building and the potential dangers of materials and trucks and cranes and things is really terrifying for a lot of people who are parents of young kids in this room. Speaking of schools, I've been raising money for the Menlo Park Public Schools for over a decade. I'm currently on the board of the Menlo Park Atherton Education Foundation, as is a lot of the parents in the room with me today. And we raise money to help subsidize, since we are a community-funded school district and not state-funded, we have to raise money from parents and business owners and community members around here to help subsidize the money that we don't have per kid. We raise $4 million a year. Our participation from the community and parents has been stagnant over the last 5 years, which means that many more children coming in with the new development are going to lessen the cost per head. We will need more money, and that money goes to pay for teacher salaries to make sure that we have best-in-class teachers for our kids, arts, music, librarians, mental health counselors. And the more kids we have, the less money we have. We don't get more money because we have more kids from the state. So we have to raise it, and it's not an easy job. So I worry that we will be cutting counselors, that obviously this day and age, mental health is a huge issue. We will take away things like libraries for the children. And also per capita head per teacher is going to be a problem. We try to keep the schools small so that children can get as much out of the education as possible. My last point is that this is very low-income housing. Teachers, firefighters, police officers, even nurses don't qualify for that. They make too much money.
Good evening. My name is Shirley Chu, District 5 residents. I wasn't going to get involved, and because first I'm getting too old, and second is that I live in District 5. As long as you don't build housing in my park, I'm fine with that. This is the business supposed to be, because when I bring up issue to you, and probably only Drew Combs will listen to it, because he does, even though he does not live in District 5, he does not represent me. And okay, so what I want to say is that historically, Menlo Park practice is that they have three factors to throw off any business or any reasonable development. Three things. First is parking. Okay, if you can, your business cannot provide parking, and then you got to pay for it. And so how did that make from like a sacred land to surplus land? And that's quite a jump, in the total years of Menlo Park doing business. Second element to throw off any business or development is environmental impact. And then you threw that away for this project. Why? Low-income housing doesn't deserve your environmental considerations. And is that site safe? Okay, have you do any study? And third factors to throw off people's project is public benefit. If this project to go through, where are the public benefits that we're going to get? Where are the lands available? What kind of a public plaza that people can enjoy? None. For this project, you threw all three things, most important things that you threw business, threw people's business off the table. I wasn't getting involved until two things happened.
I'll just say time. So
Okay.
you can wrap up your point. I just because you said two things, and so I thought we were going to go on. But if there's one quick point you want to make, please.
Somebody posted on Nextdoor, and according to boycott the business, and I did a survey. Pretty much every business has a sign like to oppose this project. So is this really Menlo Park want to do to people who paid our bills, the revenues that support the services you so rightfully deserve? And is that what you're going to do to make our downtown Menlo Park dead? Second of all, is that these people behind me, Menlo together, signatures at a farmer's market. First of all, that's the worst location you're going to get any support, because farmer's market using those public parkings and that disinformation, misinformation. I asked how tall the building is going to be. No, they
So-
have no answer.
That's okay. Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor Holmes. My name is Pam Jones. I'm a resident of the Bellhaven neighborhood in District 1. I sit on several boards. I also have a nonprofit in Bellhaven. I support the staff report. I think it's very wise, because the only way we're going to know what can be done is that we start looking at what are the possibilities. Otherwise, we're just kind of spinning around in circles, being hysterical about something that hasn't even, there's no even drafts for it or anything. It's just, we're just at those beginning stages. I find it interesting because there was housing proposed down at here at the Civic Center, and I think it was in 2019. And when the library was doing the siting for rebuilding the library, there was no interest. There wasn't this number of people that showed up to support having housing here on what is, as they said, green space. We've allowed enough development for offices where we have over 20,000 employees coming into the community every day. I believe that we have a responsibility to figure out how we can support people so they don't have to commute. I also think that with having housing throughout the city, having housing downtown, what an ideal place for us to be able to accommodate people that we want to come work for the city. I truly believe the reason we have so many vacancies is who can afford to live here? Who can afford to live here? And it shouldn't be a privilege to live in Menlo Park, but unless, we're just so exclusive that we've decided that's the way that we should remain. We also do have the housing element to consider. During the 3 years of the housing development, this all was discussed. And I keep wondering, where was all the outrage? Where were the people that were paying attention at that time that were stating what they were concerned about? We could have had a substantial plan by now if all of us had been working on this on the front end. I want to thank you for the work that you're doing, and also thank the staff.
So our next speaker is Kurt Conroy, followed by Linda Sullivan, Richard Drager, Peg Taylor, and Joe Ellis.
Mayor Combs, council members, thank you for your service to the community. I'm Kurt Conroy, Menlo Park homeowner for 35 years, Menlo Park Housing Commissioner from 2019 to 2021. And I want to express my opposition to the city's proposed use of its surface parking lots to build affordable housing. Proponents of this plan refer to such land as being surplus. It is not surplus. The land is used by the city's residents and merchants every day and should remain as such. Any change to this use, if ever, should be put to a vote of the residents of Menlo Park, as this land belongs to the taxpayers, not the elected officials or appointed officials. For the construction of additional housing in Menlo Park, I suggest that the city and its developer clients explore the possible purchase of the land from the U.S. Geological Survey, which I understand is for sale. Perhaps some of the existing USGS structures could be remodeled into moderate income housing. Such office conversions are happening all over the country today. Alternatively, the VA hospital on Willow Road may have underutilized land, which it might be willing to part. A third option is the vast tract of land owned by St. Patrick's Seminary, which they might be willing to part with as well. High-density housing does not belong in our downtown, the gem of our community. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Peg Taylor, and I've been a homeowner in Menlo Park since 2007. I came tonight to declare my opposition to declaring downtown parking lots as surplus land. Every neighbor I speak with in the past few weeks when I informed them this was being considered are incredulous and unpleasantly surprised to hear that this is an option. I request the City Council evaluate the other options that exist in Menlo Park, including the Civic Center parking lots and Civic Center area. I urge the council to evaluate the thoughtful and creative ideas presented in the document that the group behind Save Downtown Menlo put together for housing. We need to look at these ideas, and I respectfully please ask you to amend the housing element to evaluate these other ideas and locations. In addition, I would be in favor of reevaluating the entire remit of this housing allotment because it also appears that Menlo Park did not have proper representation in evaluating or properly quantifying how much housing was allocated to our community. I think there should be more transparency on how the origin of this housing allotment came about. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Jo Ellis, and I have been a resident of Menlo Park for about 33 years, although it might not sound like it. And I am an American citizen, just in case anybody has any questions about that. And I would like everybody just to take a breath and take a break. And I'm really curious as to why this has to be an either or conversation. You know, in Europe, and I just got back from 2 weeks in Berlin, and there is lots of open space and lots of very high density housing near green space with amenities right there, great access to transit. And I was thinking to myself, you know what, why can't we go both up and down? If anybody here has been to Stanford Hospital, you know, they have incredible underground parking. Same with Palo Alto Medical Foundation with elevators that go into the buildings. Why can we not put an underground parking lot right under Burgess Park? There are 5 parking lots here at the Civic Center. We could have elevators going into the library, into the Civic Center building. Why does it have to be either or? Why can't we have an experiment and say, let's look at building on a couple of the parking lots here at the Civic Center. We will have people who will be able to have housing near amenities, near the childcare, near open spaces, near transit. And let's pick one of the parking lots in downtown Menlo Park. And that way we can have a bit of space and a bit of an experiment, because I believe in experimentation and I also believe in baby steps. Let's look at this again, take a step back, do your work and talk to the community and gather the information. We can go underground and we can also go up.
Thank you for listening to all of us, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Richard Drager with Drager Supermarkets, and I have been personally working in the business since 1978, but our business has been in this town since 1955. I was part of an effort with Nancy Cooperis and Mark Flegel about 10 years ago when we discussed how impossible it was at that time to park cars in downtown Menlo Park. It hasn't gotten any better, guys. It's, in fact, a lot worse, okay? The fact is we've been struggling with parking for years and years. This proposal represents a removal of parking of approximately 556 parking spaces for 345 housing units with no real parking requirement for those units. What will happen is we will lose over 50% of the parking on the south side of Santa Cruz Avenue. This is not an either or proposal. We're fully in support of the housing element. We are fully in support of this site being considered. We believe, in fact, that this should be a ballot initiative and the voters should make this decision. We absolutely need our downtown parking. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Linda Sullivan, and I want to give you a perspective from a business owner in downtown Menlo Park for the last 18 years. I run and operate Sullivan Design Studio. We're an interior architecture, interior design firm. And I think part of our success has been being part of the downtown community. I'm also part of the Menlo Park Design District. There's a few of you here from Menlo Park Design District. I don't even know if you guys, many people know what we do, but because we love Menlo Park so much, we are a group or a community that gets together to try to improve downtown Menlo Park. That has been the motto, and we are very excited to be a part of that group. I'm not opposed to low-income housing. In fact, I'm on the board. I'm an active board member of the Bay Area Furniture Bank. We house people that are coming in from homelessness. So we're very active in that perspective. However, downtown Menlo Park, as a business owner, and having our parking lots turned into housing is going to doom most of our businesses. I definitely would have to leave. We're not a Zoom business. We are an in-person business. Our clients come to us. They park in the parking lots that are already very tight. So I urge you to really reconsider. I feel like I'm very involved in the community, go to Menlo Church. I, however, live in Redwood City where it's more affordable, as I'm also a realist. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anthony Lazams, Katie Hahn, Lee Kenna, and Carl.
Distinguished council members, good evening. My name is Anthony Lazarus. I live in Redwood City. I'm your neighbor, and I'm a former planning commissioner in Redwood City, and I'm here on my own behalf to say, as what we've heard is there's been a lot of change in Redwood City, and as you know, there's been a lot of change in state law, which makes such a project like this all of a sudden possible. And I'm looking forward to Menlo Park pursuing this project and seeing what's possible. Now, when I say the world has changed, I mean, we've seen so much in Redwood City in particular, so much housing in Redwood City, including affordable housing. And we hear very much the same complaints. Issues about, well, if it's affordable housing, it'll be the wrong people in the wrong place. And where are they going to park and this and that? What we don't hear is from the people who would live in that housing. Also, we don't hear about how, for example, we just had congestion pricing start in New York City. Is the city collapsing? It is not collapsing. The city might be a better place to live. There are things that can change. Did we hear about modular construction, which cuts the time dramatically to build the housing? And this housing being affordable housing, I want to be clear. This is the most desperately needed housing, and it is the most difficult housing to build in our communities, our wealthy communities. When we deny housing or restrict housing or delay it, whether it's here on this site, downtown, wherever, that's housing denied. And people who can't be a part of our communities, who have to live in their cars or live in their RVs or commute from Tracy, like someone I know who works with me on my house. I shop in Menlo Park. I bike here. I drive here too, you know, but we have to have more for everyone. Please, please, please reject this idea that someone will win and someone will lose. Let us move forward. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to us this evening. My name is Katie Hahn. I am a Menlo Park homeowner and a parent of 3 young children. I represent a very important segment of the community that I don't think you've heard much from tonight, because most parents tonight are putting their kids to bed and feeding them dinner during this time segment. That said, we and our children are truly the future of Menlo Park. I fully understand this housing is a state mandate, and we all do. And we all want affordable housing in Menlo Park. But as someone who was born and raised in this community, building large apartment buildings smack in the middle of downtown Menlo Park would be devastating. I visit Menlo Park more than 10 times a day, and I often cannot find parking. There are plenty of parcels that are perfect for this outside of the city center. As many have mentioned here tonight, right here, the Civic Center and Burgess is the perfect spot. 1 block from downtown, close to the train, and has so much of the infrastructure a community would already need. A gym, a community center, a library. One thing we really need to remember, this proposal comes from a student project at Berkeley. A student project. I was a graduate student at Berkeley. These students did not conduct the relevant research, any traffic or parking studies, or community outreach for this proposal to actually make sense. They don't know the ins and outs of our community, the importance of the small town feel that we have built over decades, and how this project would impact us all. Where is the traffic study and the parking study that would impact all of our children? Not nearly enough has been done to understand the negative implications, and there should not be a race when the future of our city is at stake. I have called Menlo Park home for 40 years. We love this town. Please do not make haste with a decision that will impact all of our future generations to come. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Lee Kenna, followed by Carl, Robin Severus, Meg McGraw-Shear. Please feel free to line up and continue to the mic in order that your names were called. We're looking for Lee Kenna, Carl, Robin Severus, go right ahead, and then Meg McGraw-Shear.
Hi, Council. Thanks for staying late. I know it's not new. So I'm a resident of Menlo Park for 1 billion years, as someone pointed out, and I support housing so much. We so desperately need housing. And I really support changes to downtown. I think downtown really needs a makeover. So my thought on this actually is that now downtown could be this nice sort of pedestrian bowl with lots of parks and green space and shady streets. And on the outside of downtown, outside of Menlo Avenue and outside of Oak Grove could be higher density housing. I know this is doesn't make use of the parking lots that the city already owns, but that would be, I think, a great vision. Maybe a little lane, like the one near the post office. It could go all the way across so it'd be run parallel to El Camino. So it'd be sort of the pedestrian, sort of the hometown version, so people didn't have to go out to El Camino to get around. Anyway, I have a question. Will 100% of the proposed housing units be designated very low income? Is that true? Is that true? The plan, I see it on page 9, I believe, that 100% of the 345 housing units proposed will be very low income, not even just low income. Is that true? Yes. Okay. So why is that not mixed housing? I mean, can we stop the clock while we get an answer to this?
No, because this isn't a part where you
Okay.
ask
Well,
questions.
okay, so I think that's a huge mistake. I think this should be in smaller pieces. But I would also like to suggest that we delay the RFQ so that can be straightened out, and that you enlist the American Institute of Architects, San Mateo County chapter. We have done a lot of design charrettes, and these people are professionals. They're not, students at Berkeley. And I know that we've got a lot of professional planners here at the city that have looked at it. But I think that a creative sort of master plan vision for downtown would be really, really helpful. I also believe that there's a lot of people who don't understand a lot of what's going on here, and they haven't seen the big picture about where else housing might be. I know this has got to go fast. Maybe one housing, I don't know. I think it just needs a little more study. Thanks so very much.
So our next speaker will be Meg McGraw-Shear, Brian McSweeney, Devin Leslie, and Elsa Schaefer.
Hi there.
My name is Meg McGraw-Shear, and I'm here to support the issuance of the RFQ. I'm a 15-year resident of Menlo Park. I've raised my children here. They're both now in college. It's kind of fun. I think I'm the first person here who's here to speak, and I'm actually an affordable housing finance consultant. And so I have a lot of things that I would, if I had the time, I would love to talk about, but I want to just focus on a couple of things that I think are hopefully really important. I've worked in affordable housing for over 30 years, for 5 years in Seattle, and then 25 years here in California doing affordable housing throughout the Bay Area. I worked on a couple of developments here in Menlo Park, done stuff in San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, San Jose. And I truly am being honest when I say I have not worked on one development that wasn't a net positive to a community. It always is a good thing. It's always a positive thing. It allows people to live where they work. The other thing is that I work for a nonprofit that does affordable housing finance consulting. I'm a finance consultant, so I help get funding together. And most of all of my clients are nonprofits. And I'm going to put a little plug in. Hopefully the RFQ will be issued, and hopefully there will be a lot of nonprofit developers that apply and show interest in working on this project. They do housing really well. They know how to serve the people living in the housing. They know how to provide programs to support the people living in the housing. So I think my experience has been really good because of all of that. The other thing I want to say is if you look at the RFQ, it says that the aim is to try to serve as many people possible with the lowest incomes possible. I know from doing finance that it's impossible. If you want to do 300 units of housing, it's impossible to have it all be very low income housing. There's just not enough subsidy. So what will happen will be what I think people want. It will be a mix of housing affordabilities. Hopefully you will house people who are formerly homeless, but you can also house teachers. You can house public employees. You can house shop owners. There's so many wonderful results to having a mixed income housing development. The last thing that I want to say is it's really hard to finance affordable housing. So it's really important when a city says, here we have land for a developer to develop housing. That's why the surplus land, I know there's a lot of discussion on whether or not that's the right thing for this to be, but it's really, really important. And being located in an area that's designated by the state as a high resource area because it's near transit services and great schools. And I just want to repeat, because people keep saying this, we tried to do housing here at Civic Center 3 years ago when I was on the Housing Commission, and people freaked out. And people freaked out over the flood park too. So I think it's a misnomer when people say, I just don't want it downtown. I think a lot of people just don't want it. And I just want people to know that it's always a good thing. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian McSweeney. I'm a tax-paying resident and owner in Menlo Park. I also represent several owners of downtown parcels on Santa Cruz Avenue. And contrary to the statement, ARCO is not a gas station. It's a group of families, 4 families going back 60 years of ownership. And we have no vacancy, no storefront vacancy, et cetera, but not to digress here. I represent also about 6 different business tenants downtown. So I have owners and I have tenants, businesses that are part of downtown. And I stand before you on behalf of those diverse and interested parties on the issue that's confronting council today. I did email my position paper to you on January 3rd, so I'll refrain from repeating those particular positions. A few points, and I think some of it to echo Kevin Cunningham earlier. This is not about no to the affordable housing issue. It might be no about an all super low income. I think the comments this evening have been helpful and instructive with respect to a mix. It's about the location, the heart of Menlo Park. And I note that there's 2 new council members here and that haven't had the benefit of 3 years of back and forth on this particular state mandate. And I think that I look at 2 of those 5 as being brand new. The other 3 have been here, but they're all charged, you are all charged with the fiduciary duty and the duty to go ahead and comprehensively do due diligence on this issue before you tonight, as well as alternates. And so I stand before you to say, I look at the staff report and I say, did anybody deal with the title issues? Did anybody deal with the special assessment? Did anybody deal to address or confirm that title can be transferred, even assuming that these three lots, 1, 2, and 3 were at stake? The gravity of taking the parking lots 1, 2, and 3 is material, and you've heard this evening how it materially affects those citizens and communities under your care. So I'm here on behalf of taxpayers and constituents. We're not YIMBY, we're not a special interest, we're not a lobbyist group. We are the people that this council is due to provide representation for. YIMBY is a national
I'm
organization.
going to ask you to wrap up.
Sorry, sir. My thing is the staff report itself is inadequate and defective. It is not an objective piece. It doesn't go to, it lacks foundation, it lacks context, it lacks alternatives, it lacks pros and cons. So for this board to make a decision based upon a staff report recommendation, an unelected bureaucrat, I think is fatal and it's certainly defective. So I don't envy you. I know you have tough decisions to make. The message I heard this evening about taking greater care, due care, so for the entire council can go ahead and digest alternatives and all the issues. I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Council members, good evening. Before we go any further, I just want to say thank you, Madam Clerk, for keeping us on schedule. I know it's a lot of work. My name is Devin Leslie. I'm a proud resident of the city of Menlo Park. I attended public school here from kindergarten through the 12th grade, and I served as the president of Menlo Atherton High School student government in 22. I'm here to speak in support of the measure. When I was a sophomore at MA, I very briefly held a job at Le Boulanger, and at the end of my shifts, I enjoyed an incredible privilege. I got to bike home from my job. Most of my colleagues, on the other hand, got into their cars to go back to the places where you can afford to live if you weren't born incredibly lucky and your source of income is a job at Le Boulanger. Places where the median home price isn't $2.5 million. During those weeks, I saw the hard truth of our city up close, that the people who pour our coffee, work in our offices, stock our grocery shelves, teach in our schools, cannot independently afford to live here. And I learned that once I went off to school, I would face the same affordability crisis if I ever wanted to come back home and raise my kids here. Those of us who work in this city or grew up here, we have no high property values or low property taxes to protect. And the reason why there aren't more of our names on the petition is because we're not residents, because we can't afford to live here. That is why, because people cannot afford to live here. But make no mistake, we will be the ones affected by this decision. I think we can all agree that this vote is bigger than one simple proposal. It is a statement of our values. It's a statement of our values. It's your way of telling us, those of us who sit and wonder if we could ever afford to live in this city where we work, where we grew up, that we love, whether we have a place in its future. And I really hope we do. Thank you.
So yes, our next speaker is Elsa Schaefer, followed by Justin, Jim Eakin, and Will Auerstorff.
Hi, I'm Elsa Schaefer. I live in West Menlo Park, and I have only lived here 7 years. My husband did go to Stanford Business School. I went to Wharton on the other coast. When he died and when my children had stopped coming home after college to live, garden was too much. And I thought, where would I like to live to downsize, to find a condominium? And I thought near Stanford, great stimulation and music and all that. I was really lucky to find a magnificent condo in West Menlo Park. And one of the first things I did was to go downtown because Menlo Park was such a beautiful downtown. And I was shocked. It was not very alive. It had a lot of empty storefronts. And to this day, I thought it was 20%, but I heard someone say 25%. And that is a function of not enough traffic, not enough business. So I would just like to point out a number of things. I've also heard that the general vacancies have been 20% for a long time. You could, by adding, I'm speaking very much in favor of the downtown development. you will add so much business traffic for that. I don't mean cars, I mean foot traffic, that I will bet you money that 20% is going to get filled up right away. And that helps your tax base. And I'm very sure that the people in this room do not want their tax base to go down. So it'll go up both by more people living there and by businesses having more traffic. They won't pollute because they don't need to drive there to shop. We are going to need both locations. We're going to need more than the civic area and downtown to
I'm going to shoot a
fulfill.
start to wrap up.
Oh, sorry, to fulfill our mandate. So I don't know what the thinking is, but my son just got a fabulous job. I hate to say it, Facebook. He's making over 400K. He cannot afford to live here. I would ask that you build the parking structure first so that all of this stuff about parking is taken care of.
Right.
And I wish everybody would look at the magnificent pictures on your website about how pretty it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we lost the cover for the mic. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is Justin. I live in Redwood City. I really wanted to live in Menlo Park, honestly, but it was entirely too expensive, as was the case for several of my current colleagues. Everyone wants to live here and no one can afford it. I would, go on, as people have talked about how it would be just and right for the city to give the people who contribute to it, whether they are chefs or baristas or artists or grad students, a chance to actually live in the city they contribute in. But I think no one's thinking about this right. Everyone is so assuming that parking is necessary. I think you think that people who live in apartments and who walk and take the Caltrain regularly, or maybe even bike, are practically a myth. And that is my daily commute. So let me say this. I think parking is choking the life out of your city. You don't see it, but the vacancies show it. If you look in cities that have denser construction, like Redwood City, or up and down the peninsula, you will see thriving downtowns, thriving restaurants. In places where there are enormous parking lots and vast open surface lots, you will see restaurants half full at best outside of one afternoon, maybe one evening. And again, I've walked past these restaurants every single day on my way to work. I see this. The businesses, new businesses, will wither on the vine. No one's going to drive, or few people will drive, to a restaurant they have not tried before to try it, when their tested favorites are an equal amount of time, an equal amount of parking time away. To the council, as you've heard, as you've seen, people are always going to crawl out of the woodwork after you've done years of work assessing a project out to suddenly oppose it and demand more time, more process, endless reports. They're never satisfied, and Menlo Park will never improve. Thank you for your time.
I'm Jim Aiken, and I'm one of those lawyers you heard from on November 19th. And I told you then that you don't meet the standard, but it's become even more clear that you don't. Your
Jim, can you get a
obligation,
little closer to the mic, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Sure.
Thank you.
That better? I told you then you don't meet the standard, and you don't, because your obligation as a fiduciary is to operate in the best interests of the city as a whole. It isn't to operate for a small group, it's to operate for all of us. What's most striking about everything that I've heard tonight in favor of downtown is that every single one of those features actually applies to Civic Center every bit as well. And yet what doesn't apply to Civic Center is the disruption for downtown. The gentleman that talked about how construction facilities are set up brought to mind the fact that I grew up the son of a general contractor and I lived such developments all of my upbringing. My father had 7 trailers for building a setup as large as this. His crew would be 150 or 160 people, all of whom had their own vehicles and trucks. None of your plan allows for the parking of those folks. But if you were to simply move over to Civic Center, you have huge parking areas. In fact, if you were to have walked there on Sunday like I did, you would have seen all of the tree trimming trucks laid out on the available parking spot, exactly the kind of rigs that would be used in heavy construction. The other thing that is really interesting here is the letter that you received from Superintendent Gracia told you a couple of years ago that there really isn't any money or any facilities to accommodate a large growth of student population. When I was on school board, we had the pleasure of getting enough property taxes that Menlo Park Schools went from a state-funded district to a basic aid district. But what that comes with is there is no extra money per student when you are a basic aid district. It all comes from property taxes and other funding. It doesn't come with an extra student. There's zero extra
I'm
dollars.
going to ask you to try to wrap up.
Fine. So what I want to tell you is you should really step back a little bit. There should be no declaration of surplus land, but if you're going to do an RFQ, you should really do 2. You need a backup plan because you want to avoid litigation and you want to keep the HCD happy. Do 2 RFQs if you're absolutely determined to do an RFQ. Do 1 for downtown, do 1 for Civic Center. Keep as many people happy as you can, but make yourself a backup plan where you have options when you find out that the Civic Center is a much better choice than downtown. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Will Usler. I've lived in Menlo Park for 2 years. Before that, I spent 5 years living in a multi-story apartment building in Palo Alto, mostly without a car and walking to businesses on California Avenue for my daily needs. Our town has a housing shortage. This plan is a necessary step to address it. Housing affordability impacts everyone in our community, and failing to act puts our future at risk. In preparing for this meeting, I reviewed aerial surveys of the downtown over time and noticed a pattern. Parking lots have been replaced by buildings with integrated parking. For example, the site of Kepler's was once a parking lot until the 1990s. We can't solve this issue by agreeing to more housing in principle, but then opposing every specific plan. If we truly want more housing, we must support real projects like this one. I believe that housing delayed is housing denied.
Our next speaker will be Ellie Maldonado, Frank F., Federico De Gavelli, and Mark Flagel.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, I want to say that I really do support low income housing. I simply do not support it in the form that it is being proposed this evening. Many of my other city mates have made really great arguments, so I'm not going to waste a bunch of your time. But the one point that I do want to make is that something I care deeply about, teachers, firefighters, police officers are not actually, their housing needs are not actually addressed by the current plan as it is written. And I believe that it is wrong to give our land that is publicly used to developers so that they are able to afford to make a profit. This was a state mandate. If incentives need to be given for the builders, it should come from the state. It shouldn't come from our darling downtown. Thank you so much for your time.
So we're looking for Mike F., Federico De Gavelli, Mark Flagel, and Jeffrey Popel.
Yeah, thank you all. I'm Mike Clark. I live just down the street from here. And I'm going to start out from this saying I'm probably opposed to the plan as written. And it's for the reason, I can't imagine this won't destroy and disrupt the downtown for a significant amount of time. It's a little bit of background. My wife started a homeless program a long time ago. And so I understand the need and the issues. And I think that the city really needs to figure out, A, how to do this, but B, to do it correctly. And I skimmed the plan and I didn't see issues like what other infrastructures are we going to need? If we put it in point X or point Y, what are we going to have to do to traffic? The people living here, even though they're going to quote walk and ride bikes, I will guarantee you 70 to 95% of them will have cars. So I drive back and forth on El Camino every day, and it's a zoo. And the parking lots are full. Whoever said the parking lots are underutilized, that's ridiculous. I mean, I live here and I go there. So I would recommend that you go back, you expand your analysis beyond the immediate area to the broader area. What's it going to do to traffic? What's it going to do to schools? What's it going to do to our infrastructure? I just heard by our illustrious police officer that he's understaffed. You're going to have to increase staffing there. I heard from the school, you're going to have to increase schools there. So
Mike, can you raise the microphone, please?
Yeah,
Thank you.
so I think I vehemently
wrap up?
Yeah, I vehemently agree with doing this, but I think where you're doing it is probably wrong.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Federico De Giuli. I've lived in Menlo Park for the better part of a decade. I'm here to say that those parking lots suck. They're the saddest place in all of downtown, and please do something about it. And more than that, please, 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 it doesn't have to be one or the other. Build housing here, build housing at Civic Center, build housing downtown, build housing on Alma. Get rid of single family zoning. It's choking our cities. It's totally pointless. Just more housing. The amount of people in the shelters, which are supposed to be housing of last resorts with full-time jobs, teachers, bus drivers, people with doctorates, they're taking up the shelters, and all the people who really need the shelters, housing of last resort, are on the street. Homeless people are at 3 times in all-cause mortality risk than anybody else. So housing not built is killing people. You need more housing. We have people, we've tents in the creek. Why? Because we need parking here downtown. Like, you could put parking under the housing. Build housing. We are killing people by not building housing.
Mayor Combs, council members, I'm Mark Flagel. Our family settled in Menlo Park over 70 years ago. My father started a retail business, and was a property owner in downtown. I had the privilege at a young age of meeting Mayor Burgess and Mayor Lawson. These were 2 visionary people in Menlo Park. It's because of Mayor Burgess that you're sitting where you are sitting, that we're in this building right now. Because of him, he put together the purchase of 26 to 28 acres that became the Civic Center. He also had the vision of developing Santa Cruz Avenue in that area as the business district for Menlo Park. He created the Central Business District and set up the assessment district. And how did he get the property owners to agree? Well, he persuaded them because he was a man of vision for the downtown. But one of his assurances that was agreed to by the city and by the property owners, 100 of them in the downtown area, many of them on Oak Grove and Menlo, who had houses and not buildings, not commercial buildings, was that the parking plazas, as he called them, would forever be parking plazas for the businesses, except if 51% or more would vote for change. So I charge you to really check the history, and I may have that agreement. I'm trying to go through my father's stuff. But check the history of the city, and to avoid any legal problems, have the vote. Do the property owners want to create something different in the downtown? But that was the illegal agreement, and none of the property owners at the time would have agreed to anything other than that these would remain as plazas unless the majority voted for any change. Thank you.
So our next speakers are Jeffrey Popelt, Henry Riggs, Sarah Jane Meeser, and Philip W. If you'd like to line up and take your turns. Is Jeffrey Popelt in the chambers? Okay, how about Henry Riggs? Henry? And then Sarah Jane Meeser and Philip W.
Thank you. Mayor Combs and council members, at least three of you will remember that I'm Henry Riggs, a rather long-time planning commissioner. If I could summarize, and I've certainly had the time sitting there to do this, we've heard tonight certainly the optimism, the positive thinking, the good intentions, the sheer passion that those of us who would like to see housing bring to a council meeting. We have also heard the cold water of realism from the business owners, property owners, who very much would like to survive and stay in Menlo Park. I won't bore you with 40 years of experience in Los Angeles, San Jose, San Francisco, and the last 25 years here, but I can tell you, I can fully understand the concerns of businesses. I can also ask if we think something short of 400 new units is going to enliven downtown, just what was the effect of the roughly 400 new units that have been occupied over the last 2 years on El Camino? Did that revive downtown? I've been told that it's not the residents that boost a downtown. It takes people coming in. And I won't bore you with the details of people that I've run into as far as Berkeley who say, oh, I go to Menlo Park every weekend. I just about dropped my pen when I heard that, but apparently it's true. But all of this comes down to not housing versus business. It's about which location. I think you've heard that tonight. You've heard some excellent points made by everyone involved, but they don't conflict. And excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I go on for 10 seconds and just want to say, I really don't want my city, the city that I was part of for nearly 20 years actively in this chamber, to be misrepresented as tone deaf, to have the accusation that we started with the conclusion that we were going to build housing and we were going to run a process that would support that. That's not us. Let's think this and get it right. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Jane Misor, owner and director of Menlo Park Academy of Dance in downtown Menlo Park. I've been teaching the children of Menlo Park and its surrounding communities for the last 32 years. Menlo Park Academy of Dance was founded in 1947 and has resided in 1163 El Camino since 1949. That building and the other building that we rent, 1137 El Camino Real, are both adjacent to the public parking lot to be taken away during potential construction. We have between 74 and 94 students of all ages that come to Menlo Park every single day for classes and whose parents and caregivers use the free public parking plaza. They park, watch class, or go to Santa Cruz Avenue to shop or to pick up dinner from the neighboring restaurants. Generations of Menlo Park families have supported my school for over 75 years and have thereby supported the downtown amenities, all made possible with convenient parking. We at Menlo Park Academy of Dance are adamantly against taking the parking lots away and enduring years of construction because we care about the safety and well-being of our youngest community members and aspiring artists. Thank you very much.
So our next speaker is Philip Wyroshan. It's Philip W. And then Brian Baskin, Rich Johnson, Lateef Meady. Looking for Philip. Okay, how about Brian Baskin? Great.
Hello, everyone. Brian Baskin. Myself went to Oak Knoll Hillview MA and raising our 3 kids going to Oak Knoll Hillview and hopefully MA. I would say this is as kind of wound up and charged as I've ever been as a longtime resident since the 80s in Menlo Park. There's almost a feel that a couple ideologically charged councilmen and women and a broader agenda are in some way almost like infiltrating our little town here. This is the downtown. It's the best part of our city. There's legal reasons why I don't think you can do this as well, but just the spirit of it, to take the core of a downtown after hearing, Miss Sarah talk about the ballet school that we sent our kids to. I haven't heard a retail business person that supports this. These are the people that make our downtown vibrant, all things we want it to be. I haven't heard an owner of a building support this. I haven't heard very many people that live here support this. I've heard a lot of people that I don't know that live here or not support this. But you're fast tracking a 100% affordable, in the parlance of New York City, projects in downtown Menlo Park against the wishes of, as far as I can see, the vast majority of people that live in this town. And doing it in a way through the surplus land loophole that I'm sure is illegal, and you'll get caught up in legal issues, et cetera, but also the spirit of it. It's wild without replacing the parking. And so I'm overwhelmed almost by the sense of almost this socialist bent of what you guys are doing in this town. And just know that for a lot of people that sit on the sidelines and don't get as actively involved, people will remember this one. I think there's an opportunity to press pause, think about this, look at the civic site, look at others, but just know that in your hands, if you guys vote this forward, the vast majority of this town thinks that this is an expedited, ideologically driven move that we're not going to soon forget. So I would say to you, thank you all so much for the time and energy putting in this. I know it's a complex issue, but pause. This is a big one, and people will remember this one.
The next is Rich Johnson. Rich Johnson, followed by Lateef Meady, Hector Ekber, and Stephanie King.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and City Council members. Thanks for hearing me out. Don't have a lot to add. There's been lots of speakers before us. I do have some experience in development, so I just want to run through this and try and convince you that there's a lot of great ideas being put on the table, but I'm desperately worried that it just doesn't make economic sense what you're proposing to do. So my family and I have been in downtown in Menlo Park for 32 years, raised all our kids in the public school system. None of them can afford to live here. They're left. So I'm not anti-housing. I'm pro-housing. I'm trying to develop housing myself down in San Jose. Nothing is easy. It's too expensive. And I understand the Menlo Park's under pressure under the RHNA and the builder's remedy and everything. Nobody likes what's been proposed in the Willows there. I don't think that declaring lots 1, 2, and 3 is the solution. I think including the Civic Center, as has been said, and actually issuing an RFQ for Civic Center lots as well is entirely logical. I have no idea why Alma needs to be essentially a vacant 2-lane highway. There's so much wasted land there right up against the train tracks that could easily be remarked for parking. The big piece of the jigsaw puzzle that it's almost funny is this idea that we're going to declare surplus land, land that's clearly not surplus, declare it as surplus land. Whereas if somebody was to come along and try and propose downtown Menlo Park retail, the first thing they'd say is minimum 5 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. And the office spaces there, minimum 2.5, 3 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. I've not seen that study. I've looked for it. I don't know that anybody has done a study as to how much the current build out of downtown Menlo Park needs in terms of parking, and then do a 1 or a 2-day study and say, oh, look, it's underutilized on, between 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not underutilized. It might be underutilized because, we've got so much vacancy.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. We'd love to see that vacancy filled up with viable businesses. The one thing that's totally missing from the staff report is who's going to pay for the replacement of the 556 parking spaces. The estimates in the staff report are just woefully inadequate. I think another speaker is going to join us here shortly. That's a $45 to $50 million nut. And there's no way you're going to get any affordable housing developer to say, sure, no problem. Give me the land. I'll build you a $50 million parking structure, and then I'll build some affordable housing. It's not going to happen. So who's going to pay for the $45–50 million replacement parking structure? And the answer is no one is, unless we do, and you don't have the money. So I think it's a totally flawed idea, and I wish that you would reconsider and just back off on the timing. Restudy, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Latif, and I'm the owner of the computer shop on Santa Cruz Avenue called Tech Loop. I've been here for 6 years. The business existed for about 12 years. And a lot of people complain that there's a 25% vacancy. Whose fault is that? We went through a pandemic. If you guys forget, we went through a long lockdowns. A lot of businesses lost because of that, not because there was no people or anything. So be fair when you judge, saying, oh, it's because of the businesses, they're not doing well, or we're doing our best. I work 3,700 hours in an entire year. I get to the office at 9, I leave at 9. I close my door for customers, I still work in there because I have to survive. And a lot of people complain, oh, yeah, we don't have housing. We don't have jobs to support 1,000 people added to the community. How are you think $15.50 minimum wage is going to support that? Those homes are going to be minimum $3,000 to rent, each one of them. And I'm happy, like, if you build a house, I need one. But the issue here is just we don't have enough jobs. How are you going to, and people believe that, oh, those people are going to ride bikes or whatever. You need to have a job to live here, to eat. So if you don't, Like now, if you remove this entire parking, 517 or whatnot, most of the customers come from Woodside, Atherton. Just remember, Atherton don't have a downtown. They use Menlo Park as a downtown. And people from Menlo Park, majority of them are, most of them have families, and some of them, majority of them are seniors. And they do need to drive to get to downtown to buy a shopping and everything. And if you just kill those parking without replacing it, and you build a 10-story whatever in there, it will devastate the businesses. Just remember, just a proof. Every season, each business generates about $12,000 to $15,000 in sales tax. So just remember that there's about 222 businesses. I just searched online how many businesses in downtown Menlo Park. Sorry for the time.
Yeah,
And
can I ask you to wrap
all
up?
those
Yeah.
businesses are going to be devastated, and all the tax revenue is going to be gone. So just remember. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are Stephanie King, Janet Jennings, Brendan Visser, and Nevin Spiker. Please feel free to make your way to the microphone.
Hello, my name is, can you guys hear me?
Mhm.
Okay. My name's Stephanie King. I grew up in neighboring Palo Alto, and I'm a current Menlo Park resident. I have a lot of wonderful memories of coming to this downtown with my family. It doesn't just serve Menlo Park, it serves, as someone has said before, a lot of the surrounding area. It is clear that a group without any roots in the area came up with this current proposal. This proposal reminds me of the demands parlayed in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. You cannot strip a body of a pound of flesh without killing the body. Taking away crucial parking that enables residents and other nearby residents of other communities to visit downtown Menlo Park and enjoy their businesses is very short-sighted. While I appreciate the state's efforts to make housing more feasible to many people, I wonder why other locations which are underutilized are not being considered for this project. I don't think a mega building is the answer to this issue at hand. I think smaller structures situated throughout the town makes more sense. I walk around this town and I see underused spaces that have been that are privately owned. I wonder why efforts have not been made to purchase part of properties. And I'm going to say this because I was a church kid growing up. I've spent a lot of time there, but just not too far away, there is the Corpus Christi Monastery, which is huge and is sparsely populated if you looked at a recent census. Or the Vallombrosa Center has not been put on the table for acquirement.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up. You're at time.
Okay. There are also underused parking lots in between other church spaces, in between on Arbor Drive. The weight of the housing should not put solidly on our downtown. I encourage council to entertain more creative and visionary solutions than the proposal currently on the table. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for before the next speaker, Corcoran, how many more in chambers speakers do we have?
1, 2, 3. We have a total of 8, including Janet.
Okay, so we're going to go through all of the in-chambers speakers, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will switch to the virtual speakers, and I think we have about 30 of those. So just so everyone at home and everyone here can understand what the next steps are. So please go. Thank you.
Good evening, Menlo Park City Council members. My name is Janet Jennings, and my family has lived in Menlo Park for the last 19 years. We've lived in West Menlo Park. This year is my daughter's 12th year dancing at the Menlo Park Academy of Dance. And during these last 12 years, I have spent a lot of time in Parking Plaza number 1. Mom waiting for the kid. And I've noticed and I've seen that this parking plaza has been heavily utilized. I have the following concerns if you build housing in parking plazas 1, 2, and 3. If you build housing in these parking plazas, there will not be enough parking for the tenants of the housing you built or the patrons of the wonderful downtown businesses my family has enjoyed these past 19 years. To assume families with children can live in Menlo Park without using a car is not realistic. Not enough parking will destroy the downtown businesses. I am also concerned about traffic. Recently, I was taking my other daughter to volleyball practice, and the traffic on Oak Grove was backed up all the way to University Drive, about 3:30 in the afternoon. I respectfully request that you consider my concerns and choose another location for this housing. Thank you.
Hello, Council. Thank you for hearing all of us this evening. I just wanted to encourage you to think of downtown as an ecosystem. And from what I can see, our ecosystem downtown is broken. We have significant vacancy. We have limited useful services that many of our residents desire. I know we have our Menlo Park Design District, but that might be good for people out of the area, but it's not a restaurant, it's not a fitness studio or many other things people like in a community. Dropping 400 units in downtown without properly accounting for the current and future parking needs and its impact on local businesses and residents is a mistake. And it is not the way to fix what is a broken ecosystem. One of your prior speakers, who I believe was supportive of the housing, referenced Redwood City. And I think that's a great reference. I think you can look at many cities on either side of us, Mountain View, Redwood City, Palo Alto, all of them have had plans. They've had thoughtful plans. They've increased FAR on the streets. They've included housing. They've done parking in lieu fees to support parking structures. They've put a thoughtful plan together. And I think what has people up in arms here is that this has just come so quickly and there's not a plan of how this is going to work. It's just bang, here's 400 houses for you to deal with and we'll figure out the parking and everything else later. And that's not how we develop a successful downtown. We're a thoughtful community and council. And one thing Menlo Park has never done in the time that I've been here is seen a decision rushed. We are good at thinking things through here. They take a long time. We also oftentimes should not be making decisions under duress. We recognize you're in a challenging spot, but that is not the reason to make a long-term decision that's not well thought out in serving our residents. So we would encourage you to slow down, to be thoughtful, and take the time to develop a plan that can be supported by the community that you serve. Thank you.
Looking for Nevin Spiker, Alicia. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, moving to Brendan Visser. Yes, I've got Brandon Visser, Alicia Laregno, Mike Mormon, and then Ralph Robinson. Is Brendan Visser in chambers? No? Okay, Alicia, go right ahead.
Thank you, council members, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. I did not know very much about this issue, and I came here tonight to learn. And I really hope, well, gosh, the crowd has really thinned. But when we talk about Menlo and Willow development, I hope we have a whole lot more people working on that one, because that's the next development that's going to really need our input. You've done an amazing job. The planning that's been done for this, I've seen stuff at Menlo Library for a long time around all of the planning for Menlo Park. I think what you've come up with the surplus land is incredibly creative, because buying land is going to be a non-starter. And we need this this RFQ, this request for a proposal out now so that we can see what some of the creative approaches are. I've been listening to people say that it's going to kill downtown because we won't have parking, and that just doesn't make sense to me. We can have parking as part of this. That there are so many other statements that have been made by people against this. The 3 parking lots to be taken into a new 21st century vision of Menlo Park is amazing. I'm totally opposed to anything being moved over to the Civic Center area. I don't know what those plans look like, but I love seeing little leagues filling little league games, filling the parking lots on Alma. I can't imagine why the person who was talking about putting stuff on Alma. I mean, that's the only place we've got trees left anymore. That's where we do our
Ask you
running.
to wrap up.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are Mike Mormon, Ralph Robinson, John Meltis, Patricia McBrayer, and Ross Silverstein.
Thank you very much. Like many of the residents spoke tonight, I've been a resident here for 33 years, going on 34. Raised our 2 kids here from birth till through college. Passionate about Menlo Park. I see my kids now, they're growing up in their late 20s, early 30s. They can't afford to live in Menlo Park. Neither can any of their friends. All our friends, their kids are moving to Oakland and other places. I'm okay with that. Nobody has a divine right to live in Menlo Park. Nobody's entitled to live in Menlo Park. So we got to get past that. So first of all, parking will destroy the downtown, the lack of it. I like the gentleman that said, chain off 3 of the lots, see if it's a problem. There absolutely be a problem, but you have to chain off another 400 stalls because when the buildings are being built, the construction workers need to park somewhere. That's going to be roughly 400 cars. Where are people going to park? It's not going to work. That's a 2-year-long project. The businesses won't be able to get through that. They simply won't. Now, the other issue is if this went to the people for it, their ultimate dream, there'd be about 400 apartments. They'd be large apartments. They'd be 3-bedroom apartments. That's 3 kids per unit. That's 1,200 kids. That's, 300 preschoolers with no schools for them. It's 60 new kindergartners, no classrooms for that amount. It's 300 new grade school students. It's 180 junior high students. It's 240 high school students. Where are we going to hire the teachers? What's going to happen to our tax base? Those apartments will be low income. There'll be no property tax coming in. Those families won't be able to donate to the local foundation. Most of them, or a lot of them, will be bilingual teachers. Where are we going to hire them? How are we going to make this work in that short time frame? It will destroy our schools. There won't be the money for the schools. It's too big, too fast. People haven't thought it through. We need to take the time to think through this properly to make sure it gets done properly. It's too big of a thing. Now, I would love our family members to come in. My son lives in DC. I would love to have him live here. I would like
And
people
you
who live in
wrap it
Portland
up.
to come here.
You're at time.
Okay, thank you. Please think of this properly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, council members, and thank you for your time this evening. My name is Ralph Robinson. I am a county resident, but me and my children were frequent fixtures in downtown Menlo and at Burgess Park. I work as a planner for other jurisdictions throughout the peninsula, and I've worked directly on housing element and RENA issues. So I'm well aware, as you are, of the legal requirements you're facing. Now, you have a lot of angry constituents here tonight that I'm sure you feel compelled to listen to. But you're also compelled to follow the law and to follow the housing element that you voted on and adopted. The people opposed to this will still be opposed no matter how much study, outreach, and public comment you allow. It's that refusal to allow housing that is the reason for our housing crisis and the firmer actions now being taken by the state to open up more housing development. Now, people say, what about parking? Well, it can be located right below this housing, just as it says on the very first page of the staff report. People mention schools. Our schools are rapidly losing enrollment and face a severe existential threat from this lack of enrollment. My kids go to public school, and it's one of my biggest fears about living here long term. People ask for more of a plan, but a firm plan cannot be brought forth without taking this critical next step. People also say build it at Burgess Park. Well, you need to think about where you're going to locate housing for your next Reno cycle, because you're going to need this downtown housing as well as those other suggested sites, all good ideas, mind you, to get to your numbers in the future and avoid the penalties for noncompliance that are inevitably going to become as our communities likely fail to build the required housing. So I urge you to take this critical next step and do the morally, legally, as well as economically correct thing and approve this item. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the time tonight. My name is John Miletus. I have called Menlo Park in the downtown my downtown for the 47 years that I have been on this earth. There were 12 years when I did not live here. I lived in Vermont, New Hampshire, and New York City. I came back. There are a lot of people who have said tonight that you can't grow up here and live here and raise a family here. Sample size of one, but I know a lot of other people here tonight who have done the exact same thing. I'm raising 3 children here. And the reason I came back because it's beautiful. I came back because of the schools, the safety. Thank you to the chief and the police force here, the fire department. And I came back for all of those reasons. I am for affordable housing. I am absolutely for it, just not under this plan. And I, like you, I have to make very difficult decisions in my line of work. I think of the world through, when I'm making those decisions, through one-way doors and two-way doors. This one, under the current plan, feels like a one-way door. I would just encourage you to take a step back. It's been asked to take a pause, take a step back, revisit. I want affordable housing, just not under this plan. I just think about all of these businesses. I am so proud of the local businesses for showing up tonight and voicing their opinion. It's a linchpin, and it's a very critical part of the entire cycle of what makes this such an incredible community. I want to make sure we're supporting them. And I think making sure that we've got parking to be able to enjoy those businesses is really critical. Thank you.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, staff, for your service to our community. My name is Patricia.
Patricia, can you get a little closer to the mic?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council and staff, for your service to our community. My name is Patricia McBrayer. I moved to West Menlo Park nearly 25 years ago. I shop in downtown Menlo Park regularly. I drive there, I bike there, I walk there. I'm also a retired architect. The problems raised tonight are solvable to the long-term benefit of the community. And I am confident that they will be addressed through a thoughtful process that includes opportunities for public input all along the way. In fact, I know they will be. They're required by law. I'm going to encourage you, in fact, I strongly encourage you, to take the next step in supporting much needed housing in our community, not just Menlo Park, but the entire Bay Area, the entirety of California, and quite frankly, the United States in general. Your action tonight is just the first step on the first sites to address the great need in not only Menlo Park, but our community at large. I urge you to declare the parking plazas 1, 2, and 3 as exempt surplus land and authorize the release of the draft RFQ for development on those plazas and a move to implement the housing element. These sites provide a unique opportunity for public benefit in 2 particular ways. 1, appropriate public-private partnership in right-sizing the parking, not only number of parking spots, but with appropriate EV charging infrastructure, available to both residents and the public on a thoughtful shared basis, is a win-win for both housing and the environment, the twin crises of our time. The second opportunity for unique public benefit is the creation of a pedestrian-centric, safe, accessible, pleasant, pathway and open space system linking Oak Grove, Santa Cruz Avenue, and Menlo Avenues. This speaks to some of the other issues people have said where we need a bigger plan. We do. Even our tiny downtown is segmented. And by looking at these lots carefully and thinking about downtown as a whole, you have a unique opportunity to really bring vibrancy and life to downtown residences.
I'm going to ask you to wrap.
Businesses and the community at large. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, City Council. I'm Ross Silverstein. I live in the Willows neighborhood with my 3 kids. I'm here to speak in strong favor of this proposed project. Not only are we in desperate need of housing, but from an economic standpoint, surface parking lots are categorically one of the least productive and valuable pieces of land in a city. A satellite view analysis shows that our physical downtown is about 20% surface level parking. Which is an absurdly large figure for a downtown, especially in a place that has such high property values like Menlo Park. We can easily replace those lots with vertical parking, both up and down, like other towns around us, and not even lose any parking spots whatsoever. Countless studies and evidence from other towns show that denser housing massively benefits merchants, particularly those who would be right next door, and more housing equals more customers in general. I also imagine that a staggered approach to construction could be made so that all the parking isn't removed until a replacement structure could be built. Secondly, I just want to highlight the risks of not approving this housing project. The last time Menlo Park was very divided regarding adding more housing was during the housing element update process. We delayed. We listened to those people who wanted to slow things down, to explore more options, to add more studies, and to build less housing in general. And as a result, we ended up in non-compliance with our housing element, and we got 80 Willow. If the City Council delays taking our housing requirements seriously, we will end up with more Willow Tower proposals, and that responsibility will fall upon the City Council. Thank you.
Mayor Combs, that concludes our in-person speakers at this time.
Well, thank you all for the in-person, in-chambers public comments. Like I said, we will take a 10-minute break until we'll come back at 10:10, or excuse me, at 10 o'clock. We'll come back at 10 o'clock and resume public comment with the virtual public commenters, and then we'll go to council discussion and questions. Thank you. Order, and turn it over to the city clerk to resume public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So we are going to be resuming public comment, and this is for our virtual speakers. And our first speaker will be Brian Schmidt, followed by Ann Paulson.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt from Menlo Spark. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you all in person. I'm going to limit my comments to environmental and climate issues purview of Menlo Spark. And those comments are that it would be very difficult for Menlo Park to find a better place from a climate perspective to put housing than on those 3 parking lots adjacent to Caltrain, adjacent to El Camino, the major transit corridor, and adjacent to amenities that people could use. These are the most likely places to limit car travel, to reduce the likelihood that people have multiple cars, maybe just have 1 car, maybe have no cars and use car sharing. And I'll speak as someone who has aging parents who are increasingly unable to drive. There will be people that will not drive. So limiting the comments to those issues, those are important. And as to whether climate is a secondary issue, I'd look to Southern California right now, where a human-caused drought is a precondition for the loss of life. This is a life and death issue, frankly. As far as putting this housing in other locations, it would be difficult to find anything that is as good as this, even in other parts of Silicon Valley for that matter. And other locations are likely at the very least to incur a significant amount of delay. And I expect that regardless of what your actions tonight or in the future, there's going to be significant chances for pauses and for thinking things through. More delays have a adverse impact on the climate and adverse impact on everyone else. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Ann Paulson, followed by Alexa Leon Prado.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ann Paulson. In your first housing element draft, you included a program to consider putting housing on downtown parking lots. The state slapped that down. The time for considering is before the housing element is submitted. The state demanded a commitment and timelines for this housing. So you made the hard decision. You knew it would be unpopular with some people, but you needed to make a choice. There isn't some other site that would be more popular while satisfying the state's demand for affirmatively furthering fair housing. If you choose the Civic Center, you just get a different group of residents complaining in your council chambers. If you renege on your housing element promise, it'll be another year of delay at least. Your housing element will be out of compliance, and you'll face the new improved builder's remedy. There could be a builder's remedy project downtown this time, you know. Almost all of your residents, I'm fairly confident, would prefer downtown affordable housing to downtown builder's remedy projects. You made the decision already a year ago. Stick with it. You're going to get sued either way, so do the right thing and move forward with the parking lots. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Alexa Leon Prado, followed by Patty Fry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, sorry. Hi, thank you for your time tonight. I am Alexa Leon Prado, a single mom of a 12-year-old who lives in District 5. I moved to Menlo Park in 2002 as a renter, and then left and moved to Los Altos, and then came back in 2011 as own and to buy a property. Part of the reason I chose this area was because of our downtown. Granted, I thought the city council would further renovate downtown like Los Altos and Town and Country. Those city councils hired a consultant to reimagine those areas and attract businesses and restaurants that built a community for everyone. This reimagining did not involve higher density housing, but both areas are thriving. The same can happen with our downtown instead of the 25% vacancies we have now. Increasing housing will not make it more vibrant. It will destroy it, especially during the construction. We don't need the density right in downtown. We need to spread it around the city. We can have affordable housing without hurting downtown. I have not talked to any business owners who are supportive of this project. They are all very worried that during construction, they will be hurt and many will not make it. You will destroy our community. Take 6 months to develop more options like part in the Civic Center, part in USGS, the VA. There are other areas, and involve your residents and business owners. We are not Redwood City. We are a small community that needs a better thought out plan. This isn't an either or like proponents of the plan are proposing. We need affordable housing, but not at the expense of our downtown. I really urge you to take time to think about what is best for our whole community and make something that helps our downtown thrive. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker will be Patty Fry, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Hi, thank you. Some of the things I have heard tonight are that there's, I think, well-deserved concern about a transition and even the end state. But transitions can be planned. They will probably be very painful. But let's face it, with all the growth that Menlo Park is facing, downtown's going to change. And it's going to be painful. We need a parking garage. We've needed a parking garage down there for a long time. It's going to be painful. So let's plan for it so it's the least painful as possible. I would suggest for the RFQ that it be made a little bit more general so that you can get more information about what the expectations are, what the assumptions are for some of these potential developers, and what kind of flexibility they may have. It's written as if all 3 parking lots have to be developed by a single developer, and all of it has to be low income. I think that's important to state as a goal of the city, but we've heard from housing experts that that may not be economically viable. So I think it should be loosened up. I sent an email today at 3:02 with some specific suggestions about some tweaks to the RFQ, and I suggest you look at that. In terms of other things and importantly, to show progress to HCD, please, please, please look at the SRI Parkline project. That's on 64 acres, people. 1 million square feet of new office. And it results in more than nearly 1,500 shortfall of housing, even with 800 units. And that's according to the housing needs assessment. It's got to be better balanced. So it's an opportunity site. Focus on it and fix that. Thank you.
All right, next is Jordan Grimes, followed by Josh Olson.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a volunteer lead with housing advocacy group Peninsula for Everyone and a lifelong resident of this area. My family came to the peninsula in the 1950s for the same reason that so many do, for economic prosperity. Jobs are and always have been available in spades here. Decades ago, that was the case with housing too. Unfortunately, that is not the case today, but we can and should have both. To highlight a number of different points that I heard tonight, the only way to satisfy HCD is to make good on the city's commitments. You have seen what happens to other cities who do not comply with the law. You have seen what Portola Valley is looking at right now, which is possible bankruptcy and disincorporation. The state is not playing around here. On that note, thanks to AB 1893, which passed last year, the builder's remedy is far stronger than it was a year ago, and now includes streamlining that will take the last shred of control completely out of your hands. Make good on your commitments. Despite the misgivings, the misguided misgivings, it will benefit you in the long run. Then the last thing I want to mention, Brian Schmidt, I think, covered this very well, but as someone who works for an environmental nonprofit on the climate aspect, UC Berkeley's local government climate policy tool, which assesses the most effective strategies communities can pursue to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, in Menlo Park, the most effective one is infill housing. That is because you have tens of thousands of people commuting to the peninsula from places like Tracy and Gilroy and Modesto, spending hours a day in their cars. The best thing that you can do from an environmental standpoint, from a human standpoint, is to approve and advance this plan tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Next speaker is Josh Olson, followed by a call-in user.
Hello, my name is Josh Olson. I'm humbly observing this conversation from Madison, Wisconsin, not even in California, but I grew up in Menlo Park for 18 years, and then I left for Madison for school and decided that there was no point in coming back because I wasn't going to be able to afford a home in Menlo Park. In fact, right now I'm looking at buying a home that would probably be around the cost of a down payment in Menlo Park. So I guess what I want to say tonight is that you aren't unique. Lots of cities across California and the United States are dealing with a lot of these same issues. But the ones that are doing this well are realizing that to build vibrant downtowns that aren't dead, like the one that I experienced growing up, involves caring for people over cars. The one thing that's special about Menlo Park is that those parking lots that you have are probably worth $100 million. Not many cities can claim that. So I think one perspective that has kind of been touched on here, but not said explicitly, is I think the parking should be paid or enforced and not free in the way that it is. I think if you did that and people saw the cost of parking, they would be more inclined to approve projects that generate things other than private vehicle storage for people who leave their cars there for hours. If you want to learn more about that, I'd suggest reading Paved Paradise, How Parking Explains the World. I think also you should be building housing everywhere. It's not an either or with the Civic Center or downtown. It's both places. So that's my recommendation. I also wouldn't fall out of line with the California Builders Remedy, but if you do, I'll kind of be chuckling from Madison. So good luck. I wish you well. Thank you.
The next speaker will be John McKenna, followed by Kevin Dawkins.
Good evening, Mayor Combs, Honorable City Council and City staff. It's late, so I will try to speak quickly. My name is John McKenna, and I've been a resident of Menlo Park since 2007. I want to thank the council and staff for all the work you've put into this multiple-year process. I also want to express great appreciation for how engaged the community has been in regard to this issue. I appreciate the council members offering office hours, and I appreciate the community showing up to have their voices heard. I live near downtown, and I regularly frequent the downtown businesses. Should the downtown lots be redeveloped into affordable housing, I can assure the business owners that I will continue to frequent the downtown businesses by foot, bike, and by car before, during, and after construction. And I will be excited to get to know my new neighbors that will be living in this much needed housing. High-density housing in downtown is an optimal location for economic, environmental, equity, and many other good reasons. I fully support the city moving forward with the downtown parking lots RFQ, and I trust the city's ability to manage the process in a way that benefits all concerned with continued input from the community each step of the way. I would like to request once again that the RFQ be amended to move item 4.2G into 4.1 such that all electric construction become a minimum requirement. Thank you for your dedicated service.
All right, and our next speaker will be Skip Hilton.
Hello, City Council. Skip Hilton here, 31-year resident, Menlo Park, 27 years living in District 2. I was lucky enough years ago to participate on the initial downtown visioning sessions conducted by Menlo Park over a decade ago, which informed the current downtown specific plan, which was adopted in 2012, as well as the more recent housing element update. Way back then, a group of hundreds of residents and business owners from all across the city came together to participate in 7 workshops over many months, including design charrettes, zoning options, and smart growth planning. We knew way back then that more development would be coming to Menlo Park, as this is a great place to live and work. And so the goal was to manage this growth in a logical manner that would enhance our city. As I recall from those planning sessions, there was an overwhelming agreement that 3 areas of our downtown corridor would be ideal sites for high-density multi-use development. The former car dealer lots at 500 Middle, the former car dealer lots at 1300 El Camino, and the downtown parking plazas behind Santa Cruz. 2 of these now have been developed. The Stanford project at 500 Middle and the Springline development, both of which feature underground parking. I visit these properties today, find the underground parking abundant, safe, and convenient, just like it is when I park under Kepler's and Cafe Baroni. But I also wanted to make a general comment that hasn't been mentioned about where we're locating new housing in Menlo Park. The state requires, and our city has agreed in our HEU, to distribute new housing across the jurisdictions as much as possible. But that's not what's happening. To my knowledge, nearly all of the recently planned or completed affordable housing is on the east side of El Camino in districts 1, 2, and 3. Many projects are not and well served by public transit, and according to the recently adopted environmental justice element, these areas have the highest traffic in the city. Meanwhile, there's been very little new affordable housing proposed or built on the west side of El Camino. Placing the housing downtown will begin to address this imbalance, but also place denser housing where it makes sense near our public transit hub. My last comment I wanted to make, I do find it strange to hear the sudden interest to build housing at the Civic Center in Burgess Park, particularly since many of these people that are advocating were up in arms in opposition to housing being placed in Sharon Park at the Duck Pond. Both of these are open spaces, and all of the ducks belong to residents of Menlo Park, and it makes it a great place to live. If you do decide to take the RFQ, make 2 RFQs as was suggested, prepare for a huge firestorm of opposition to putting the housing at the Civic Center. Simply not going to fly. I do encourage you to move forward with the RFQ so we can start to see the vision come to life that we had so many years ago. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Averell Gatton, followed by Dave Lanferman.
Hello, Menlo Park City Council. Dear Lord, the number of old white women we've heard tonight that want to act like Galadriel of Lothlorien, defending from an incursion of orcs from Mordor. It's just beyond belief. And what about all these fossilized old white men who live in this fantasy reality where there's 35 million people in California and, there's 280 parts per million of CO2 concentration in the air? These people should not determine the future of Menlo Park. Furthermore, I want to say that in this late stage capitalist hellscape, where else are we going to hide the wage slaves who will serve the Menlo Park elite? I don't think we can put them in East Menlo Park anymore. That's been gentrified by Facebook. Businesses exist to serve the residents of Menlo Park. It seems that a lot of people on the call have been confused that they believe that Menlo Park exists to serve the businesses. I don't think this proposal goes far enough. I think what we ought to do is mow down all of Menlo Park, rebuild it in 2 years, keep it completely under city control, and have rent control both for businesses and for housing development in large superstructures in downtown Menlo Park. The fact of the matter is, this civilization is over, and this Menlo Park is over, and it's finally the chickens coming home to roost. One way or another, we have to turn to face the change, and quite frankly, we either meet it head on or it comes in like a bulldozer with these super tall, undesirable housing projects from the builder solution. In closing, I'd like to say that we should have public housing as a human right throughout all of Menlo Park. And a truly socialist solution here would be to raise property taxes, particularly in West Menlo Park.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker will be Dave Lafferman, followed by Kate Kennedy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Dave Lanferman. I am a land use and environmental attorney. I love housing. Most of my clients are housing developers, and I'm hoping to offer a less dystopian view than the prior speaker. I think it's unfortunate the way this proposal has been presented to the public, and it appears to have created unnecessary conflicts and adversity in the community. This should not be viewed as an all or nothing choice between providing affordable housing or preserving the existing parking lots and downtown businesses. It's a false choice. The city is going to have and going to find places to create affordable housing because the state mandates it, and the city will undoubtedly find and provide those spaces. In fact, the city's housing element identified 69 housing opportunity sites, many of them near the intersection of Santa Cruz and El Camino. The question should be, is this the best place to create 345 units of high-density affordable housing? Why, out of those 69 housing opportunity sites, why target the one site that risks the destruction of the downtown and violates the downtown specific plan? It's been approved by the council and is still in effect, and which does not envision any affordable housing downtown. The sacrifice and the risks are great, and the potential gain is roughly 12% of the city's total RHNA targets. According to the staff report, this site was targeted simply because the staff wrongly thinks the city already owns the parking lots free and clear. Neither the housing element nor the feasibility study present any cogent urban planning or environmental analysis or evidence showing that these parking lots are the best of the 69 housing opportunity sites. So why rush this one through first? The feasibility study doesn't even show that it is, quote, feasible, unquote, to construct tall buildings with 345 housing units on lots 1, 2, and 3, as well as the replacement parking that would be required under the terms of the proposed RFQ.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Okay. The proposal is clearly inconsistent with the specific plan, which called for, if anything, retaining the existing downtown parking lots and possibly putting 2 parking garages on lots 1 and 2. It does not envision any housing, and going forward, even with an RFQ at this point, would be inconsistent with that specific plan and would be invalid. Thank you for your patience.
Our next speaker is Cade Kennedy, followed by a call-in ending in 3595.
Hello, thank you for allowing us all to speak today, City Council. My name is Cade Kennedy. I'm the Director of Programs with Climate Resilient Communities. Recently, we helped the city complete its process of updating or creating its environmental justice element. In that project, we engaged more than 1,800 Bellhaven residents on the top priorities for environmental justice. And unsurprisingly, the top priority that emerged was keeping the community intact by preventing displacement through tenant protections and affordable housing. There are thousands of units in the pipeline to be developed for Bellhaven, and it's time for the rest of the neighborhoods in Menlo Park to do their part. Luckily, the law is on the side of justice, and cities like Menlo Park are no longer allowed to dump all of their housing in the community they've segregated and divested in from generations. But more than a legal requirement, this is an opportunity to make our community something that is connecting us all. Every single day of delay pushes your friends and your neighbors that are worse off than you out of the community, to Modesto and out of the state. On a personal note, I'm 27 years old, and I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth, but I fought my way into Stanford nonetheless, where I was homeless on campus during several Thanksgiving breaks. I lived in the rugby locker room for at least 3 weeks at one point because I couldn't find anywhere else to live. Through that process, I gained a graduate degree and an undergraduate degree, and I decided to continue working in nonprofits because my parents taught me the importance of solidarity and justice and building a community. And what that means is ultimately that at 27 years old, I've given up on ever owning a home. And if you want the people who serve you and enrich your life and make Menlo Park the place that you love, you have to let them live here. The check is due. Thank you.
Our next speaker is calling in from a phone number ending in 3595, And following that is Sabo Daniel Simeon. And so for our caller, if you could state your name for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, and if you could state your name.
Good evening, council members, members of the public. My name is Josh Hart. I have 5 decades of history in Menlo Park, and I grew up here. I have a master's degree in transportation planning. I strongly support the project. We've got way too many wasteful parking lots in downtown Menlo Park. These are not pleasant places to walk through. Even people who drive in, you see people with kids struggling to walk through these parking lots, worried about their safety. They're underutilized resources that the city has, and this is one small step toward utilizing those resources effectively. It's really simple. It's about housing cars versus housing people. I encourage people to think more broadly about what's possible with all of that land, all of those surface parking lots. The farmers market is a good example of what we could see all week round, and greater parkland space. This is a huge amount of public land that is dedicated to mostly free parking. This is an entitlement that businesses have gotten accustomed to. And essentially, this is a huge subsidy, an anachronistic 1950s, backward-looking, regressive subsidy, a policy that badly needs updating in light of the climate disasters that are unfolding to the south and all around us. I heard another speaker say that spreading housing around the city is a good idea. Putting new housing, new dense housing in areas underserved by transit is a recipe for car dependence, traffic, and climate chaos. We need to put housing near transit, near bike and pedestrian facilities, near dense destinations like downtown. We encourage all of you to read Donald Shoup's The High Cost of Free Parking, about the perverse subsidies that are encouraging travel modes that are now directly destroying communities. Nearly 2 billion tons are emitted annually by vehicles. That's including Menlo Park's traffic, and including the traffic that you have an influence on through these decisions, these land use decisions. Those who live under the illusion that we can continue our addiction to aviation and petrol or even electric-powered hypermobility are in dangerous denial and out of sync with history. This
I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Is a small step toward making environmental justice and providing housing to diversify the destinations we see in Menlo Park. It'd be a good thing to see more sort of less exclusive businesses that serve everyone from all income backgrounds in Menlo Park. That would be a good thing and would broaden the appeal, draw more people to downtown, to a place we really want to spend time in. Thank you.
All right, and our next speaker will be AC, followed by Athena.
Good evening, council members. My name is Andy, and my family runs a small business next to Parking Plaza 1. For 40 years, this plaza has been essential to us and many other downtown businesses, serving as the only reliable parking for our customers, who typically park for just 10 to 30 minutes at a time. It's what keeps our doors open and allows us to serve the community we love. Let us be clear, we fully support the need for more housing in Menlo Park. It's critical and worthy goal, but removing Parking Plaza 1 for this development would create challenges that many small businesses, including ours, simply cannot overcome. During weekdays, these parking spaces are always full, supporting not just customers, but employees and visitors as well. Losing them without a viable replacement would disrupt downtown life and threaten the businesses that make Menlo Park vibrant. If this development goes through, and we don't maintain the same amount of parking spaces, both during and after the construction phase, our family-owned business that is already struggling will not only have to shut down, but our family, who has lived in this community for more than 80 years, will likely be forced to sell our home and move out of state. This isn't just about parking, it's about the survival of families and businesses that form the heart of Menlo Park. By the way, the California Surplus Land Act is clear. Land must no longer serve a public purpose to be declared surplus. Parking Plaza 1 absolutely serves a public purpose. In fact, it is the exact opposite of surplus land. I urge the council to consider a location that better suits this project without compromising downtown businesses and the families behind them. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Athena, followed by David.
Hi, my name is Athena Irakomos, and I'm here to speak emphatically in favor of building housing downtown on these parking lots. I've moved back and forth between Menlo Park and Palo Alto for a little over 10 years now, as my housing needs have dictated and driven by the cost of housing. I work in Menlo Park, and I'm now lucky to be able to bike to work, which takes me around 10 minutes. My husband is an educator at a local community college, and we have really come to love our community here in Menlo Park. And I just want to say all of our, or vast majority of our favorite aspects of it are related to our ability to walk quickly to a number of great restaurants and stores, and in particular, enjoy all of the perfect weather that we get here. As we think about the future and having a family, I would really love to be able to make Menlo Park my children's hometown. And with more housing, that future looks a lot more possible. With more housing downtown, it will feel more vibrant. And importantly, to this conversation, new residents will be new customers for the businesses downtown. Previous speakers who were talking about their time living downtown said that they didn't need to drive when they lived there. So with more housing, there will be less traffic. I will admit construction is not necessarily a convenient or easy time for anybody, but we should not let the fear of a transient phase of construction hamper and what is really an investment in the future of our community. There are so many people who work in Menlo Park, including downtown, who could qualify for low-income housing and who now live far away and have to spend hours of their day driving to get to and from work, who could enjoy the benefits of a short commute, which I have, and building a community here that they're invested in. I just want to emphasize the optimistic attitude that this city can take and say that we could build a diverse and multi-generational community that grows with its residents and workers. Thank you.
Next speaker will be David, followed by Colette.
David Seaton. Moral hazard is a lack of incentive to guard against risk when one is protected from its consequences. Something our financial institutions have learned, but our political class still have not. You see, for decades, we've been screaming that we need more affordable housing, yet the city of Menlo Park's response is being one of the most aggressive cities in the world, sending armed law enforcement to arrest the older gentlemen for working on their dream home on weekends. Ultimately, these poor policies are what driving rents and housing prices higher. You could have been incentivizing every current and future property in the city for meeting certain lease requirements matched with low-income criteria, but politically doing the hard work is not sexy enough. You want a ribbon-cutting picture in front of a huge project that meets all your low-income housing needs in one full swoop. The low-income projects of the 70s of jamming thousands of low-income people side by side into the same housing project is a failed model. Projects with diverse amounts of incomes and smaller housing projects diffused throughout cities with people living integrated side by side is where you see a rising tide uplifting all ships. It's not fear-mongering to state that large and concentrated low-income projects bring risks that you have to build contingencies for and are not being accounted for. In all your hearts, you know the Civic Center is a better and less controversial location, but the project does not get Governor Newsom out touting your progressivism on the front page of the paper. I'm also profoundly confused why you wouldn't want a combination of integrated cops, firefighters, teachers, and nurses living next to low-income families on one side and wealthier families on the other. But this is not about us or our community. This is about you and your own personal goals and ambitions. You are taking the easier way out to risk it all for affordable housing home run instead of aiming for average. You see, the long-term costs of striking out are not factored into your decision-making because it will be more prudent city managers and council members that will have to clean up your moral hazard on Santa Cruz Ave years down the road.
Our next speaker will be Colette, followed by Chrissy Bertoli.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear
Yes.
me? Okay.
Yes, Colette, go right ahead.
Okay, so my first point is that my brother is a Menlo Park firefighter. He has been for the last 10 years. And he has expressed that him and many of his colleagues are against the proposal
to convert those lots into surplus land for safety concerns. He said that there is not just safety concerns, but there are it's going to be very disruptive to residents that actually live downtown. The other thing that I wanted to say is that the Menlo Park Fire Department has done many events, including an annual egg hunt at Burgess Park. They have over 5 fire trucks that go there and probably between 800 to 1,000 people. And there hasn't been an issue with that area. So with that many cars and that much traffic. So I'm saying, why not explore that option? The other thing that I wanted to say is that I'm currently a small business owner in San Mateo County in a mixed usage retail affordable housing development. They have an underground parking unit for their tenants. They did not allow for any parking for the retail establishments that's there. And I can honestly say that if we were not in business for the last 27 years prior to moving here, we would have already closed due to the parking issue. I can also say that not one person from the affordable housing unit has frequented our store or purchased or planned on purchasing anything from our store. So to say that
I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
To say that it's going to create business is false. And also I want to say that we live in a democracy, not a socialist country. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Chrissy Bertoli, followed by Sarah Zolweg.
Hello.
Hi, Chrissy, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Chrissy. Thanks for staying so late for all of this. I'm a Menlo Park resident for the last 4 years, and I grew up in this area. I was actually at the meeting tonight earlier before heading back for bedtime with the kids. This is clearly a heated issue that has riled up Menlo Park, including myself, who did not think I would be waiting hours at a city meeting in the cold instead of being with my 3 young kids. Well, at this hearing, I was with 20 to 30 people standing outside because inside was so full. Obviously, this has hit a note with residents. In these times, I think it's prudent as a public servant to understand why this proposal has so many smart, caring people so outraged and take a slower and smaller approach to get people more on the same page. Please try to bring the community together. This is a very shocking proposal that drastically changes the heart of downtown and the entire feel of Menlo Park as we know it. If this proposal was broken up into more palatable pieces, spread out to the Civic Center or the Geological Center or many other places people mentioned tonight, with more minimized effects, I think you could bring the community together better. We all know this needs to happen, and it should be in smaller doses than this. Smaller tests versus jumping off the cliff with a big risk. I will echo, as voters and residents, we won't forget this one. There is a large majority outcry opposing this proposal from the actual people who live and own businesses in Menlo Park. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Zolweg, followed by Michael Levinson.
Hi, my name's Sarah Zolweg, and I am a nurse living with my partner who works at Stanford and a roommate who works at SFO in a 2-bed, 1-bath apartment in downtown Menlo Park, District 4. I'm speaking tonight to strongly encourage the council to move forward and vote yes on the development without delay. I've read a lot about this topic by urban planning experts to inform myself about the potential impacts on our community. And it's become very clear to me that adding housing and thereby diversifying the mix of stores, restaurants, and housing will increase foot traffic and business. I'm really surprised, given how dead our downtown is, that there is any resistance to this whatsoever, because this is an opportunity to bring energy and life back to Menlo Park. As many have said, without affordable housing available, people who work here can't live here. Not only is this deeply concerning to me from an equity standpoint, but this is a problem for all of us. Because as workers get pushed further away, we lose them, and we'll have vacancies in coffee shops, restaurants, stores, gas stations, hair salons, schools, healthcare, and more. Last week, we lost a neighbor couple to Redwood City because they can't afford to live in Menlo to fit their growing family. A few months ago, we lost the family downstairs for the same reason. These were neighbors who grew up here and who have good jobs in tech at Stanford and a local business owner, our community's bleeding families. I initially shared concerns about parking, construction, and traffic downtown when I heard about this, but everything I've seen and heard from the city, such as the staff report, has reassured me that parking alternatives, construction impact, and optimizing traffic flow will be requirements of the process. There are plenty of creative ways to do this. I would also imagine that a housing development would bring in infinitely more tax dollars for the city than free parking to help fund city services, and would protect us from a builder's remedy that would be forced on us without our say. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to address the affordable housing shortage and make Menlo Park a more thriving community. Thank you so much.
And our final speaker will be our next speaker is Michael Levinson, and the final speaker is Tim Clark.
Hello, I'm Michael Levinson. I'm a homeowner in Allied Arts near downtown. I've lived here for 10 years. I've got 2 kids in the Menlo Park public school system. And I live here, and I want to say I support this strongly. It is a moral crisis that the workers in our stores, in our restaurants, in our schools, including, by the way, the entry-level teachers in our schools who earn south of the threshold for these units, commute an hour, 90 minutes each way. I don't want my kids to grow up with us telling these folks that they can't be part of our community. In fact, really no one new can be part of our community if they're not incredibly financially privileged, as we are, or lucky enough to have been born here or moved here decades ago. I want my kids to grow up in a diverse community, a vibrant community, and I think we have a chance to take a step forward here. Are there other places to build besides downtown? Yes, let's build there too. Will there be disruption? Yes, there will be disruption, but we are not entitled to a disruption-free life. We can manage it. Do we need parking downtown? Absolutely, yes, we need parking downtown. But everyone tonight is acting as though there's not going to be parking downtown. We will build the parking as part of these projects. The city staff has done a tremendous job, in my opinion, on this, doing thorough work, soliciting a tremendous amount of community input that people seem to be ignoring. And they're going to do a good job with the proposals. In order to plan a better Menlo Park, we need to get some proposals in. And if the proposals don't have enough parking, we can reject them. I trust the city staff to manage this responsibly. So I urge the council, look to the future, have some conviction, and do what's right for our city. Do the land designation, get the proposals going, and let's start envisioning how to make a stronger, more vibrant, and more diverse Menlo Park for all of us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim Clark, followed by Vasil Oros.
Yes, my name is Tim Clark. I moved to Menlo Park in 1979. I currently live in Portola Valley, where I consider Menlo Park to be my downtown because Portola Valley doesn't really have one. I go to the Ace Hardware, I go to Trader Joe's, I go to the bank, I go to the Tech Loop computer store. I no longer can go to the 2 restaurants which were favorites because they closed, Galata Bistro and Naomi Sushi. This has nothing to do with parking. When I go to downtown, what I see is 20, maybe 25% vacancies. That's with the parking we currently have. That's not healthy. The problem is not parking downtown. The problem is customers. And when you put housing on some of the parking lots, you create new customers for the businesses that are downtown. Now, I can understand there's issues about phasing the construction. Its discretion is always disruptive. I also want to say that I would encourage the council to move forward with the RFQ just to find out what your developers tell you they can do downtown. Otherwise, it's an abstract discussion. The RFQ is the first step of the whole process of looking at what happens downtown. It's not a yes or no. I think the surplus lands designation, as people have raised, has legal problems, and you might want to hold off on that. I'm strongly in support of putting housing on the parking lots in Menlo Park. I never have an issue parking in Menlo Park. And that's now. And that's because there's 20 or 25% vacancies. That's not healthy.
Can you wrap it up?
Thank you. I'm done.
Thanks.
Next speaker is Vasil Oros, followed by Simon Oros.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Vasil Oros, a 20-year resident, property owner, business owner, and a service worker in downtown Menlo Park. We do not have to destroy something in order to build something. There are much more people in need of housing than we can fit in downtown. We cannot move all the commuters from Modesto in downtown Menlo Park. Opposing the downtown surplus land declaration is not anti-housing, it is just common sense. Why over 90% of our community oppose this proposal? Building in downtown parking lots is more unpopular than building on green lands and parks. Just look at the petition. Why is that? Because the entire community needs access to the shopping district. Not everyone will live in downtown or can bike to downtown. Downtown businesses depends on over 200,000 shoppers. Moving 1,000 new customers in downtowns with 1,000 new permanent cars blocking the streets will not help much the businesses. This proposal wants to address two legitimate but separate concerns: the housing element, pressure, and revitalizing downtown. But combining them under this project, it's a disaster. They cancel each other out, leaving less than 10% community support. The current plan is about environmental justice, removing cars off the streets and advancing gentrification, not housing. They just said it. They were looking on the satellite image. That is how they choose these parking lots. Please do not give up to their pressure. If the goal is truly low-income housing, they would focus on civic center parking lots or other city-owned properties where large-scale housing can be achieved. Release the housing pressure first, then concentrate on making downtown more vibrant, but not through the Surplus Land Act, because you know it is a trap.
I'm going to ask you
Separate
to
these two
wrap up.
projects and you can solve both. Push forward and you can risk bankrupting the city, losing trust of the community and accomplishing nothing. God bless you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael A.
Hello, this is Michael Adhusa speaking. I'm a former resident of Menlo Park. I'm calling in support of the affordable housing development. I honestly think that it's tragic that this conversation can get as heated as it can, because at its core, what happens here is Menlo Park needs more affordable housing. I have been through the experience of trying to find housing options in Menlo Park after my, due to circumstances in my apartment, I was forced to move. And the housing options are, there's just very, very few. And for a lot of workers and teachers who commute in every day and who frankly make Menlo Park downtown function day to day, they serve the community every single day. The fact that they can't afford to live in the city that they serve, that they make work, is tragic. And I think
Michael, are you still available? No, it does look like the Zoom did drop for Michael A. Do a quick search. No, name is no longer available on Zoom. So with that, Mayor Combs, that concludes our hands and cards, and you can bring it back to the City Council.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. How many public commenters was that?
Was a total of 103, even with some.
Thank you for all your work there. So we'll bring it back to the dais. My approach was going to be that sort of a structured approach as it relates to the questions, follow-up questions for staff, and that each council member gets their time to ask just ask any questions they have. And then we'll go into a discussion, and there it will obviously be less structured. But is there anyone who wants to kick us off with questions?
I'm happy to start.
Okay.
So first of all, I want to thank everyone for being here tonight. Regardless of how you feel about this proposal, it truly is amazing to see so much civic engagement. So I thank all of you, and it's great to see so many of you again. In going into questions, so first, a lot of residents have expressed concerns that the amount of parking spaces that were asked for in the RFQ are not enough for visitors and residents. And I just wanted to get clarification from staff how this number was reached, if there will be studies to make sure it will be enough, and if this number is negotiable in the future.
The number that was provided in the RFQ draft is 506 spaces, and that total was reached based on a study that's currently underway, a parking management study for downtown, and it simply looked at the peak hour for each of the lots, how many cars were parked during the day, and then it was an addition of the total of those numbers. And so that number is reflective of the current state of downtown parking on those three lots, if you will.
Okay. And so again, is that number set in stone, or is that something we can work with developers on?
We would have the opportunity to work with developers on that. This was sort of an initial guidance at the first step in the process. And then I think the RFQ specifies that that number can be refined as we get more data, as we work through the downtown parking management study and other ways that we would identify numbers and needs.
Great, thank you. So we have heard a lot of questions around Civic Center and Burgess Park. So again, we've heard a lot of questions about can the city also consider this site for affordable housing? Is that within the realm of possibility with concurrently studying downtown, or no?
To study at this point with an adopted and certified housing element, we would have to go back to the state and open conversations with them about how to address that. And in addition, we know that there would also be probably a series of actions that the city would need to look at with regard to the exact placement. There could be general plan amendments in other elements besides the housing element, zoning actions, environmental review, a myriad of things there.
Okay, great. And another follow-up question on Burgess. A lot of residents did ask me if the city is being strategic and being forward-thinking about where, because we're just in one housing element cycle and there will be more in the future. So if we move forward with downtown now, is Burgess something that can be considered for future housing element cycles?
The current housing element cycle goes through 2031, so 2023 to 2031. And we know that at the end of this 8-year period, we will likely then be asked to identify additional sites. And so that could be factored into future housing needs and analyzed. We would bring that back to council as potential opportunity and take direction there.
Okay, and one more question, and then I'll hand it over to my colleagues. So there's been a lot of talk also about the builder's remedy, and I just want to clarify from staff if the council decides not to move forward with requesting RFQs and also with declaring the lots excess surplus land, what is the likelihood that HCD will send us a letter notifying us that they're looking at us for decertification?
For that question, I would turn it over to City Attorney Doherty or Assistant City Attorney Wagner.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Councilmember Wise. So I think, if the city were to actively fail to take action to implement a housing element program, HCD would look at that. They would determine if we have done something that's inconsistent with our adopted housing element. Likely you would be sent a letter, the city would receive a letter with HCD's findings, and there'd be an opportunity for the city to take corrective action. There's then a process that you would go through with HCD. It's relatively short. It's about a 30-day timeline is the longest that HCD would give us to respond. And then HCD would determine if we were, had actually failed to implement a program, and then could take a series of actions, which could include referral to the AG's office. It could include potentially decertification of the housing element.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to staff for these answers. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Mayor Combs, pardon the interruption, just doing a time check. We are at 11:03 and we would need to vote to extend the meeting.
Okay.
So if it's by acclamation, that's fine. Seeing nods,
Oh.
2 nods.
Are there any objections to extending the meeting? Yeah. I see no
Thank you.
objections. Okay.
You may continue.
Thank you for your questions, Councilmember Wise. And of course, if you really do have more, you can, but you can ask more. Is there anyone who would like to go next? I mean, if the vice mayor asked me if I wanted to address Burgess, and so I do think that one of the key things to take into account, as several speakers have brought up this evening, is where affordable housing currently exists in the city today, and or where we know there are active affordable housing projects. And this is not to say that like affordable housing is a bad thing, but it is best if it is something that exists throughout a city. And in our community, there is a clear delta between what you might call the bay side of El Camino and the mountainside of El Camino. And most of the affordable housing is concentrated on the bay side of El Camino. And as we look at the affordable housing projects that are in late planning or early construction, there is a project on the VA campus, and there is a project that the Planning Commission took up on Monday on the former flood school site, which have all been referenced. Again, all of those are on the bay side. And so it is very much important that going forward, we look at, again, affordable housing opportunities and the ability to build affordable housing units on the west side of El Camino. And so that is one concern I would have. And it's not that downtown is far onto the west side, but is certainly onto the west side. But when people bring up ideas like Burgess or the USGS campus, which again is for sale, and I don't know that we could get it cheaply. And if they bring up things like concentrating additional affordable housing on the VA campus, to me, it seems as though one side of the city is saying that to the other side of the city, this is where we think all of the affordable housing should go. And it's not by us, it's by you. And so I have found that very problematic. And people can disagree, but you can't disagree with the reality. And we can do a count right now of where affordable housing units are in the city. And that's a real thing. And you can't disagree with that.
I will respectfully disagree with that. As of 2023, there were 262 BMR rental units in District 1, which has by far the most BMR units. In District 2, there were 60 units. There are 2 new projects in there for BMR, and the projects that are going in are not in the high-performing school district, which is another affirmatively furthering fair housing issue. In District 3, there are 20 BMR units as of 2023. In District 4, there's 135, which is the second most number of housing units, which is west of El Camino. And in District 5, there are currently no affordable housing units. But I would disagree with your assessment that there are not any, and that District 4 has it, that we have not taken a lot. And it's not saying anything about additional units, but I do want that correction.
And I would only say that certainly there is a senior housing project in District 4 that accounts for a good percentage of that. And that's an important element of affordable housing, but it is not the broad sort of diverse array of affordable housing. And so I do think that there is a distinction. And I would say that we could, we could broaden that analysis and look at just where we have added housing units in general across the city. And again, back to facts. I know they're inconvenient sometimes, but the vast majority of where we have added new housing units have been on the east side of El Camino. New housing units, just in general, like where we have put housing units.
Well, and certainly on the east side or on the bay side of 101 has had the majority of units.
And as we look at projects like SRI, where there is 800 units being proposed there is no similar 800 units being proposed on the west side of the city. There is the possibility of what's being proposed here, but we are getting away from the questions because you asked me to chime in, and so I chimed in, and that doesn't discount any argument here, but again, one of the reasons why, and this is something that came up in a lot of the public comments of, well, why aren't we looking at District 1 as a site for affordable housing? And it's because in the most recent housing element cycle, we satisfied much of our housing requirement with the allowance and the building of high-density housing in District 1. Full stop. And that's, again, but we should move on to the questions.
I will just add that, and many of the pipeline units are also in District 1. So we've got, even though there's a lot of units already there, there's many more coming.
Okay. Yeah, if you
Just thank you, staff, for the presentation, and thank you to the public for showing up and voicing your thoughts and your passion for what you want for the Menlo Park community, especially downtown. Staff, I wanted to find out what are the possibilities of any of the units, if they were built downtown or anyplace else, to be home ownership, because I know that our BMR home ownership is definitely not as high as the rentals.
In relation to these particular sites, the way that the draft RFQ has been structured is for a long-term lease of the land. So that would make ownership units potentially challenging for those particular sites. But there are a number of other sites identified in the housing element that could accommodate affordable housing that would be ownership opportunities.
Thank you.
So I'll echo the appreciation to staff and to residents who both showed up and have been making comments along the way and showing up at our office hours. And I know it's a long time commitment tonight, but a lot of people contributed. So I think I know the answer to this, but I really would like to bring it back to something that I think is really critical to our thinking at this moment in time, which is on page 8 of the deck that city staff presented. It said that making these decisions does not obligate the city to enter into any agreement. And then also in some of the background reporting, the proposed resolution, which means making the declarations, doesn't commit the city to transfer, sell, lease, exchange, et cetera, any of the parking plazas. So I read that as the two big decisions we have tonight, RFQ and designating the land. It doesn't commit us to anything at the moment. We retain 100% control of the process, even if we designate the land. And I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what that means and reaction to the word surplus, but I want to clarify, we retain 100% of control. We haven't given anything away. Question number one is that correct?
Your understanding is correct. By approving the resolution for exempt surplus land, according to the Surplus Land Act, the way that it's structured does not obligate the city to enter into any agreement or move forward with any development at this time.
Great. So I want to make sure my understanding is being heard by anybody who's tuning in or watching the recording, that we are not going down a path that locks us in. The second kind of clarification is, if I remember right, we figured it would take about 6 months or so to get the proposals back from developers, assess them, put them in front of the public. That's about a 6-month process. Is that correct?
The way that we've structured it is to allow about 2 months of time, and then going through the process of preparing the responses for council, returning. We were thinking somewhere in spring of this year, we would be returning with that information for you.
Part of the reason I'm asking the question is that there were a lot of folks, including Kevin and other folks, who said, give us 6 months, let us get. So I'm assuming that whatever process that entails in spring, let's say it does take us 4 months. I don't know how long we have till spring officially, but that buys us time. This doesn't commit us tonight. And 2 is it gives us time to continue engaging, continue discussion, continue to explore. So I just want to make sure before I make part of the discussion, that my understanding is there's a lot of pressure being built up around the decisions tonight, but it's really not pressure at this point.
I think the way that you've characterized it is accurate. There would be a few months of time at least to continue to do public outreach, discuss the matter, look into it more.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. I'll dive into some questions and then hand it off to the Vice Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Schmidt, for sort of laying out what happened, what could happen tonight with council action and what could not. But giving all due to the different positions that we've heard tonight, like obviously if you are opposed to any future of where the parking plazas are being used for anything other than parking, then you would prefer the council to take no action tonight. Because even if the council doesn't commit itself to anything, it at least drives us down the road of the possibility of committing something to a reality that at least some residents don't want. Sure.
I think that's fair, but we're always going to have that situation, right? So I think I'm trying to reassure that portion of the public who's open to different responses. The people who are feeling like do nothing in downtown, I feel like that's always going to exist. And whether that's a possibility or not will remain to be seen. So I feel okay knowing that a certain portion of the population doesn't want to do anything regardless of what we decide. I would argue we might be locked into some constraints and restrictions that we might not be able to get out of, and we have to figure that out. But I'm totally okay with really trying to meet the needs of a portion of people who might be open to other considerations, and reassuring them that if we did this to vote yes on both of these things, that we are not committed. We are not making any commitment. And I think you'd said that at a previous council meeting as well. So I feel like that's the portion that I'm trying to reassure. The folks who don't want to do anything, I don't think there's anything we can do to reassure them, because we're under obligation to continue to consider this, according to the housing element. Thanks.
Cool. I have two questions. And so it has certainly been brought up that the cities or municipalities repurposing parking lots for housing is not new, and we've seen it a great deal. But has staff and sort of like exploring this and designating the parking plazas as opportunity site, are there any examples that exist of like this very situation, like, right, where you have parking plazas that are not like sort of on the edge of a little downtown strip, but are key and critical to the downtown, and like how then a city has gone about repurposing, like, right, that for other usages? Because it is a real thing that even if we say like, housing with parking or housing with parking for retail, is certainly, there are lots of examples, but what happens when critical part of the parking for a downtown is not available for 2 years? I mean, that is a real thing.
We've had discussions with other communities about similar types of projects, although certainly there's unique factors for our downtown, which you've mentioned here. And part of the way that we've attempted to deal with that is by adding in some of the information in the RFQ related to construction management concerns and trying to get developers to engage with us on how they've dealt with that on previous development sites, and ways that are sort of best practices to manage those types of issues. But in terms of like a perfect relative development in a nearby community, I don't think we have like a clear one-for-one example.
And then my second question is the RFQ includes all three parking plazas on the Oak Grove side. And I understand that we could get responses that just focus on one of the plazas or two of the plazas. There's no obligation that responses are all three of the plazas. But why wouldn't we as a city, take this as an opportunity to like sort of more control the process and say that like, let's just put one of the plazas up for an RFQ, right? And let's see how that process goes. And then we are, not relying on a developer to sort of phase it or stagger it. But we're saying like that by our RFQ process, and how we're approaching this in general, want more of a staggered approach. Because part of, I think, the issue here and the concern is that what we put on the table is, again, like I say, like all of those parking lots on the Oak Grove side and seeking proposals for all of them. So not only is it that seemingly all of them could be out of commission for some period of time, but the city is also, it also would seem that it's like a riskier proposition for the city to have one developer for all of those plazas. Like, and this would be a, huge portion of our downtown, which we would be, whether it's related to construction, whether it's related to the ongoing sort of maintenance, upkeep, landlording of the structures, it'd be like, we would be really all in on this one developer. Like, right, if they, hit some financial issues during this process, or they ended up being not great landlords and didn't, do well with upkeep, it would be a really sort of risky proposition for the city. And so it's a bit of a run-on question, but like, why not take a more sort of limited approach in our RFQ process?
In structuring the draft RFQ, the idea was to provide a certain level of flexibility to see what types of responses that we got to the RFQ. And as you stated, we wanted to leave opportunities for developers to say, we only need parking plaza 1 and to complete this project, and we can structure the parking in this certain way above units, or there's many different ways that could come to fruition. And so the idea was to, at this early stage in the process, leave open potential options to see what kinds of responses that we get. And then from there, moving further into the process, if we do identify qualified developers, potentially more than one, we could work out a next step that might include a request for proposals, which would get more into the detail of explaining the use of certain sites, and more detail about the actual needs of the project to provide, at a minimum, the requirements that are listed, but then the potential for mixed income, mixed use development, those kinds of things, which may be accomplished on a subset of the lots or all three. So the idea was to provide the flexibility to see what kinds of creative solutions, proposals, not proposals, but qualifications and interests that we get back. And then from there, giving council all of the range of options that we could move forward with.
Thank you. And then really, I promise the one final question. So we have earmarked or designated this as being like all affordable, and some of it like at the deeply affordable level we've had a public comment here today that said that that's like unrealistic. I've actually had some people share that with me directly. When does a true up happen of sorts? Like, when is there some moment at which it's clear whether our ideas are realistic or not, as far as what the mix of affordability levels will exist as it relates to these proposals?
Ideally, we would see some initial responses to the RFQ that would demonstrate or that would explain the type of mix of development that a developer thinks could work on some subset of the sites, any or all of them, and would give us a little bit of a glimpse into the mix of unit types, the potential for additional open space, retail, above and beyond just the mixed income developments that could happen there. So we should get that in a response form to the RFQ. And then from there, working through the next steps of the process with council direction, we would then ask for more specific proposals that would actually give us some conceptual plans, drawings, things to react to that have more detail about the unit mix and use mix.
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to be clear, essentially the idea of the RFQ is to leave it very flexible, and then we will go back and refine it. And how much control do we have over that as we go back?
The city, with ownership of the sites, maintains control over the development. And so getting responses from developers that the council identifies as qualified developers, if the council chooses to move forward, then from there, we could request additional information, details from those developers. Does that answer? I'm sorry, what?
And so as Mayor Combs was saying, why not just one? If we get all three, we can still decide to do one depending on what the responses are.
Right, exactly. Evaluating the full mix of responses that we get, the council would be able to sort of select from there what types of development that you think suits the needs of the community and the sites, and move forward from those responses.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Wise talked about the parking needs for the public and the businesses. How about, can you talk a little bit about the parking needs for for new residents?
In terms of parking needs for occupants of those buildings, that is something that the city, with control of, with ownership of the sites, working with a developer, could establish through an agreement if a developer is selected for the sites. And then they could provide us with an understanding of what the needs are for residents of parking based on other developments that they've done, the utilization rates of parking that they see, and how that would be integrated with a future plan for those sites.
Thank you. And how will impacts from this project, such as additional traffic, additional students, how will those impacts be addressed?
For the housing element itself, which looked at not just this project, but the potential for thousands of units citywide, there was an environmental impact report that was developed, and that evaluated some of those impact levels. We know that downtown is a high resource area, as HCD has identified. It's also a low vehicle miles traveled area in terms of transportation impacts. So some of that initial analysis has been done. And then from there, we would need to see a specific plan proposal developed to get a sense for, the unit mix, the uses, and then from there, we would analyze what additional level of environmental review would be necessary for that particular project that's proposed.
And at what stage of the process does that happen? If you can provide that.
After the RFQ, with council direction, there could be additional steps such as an RFP, request for proposals, which I mentioned would be more specific plans. And then after entering into, if things move forward for an agreement with a developer, then we would go into an entitlements phase. And as part of that, we would have the very detailed full plan set that you would typically have for a development. And at that time, we would then have the details necessary to evaluate for environmental impacts.
Thank you. At what stage or how does the city address downtown improvements such as better lighting, sidewalks, wayfinding signs, things like that?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash, Deanna Chow, Community Development Director. So, I think that is something that is a more comprehensive plan that you are thinking about, something that we can look through our capital improvement program. It's probably something that is concurrent with, sort of this envisioning process that I think we've been hearing from many of our speakers this evening, and how do we create more of that vibrancy? And so I think it's probably a parallel process that we'd be engaging within.
Thank you. So it's not part of the RFQ process. So
that's correct. It'd be.
Thank you. And then if the council votes to declare the 3 parking lots to be excess surplus land, will the city still be able to, I've got several different questions, ensure that adequate parking for both residents and the public is included?
Yes, with the city ownership of the sites, we can set that as part of the terms of an agreement.
How about retaining control over what affordable housing is built, including the appearance, the height, and access?
Yes, we could establish those parameters as part of the process.
And that would be done at after the RFQ?
Right. Later in the process, after the RFQ, when we have some proposals and are moving towards an agreement.
Thank you. And I think you've already answered this, but just if we were to do that, do we retain control of the site so that if it can revert back to public parking if the project turns out to not be feasible for some reason?
I'll look to the city attorney to assist with that question.
Yes, there are a number of steps that the city would need to go to before the property is completely disposed of. Even during a development process, the land will not be conveyed to a developer until certain milestones in the development are made. Prior to that, the land, the city will not enter into any agreement for the disposition of the property until all the terms of the development are agreed upon. And so the city has to, like the development, accept the development as proposed, and only then would enter into a disposition and development agreement or even an exclusive negotiating agreement with a particular developer that would sort of set in motion the development process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. So I have one more that Councilmember Nash kind of caused me to think about. The difference, I'm pretty familiar with RFPs, but I'm a little less familiar with RFQs. And I'm just curious, is that a guided kind of consultative process with interested developers. So if 5 developers come forward and express an interest, does city staff kind of sit down and have a couple of conversations with them and sort of give them some of the flavor of the discussions that we're having? Or is the burden totally on the developer to kind of, figure it out, given that extra flexibility? I'd love to hear a tiny bit more about how guided the RFQ process is versus, I know the RFP process is a little more prescriptive.
For the RFQ process, generally, like you said, we're laying out pretty flexible, sort of getting out the minimums that we're looking for and some of those guiding principles, if you will, for the development. We could potentially do interviews with a subset of consultants or have follow-up questions, Q&A session, something like that, in order to address maybe some of those concerns or questions that come up throughout that process. But generally, I think what we're looking for is the developers to creatively address the needs and provide a little bit of support behind that to give us the sort of the understanding and ability to trust that we could work with them on a more specific project.
Got it. Thank you.
Right. So now I was thinking we'd move into a discussion. I know this is the second time that the council has taken up this item and had this discussion, although we have 2 new members. And so, I'll sort of kind of kick off at least how I'm looking at this. I do, again, totally recognizing the pressures that we're under and that we actually have called out and highlighted the downtown parking plazas in our housing element. I do have concerns. I'm thinking, like, if I had a small business, like, would I, tomorrow sign a 5-year lease on a storefront on Santa Cruz? I think commercial leases tend to be about 5 years. Like, would I do that given the X factors that this presents? And this is the communities downtown, and I think that's a valid concern. And I do think it, for me, like, adds on to additional concerns that we've heard from, downtown businesses and the extent to which council has tended to do what it wanted to do and not listen to those voices as much. If I'm thinking of, most downtown businesses were in favor of reopening the south side of Santa Cruz fully, and the council decided not to, and those businesses said that this had a negative impact on their business, negative impact on customers, and the council went ahead and did what it wanted to do. If I think of, like, the overall, what it seems for a number of years from the city has been a lack of investment in downtown, whether it's like sort of the hardscapes that look worn and out of the 1960s, whether it's the drinking fountains that are backed up, are just the presence, probably more than it should be, of dog poop. I do have concerns that it seems as though there's a history here of council not looking or listening to this constituency, and then moving forward tonight would just be the sort of ultimate example of us really not sort of hearing the concerns of that key constituency in our community. And so, as I understand that the pressures that we're under, and not just the pressures, but it is a value discussion of where your values are, like, in that I do think it is beholden on us to see where we can increase the housing stock in our community. So those being, again, like I say, key factors, but then like what does this do to the downtown business community? And so that's, I'm not asking for anyone to answer that specifically, but just as we launch into the discussion portion of this, that's, I do think that is something that weighs, very, very heavily on me.
I hear you. And can I cheat a little bit and ask another question?
Yeah, of course.
So I hear you. My husband is a small business owner. I've had the same thoughts about downtown. And it seems like declaring the lots as excess surplus land is what has struck a particular nerve. And sorry, I'm looking at the city attorney because I think this is a question for her. Is it possible to bifurcate the vote and move forward with RFQs and not declaring the lots excess surplus land tonight? Can we wait on that? But if we do, what are the repercussions from HCD? Sorry, Housing and Community Development from the state?
No, the city does not have to adopt the resolution determining the property's exempt surplus land before circulating the RFQ. The exemption determination has to be made before the lands are disposed of. And of course, disposed isn't defined in the Surplus Lands Act, but it would be any agreement that binds the city to a particular course of action with another entity. So a leasing, a DDA, a purchase and sale agreement. We would advise doing it before an exclusive negotiating agreement, but as we've discussed, we're not at that stage tonight, so the council could bifurcate. I'll probably turn it to Mary to talk a little bit more about our understanding of the risks that would be presented by not adopting the resolution. And I'll say that, and I think I know what Mary will say, but she'll say it better than I, is we need to, in order to comply with the housing element program regarding downtown parking lots, we need to take steps towards implementing the program, but not adopting the exemption resolution is not going to, I would be very surprised if it triggers the first step of an enforcement process by HCD. I don't know if you have anything.
Sure, and thanks. In terms of your housing element, the program itself indicates that you'll take certain steps within a period of time to look at the development of parking lots for affordable housing. The first step was the feasibility study that was identified to be completed in 2023. Then the program indicates that the city will issue an RFP in 2024. So we're a little bit behind schedule on that, and then complete development entitlements in 2025. So I think if the council were to decide tonight to bifurcate this into two steps and say, go forth and issue the RFQ, let's see what we get back. We're not going to take action on the determination of whether the property is exempt surplus tonight. I agree with the city attorney that in my mind would not rise to the level of HCD thinking that we're not acting to implement this program. I think that they will see in the annual progress report that we have to submit by April 1st, the progress that the city has made and where we are. And we will explain in that progress report the steps that the city has taken, and then, the process, the number of meetings that we've had and where we are in that process. But I do concur with the city attorney that I would be very surprised if that led to the commencement of an enforcement action against the city, if you're showing that you're moving with this program and you're making progress.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And I just want to say the reason why I ask is, to your point, Mayor Combs, I think I can speak for all of us when I say we deeply care about our downtown businesses. And so I bring this up just because it could be a way to ease some of the anxiety that I'm hearing and demonstrate to them that we're taking this very seriously. We want to really study these qualifications before we move forward with anything. And it also does give us more time to walk downtown again, have more conversations. And so it could be a way to signal to the community that we do really care. So that's why I bring it up.
But I want to push back a little bit because I also deeply care, and we walk downtown together, and I've had many conversations. I understand the anxiety, but that's why the first question out of my mouth was, does this have impact? Are we taking anything away? Are we really buying time? So if I understood it correctly, there's no impact. There's no impact in making this declaration until we are many steps down the road and getting ready to actually dispose of the land, which we're not even close to. So I heard a lot of the feedback, and if we were taking a step that we couldn't come back from, then I would feel very differently. But I think it's important to signal that we are serious about moving forward with the housing element. So I'm going to be very cautious about taking steps that really lock us in and commit us. And I think part of the misinterpretation of what the complication legally is, this feels like it commits us to something, but I just heard clearly it doesn't. Now it will, if we get ready to sign an agreement, but that, as I understand, it's many steps away. So I'm not totally disagreeing,
Oh, no,
but I don't want to
agree
give people,
with you.
I don't want to falsely alleviate anxiety when there's no reason to be anxious at this stage because it doesn't commit us to anything, is my understanding.
No, I definitely agree. I mean, at this stage, it would just be perceived like
It's
soothing
perception.
of the anxiety.
Fair enough, it's perception.
100%. I mean, this, moving forward, as we've heard, does not commit us at this stage. So it's complete perception, but so I hear you.
I would only add that, but then it becomes perception both ways, since moving forward doesn't commit us to anything as far as the surplus land exemption. You could also argue it doesn't make any value to go forward with it tonight anyway. Like, right? Since it doesn't really do anything tonight. And if the thing is that it does make people feel heard more, then that is a value. Like, or I would say that's a value. So again, it doesn't lock us in. And so that means that there's nothing that forces us to do it tonight. And if not doing that tonight makes people feel heard, then I think that there can be an argument that there is a value in that, versus the city council saying, like, we're just going to do what staff had set up for us to do, or what we were always planning to do before, and don't worry, it doesn't commit us to anything. Again, and if I'm thinking the other side, I'm saying, well, if it doesn't commit you to anything, then don't do it, and I'll feel better.
Well, maybe, I think I'm just trying to say, if the perception is wrong because of the level of complication and the unfortunate label of surplus and all the other things, if the perception is wrong, I also think we have a little bit of a duty to say, hey, this isn't the correct perception that we've taken an irreversible step, or even so I agree. I mean, I think we could go one way or the other. I just, it does send a signal to HCD that we're making progress. I think we can correct the perception and anxiety that people have by saying, hey, this is not really that big of a step. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of put that out there.
Vice Mayor Nash.
So I am, well, are we like?
We're doing whatever you want to do.
Okay. Well, I will just say, I have met and had conversations with many, many, many people, exchanged hundreds and hundreds of emails with people. Many are deeply concerned about what they believe will happen if we move forward, and some are deeply concerned about what they believe will happen if we don't move forward. I've personally lived near downtown on Santa Cruz Avenue for over 37 years and care deeply about the community and downtown, as I know all of us up here do. I think that we need to proceed with the RFQ at this point and find out, really flesh out more of what do developers think, how many are interested, just get more information. And after we proceed with the RFQs, get proposals back, I think that's the point when we should proceed with the excess land, surplus land designation. I think that to do it right now, as has been said by my colleagues, that it is not, now is not the time to proceed with that. I think we need to proceed with the RFQ, give time for the surplus land and all of that to sort of settle out, even though, yes, it is not truly doing anything. There is a tremendous amount of emotion tied up in that designation, and it does not need to be done right now.
And just be, and only proceeding with the surplus land exemption to the extent to which there's an RFQ proposal that we like and addresses everything that we feel needs to be addressed, right?
Exactly.
Like, right, that it's not, these are still real steps and real decisions to be made, like all around. And it's not clear, and I'll let you, what proposals we're gonna get. And maybe we will get them at densities and other things that we don't think is the right mix for the community. And that's a thing that could certainly happen. I know then that will trigger other issues if at some point we are like fundamentally moving back from this program, but that is still a possibility because we don't know what it would actually look like to develop and also replace all of the parking, right? And whether you know that parking is concentrated or whether it's more accessible and spread throughout. I mean, like all of those things and all of the costs that go into that are things that are just X factors at the moment.
Exactly. And I think that the RFQ should give us that information. And the one other piece of information I'd like to share is just, I would not be, we do have state requirements to build the affordable housing. I would not proceed with this project if I didn't think this was the right path. I really do. I'm very excited to see what we get back with the RFQ and see how this all fits in to the community and how it works.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash and Mayor Combs and Councilmember Wise and Councilmember Smith for the dialogue. I am in support of the RFQ. Just wanted to find out if anyone had an opportunity to look at the parameters that Ms. Fry wanted to include. I am supportive of it if the council is supportive, and then also if the staff is.
I think someone needs to like sort of highlight those parameters so that we.
So the first is full replacement of all existing spaces on the subject lot. The second is adequate additional, not shared parking for the residents of the proposed housing. The third, adequate additional parking for visitor parking, for social events, etc.
For visitors of the housing.
Yes. And also including deliveries to the new residents. And then 4, description of phasing that would ensure the availability of sufficient parking.
Yeah,
I am hoping that this will come through, but I am concerned that if we actually make this part of the requirements, that that may actually inhibit some proposals. And so I actually would love to hear from staff as you suggested.
In the draft RFQ, there is some mention of parking management strategies and options that we would be interested in hearing from developers, how they could manage a certain number of spaces where we know during business hours from the morning into the early evening, there may be a lot of traffic downtown, a lot of need for parking. And then in the later evening hours, less need for business parking. That could potentially be addressed through things like shared parking arrangements where residents who are coming back from work in the evening could then park in available spots. So the way that the RFQ was structured was to allow for that kind of type of parking to be explored, rather than setting strict numbers per se for residents, employees, visitors, and all of those types of things. We could be a little bit more detailed, but I do think the more layers that we add, and the more that potential costs could go up for providing certain amounts of parking without looking at those parking management strategies may reduce responses that we could receive.
I would yeah, probably side with not including those in the RFQ, although I think very much aligned with her across the board that any proposal that I would be supportive of. I think the idea there is that you don't have concentrated parking. Like, this isn't a scenario where like all of the current public / retail parking is in a singular parking garage in one section. I do think that would have a extremely negative impact on downtown. I think that for a lot of the businesses there, having nearby like really accessible parking is key. And so like for me, if I'm thinking of anything that we get in terms of proposal, like if again, like I say, if they're concentrating parking, all of the parking in a parking garage, and for me, it's DOA. But I don't know that I would want to put that in a proposal, like, right? If staff says we should, well, again, that's just me. That's not necessarily a majority of the council, but I'm more willing to just, see what we get.
That makes sense. And thank you. And I had a couple other things just to add. And that is just thinking about some of the core values that I see: integrity, transparency, accountability, and inclusion. I believe that the council in the city has had integrity because we prioritized housing. I believe that we've had transparency in this process with the multiple additional meetings, the meetings prior, the whole housing element process, and then also what we provided on our own website. Accountability is HCD is going to hold us accountable if we don't hold ourselves accountable. But the last, inclusion, I've noticed this at a few jurisdictional meetings over the past few months. The core of the work that we do is not community engagement. And it's something that I believe needs to change. So at some point at our next priorities meeting, it's something to talk about because it comes up in every project. Our community tells us that we didn't do enough outreach when we feel we did, but there's still somebody who didn't know. But I see this at BCDC, I see it at CCAG, I see it at the JPA meeting. So it's not just the city of Menlo Park. So it's just something to think about. Community engagement is not our core. So it's one of the reasons why folks get upset, because we just cannot reach everyone because that's not the core of the work that we do. But that is something that we need to consider. That's where we start, is with community engagement instead of it being further down the process. Thank you.
Yeah. Or I'm sorry, whichever one.
Can I build on that quickly and then? I want to build on that quickly. I do think Kate and the team did a really good job with the environmental justice element. So I 100% agree. And I think we have examples of where it's been done better than other places. So it's not an undoable thing or a big hurdle to climb. Maybe the city doesn't have to do 100% of it on their own. So that's just another consideration, but I just wanted to agree with that point that you made.
Question to staff is, where in the process are residents and businesses most effectively able to provide input? And how will the city communicate information?
As has been stated here, this is the first step in the process. We know that there will be additional steps that move forward as if a developer is identified, then we're going to want more specific details about the plans, and then leading through entitlements. So this is really a multi-year effort. And at each step, we will communicate that information to the community. I think we've tried to get the project webpage out there, so we'll keep that updated with all upcoming meetings and information. We have a subscriber list that an email subscriber list that's generated a number of contacts that we will continue to do outreach through that as well, notifying of upcoming meeting opportunities and ways to engage on the project. And then some of those other things that seem to have worked well, we can continue to explore. I think the messaging boards was something that we've used for environmental justice element, housing element for this project. So thinking of some of those other ways to promote continued involvement as well, we'll do that certainly.
Thank you. I would also add that I think that I'm not remembering exactly what they're called, but the boards the sign boards, I think just driving by or walking by, they were very effective. I was really pleased to see those. And then one other thought is the weekly digest, the city's weekly digest. If people sign up for that, there's a lot of information that's conveyed that way. Going back to Ms. Fry's comments, the one that I would love to, that I'm just realizing, how do you feel about description of phasing that would ensure the availability of sufficient parking? Is that something that would be worthwhile adding? That one.
That is, I think, something that we could certainly add in. It wouldn't, I think, could be helpful to see what kinds of responses we get from developers, so we can add that into the RFQ.
Yeah. So, I mean, just sort of, from my perspective, like I would say, like I did not, the concerns that were deeply, the comments that were expressed deep concern about, the future of downtown, like I did not see as hyperbolic, like, right? Because I think a lot of us can point to communities that at one time like had little thriving downtown strips and don't any longer. And so it is a real thing. It is special, and it can be destroyed. And it would be and serve as like a real loss. And so I do want to like acknowledge that I do think that sort of protecting, maintaining downtown is key. And separate from that, like, I would like to see downtown not in connection with like any sort of housing project as a priority for the city, as it relates to, again, some of the hardscaping, some of the aesthetic improvements, things we can do to better attract new businesses to downtown. I think it's important. And just to sort of share how I'm looking at the proposals that we get, like, again, I said I would have real concern and proceed cautiously with the idea of like one developer having responsibility for a whole swath of downtown. That is something that does concern me as I look at or think about like the proposals that we might get. The other is that like I don't to me again, having parking dispersed as it exists now is going to be key. I think concentrating parking would be would have a lot of negative impacts to a lot of key businesses downtown. I don't think it's as I call it, it's a more utilitarian downtown and not necessarily like the destination downtown in a lot of cases where someone will park in a parking structure at all times and then walk 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it is to get to the exact place that they're going. I think for a lot of businesses, that's just not a model that would work for them. And so just to share sort of how I'm thinking of this, but also open to how anyone would want to proceed if we're at the point where someone would want to make a motion or suggest a motion, or if there are additional comments. Like we're totally all options are open.
Thanks. I actually came with a lot of thoughts synthesized that mirrored a lot of what we heard in the room tonight. And so I just want to spend a minute talking about 4 outcomes that I had in mind of that as I've studied and listened to everybody, similar to Councilmember Nash and all of us, spent a lot of time with this. One is I want to be a little more crystal clear. I'd like to see a much clearer 12-month plan for resident engagement, collaboration, and communication. So I'm very grateful. That wasn't just a statement to say that people like Kevin and Alex and Vasily, awareness is now high. That was a problem back in November. And that has now been fixed, as we saw. But understanding still needs to be built. So I really am hoping to have a detailed and documented 12-month collaboration and communication plan, because I feel like we need to commit to listening deeply to our residents and incorporating those wherever we can. So as opposed to just peppering out some ideas and hoping they work, I'm a communications professional by trade, so I'm happy to dive into and help with that if needed, but I'd like to see something written down. I fully understand that we don't have the ability to do everything that people want, and there's going to be a lot of conflicting perspectives, but some of our business leaders like Kevin have requested this, and I think it's an entirely reasonable request. The second is I kind of came into this meeting thinking that an RFQ and land designation would be important to proceed tonight. For the spirit of collaboration and listening and hearing, I'm totally okay with proceeding with the RFQ and saving the land designation until later if it makes people feel heard and reduces anxiety. So I just wanted to say I feel like we do need to make progress, but I'm very willing to accept proposals and motions that bifurcate those things. The third thing that I wanted to kind of acknowledge, and I'm not 100% sure how to address this, but I've like many of you have heard it many times. I think we need to look at alternative sites, but I want to be really clear on this one. I would like us to relook at the Civic Center and consider this land and downtown together for development. Some folks have said we should do nothing or go somewhere else generically. This is not a request to look across the city again, to push the reset on the housing element. I'm not advocating any of that or evaluating lots and lots of parcels. But because Civic Center happened before I personally joined, I would like us to consider a way to maybe pull that back into the dialogue in a meaningful way, not a delay. And that might be maybe a study session or something where people can really hear the trade-offs. Now that everybody is aware and paying attention, I feel like that's one way we can also address what we have heard. Because things like saying, 80 Willow is an alternative or other things are alternatives. Some of those are not very realistic because 80 Willow is private land, but the Civic Center is public land. So I want to put that out there, and we don't have to dive into it in a ton of ways tonight, but in future sessions, I'd like to figure out how to bring Civic Center back in. And then the last thing I'll say is item number 4 as an outcome is a downtown revitalization playbook, or people have called it a plan. I think we're all kind of edging around this, but I'm looking at it like a book with multiple chapters. And chapter 1 is housing, chapter 2 is parking, traffic, school, safety, events, economic development, protecting our businesses during construction. It's a book with a lot of chapters, but I feel like we need to start writing that book. And it's not revisiting the downtown specific plan. It's not creating a ton of extra work. But we need to think through how we do this and how we do it correctly. I think the mayor just said a version of what I'm thinking. So potentially we could get, it acknowledges all the hard work that city staff's already done. So I also don't want to start from scratch on this. A lot of this is in the housing element buried on page, 792, and we can maybe extract that and make it easier to understand. I'd love for community members and volunteers to come forward and help us write a playbook like this. And it's really an opportunity for everybody to see in detail all the requirements and constraints that we have as we make decisions about downtown. Things like we don't have infinite budget, we don't have infinite time, we have housing limitations, we have parking limitations. So it's a way to tease some of that out without very dense legal technical documents. And that's sort of what I'm envisioning. So again, these are things that I'd like to see as outcomes as part of the broader process. I don't feel like we need to decide on these tonight, and my vote's not going to be based on whether all the council agrees with this, but I want to get that out there in the dialogue kind of right now so we can begin slotting it in and thinking about it. Thank you for letting me do my soapbox for a minute.
No, you can get on your soapbox anytime. And mostly aligned, but I only like sort of add from, because there's one item of which I have an immediate and longstanding response to. If we are opening back up a discussion about sort of publicly controlled, publicly owned lands, of which the Civic Center would be one, again, then one, I'd say I don't know the reason why you would sort of precisely say just the Civic Center. One, I think if you're opening up that discussion, you have to open up that discussion broadly and say that, like, what are all the public lands, publicly controlled, publicly owned land across the city? And I think you would have to prioritize that publicly controlled, publicly owned land in the city that were in places that had no affordable housing at all. And that does exist in the city, in the far west portion of the city. And so I don't see why we would say that, like, if we're pursuing downtown, then let's also do Civic Center. And we know that SRI is coming online, and that also would include a standalone affordable housing. And then we know USGS. Again, it's a concentration while we still continue to ignore. I'm just saying, for when you propose that discussion and you come to my district, you're going to have to explain to them why you would choose to exclude city-owned, city-controlled land in the far west of the city, and bring into play city-owned, city-controlled land as you make your way east. And that would be, what you would have to explain. And no one, I'll be very honest, has like provided me with a clear explanation as to why, other than where people in the city have power, it's most concentrated, and have exerted what they want most easily on the direction of our civic actions.
And to be clear, I'd be totally open to that. The reason I defaulted to the Civic Center is that's the site that comes up 9 times out of 10 when people are talking about. But to your broader point, I would also totally be open to that discussion. I don't want to create a can of worms that we're opening tonight, but just saying everything has to go in downtown when now people are really paying attention, and we might just want to, I don't know what the structure of kind of engaging in that looks like. And again, I don't want to re-adjudicate the housing element. That's not the goal, but people are asking us to look at alternative sites, and civic centers come up many, many times. So at least I'd want to start with that, but I'd be open to what you just said as well.
And again, some people are asking us to look at alternative
fair
sites. But so I would be open to a motion, or you can ask. 5 more questions.
Hopefully just one. There was a comment about if we proceed, actually, I think this is probably a legal question. If we proceed down the path, if we find a developer and are interested in working with them, is there and something goes awry with the developer, is there a point when we actually, if the developer has access to the parking lots, it can become a builder's remedy site? I think that was what I heard, and it was.
Sorry, so if the property is conveyed to
A developer.
they would turn it into a builder's remedy project if we
Is it-
become decertified? If the housing element
If the housing
decertified?
element, if for,
Sure, I mean, I suppose, but that is like such an attenuated circumstance. The city owns the property, and so the builder's remedy is a vehicle by which developers who own property can develop their property in a manner that exceeds base zoning and general plan standards. But you have to own the property to do that or have
and so this,
property
because the
interest.
city would be leasing the land, they
Well-
wouldn't.
Well, they would need, yes, you're right, that they would need property owner consent in order to develop the property as a lessee. And our consent would not allow for development that exceeds base zoning and general plan standards.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, like any new builder's remedy proposal would have to abide by the updates to the builder's remedy provision, which would mean we wouldn't see anything like what is currently being proposed on the former Sunset campus. Correct.
Not necessarily. The new builder's remedy provisions have some size limitations, but they're pretty meager in terms of the limitations that they impose.
So you could still have like a 431 foot.
Potentially, yes.
Oh, okay.
If we're ready, I will move to proceed with the RFQ alone at this point, and I don't have the
Yeah,
exact
as
language.
outlined in the staff report. I agree.
Pardon me?
And the RFQ is outlined in the staff report.
As outlined in
Yeah,
the staff
and-
report. And I guess, as Councilmember Taylor had suggested, and then we kicked it around, adding the, considering adding number 4 from Ms. Fry's comments of the phasing, description of phasing that would ensure the availability of sufficient parking.
And looking at the draft RFQ, there's a project concept section C, and it says describe the developer's concept of a development for the sites. It lists 6 different factors, and then I think potentially it could be added as the 7th item on that list for them to respond to, if council would like.
Wherever you think it's appropriate.
All right, thank you.
And I will just state, I heard the request to make the electric, 100% electric a requirement rather than a request. And I guess I'm looking to staff and other council members whether or not that would be something that we could do.
the quick, I kind of assumed that would be RFP level of detail though, but that might be an incorrect assumption.
Agree. That's why I had not put it before.
Okay, well, I think we have a motion, as long as staff believes that that motion is clear and they understand its direction. So at this point, if someone is supportive, they would provide a second. And so I think we got a second from Councilmember Schmidt.
So we have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Nash and a second by City Council Member Schmidt to authorize staff to release the RFQ as outlined in the staff report, including a description of phasing that would ensure the availability of sufficient parking. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting.
I'm getting Microsoft Edge year in review, not the
Okay.
voting.
So Mayor Combs, if I can just have your vote, I can.
I vote in the affirmative.
Thank you. And so with that, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Clerk Heron. Thank you for everyone who contributed to this dialogue. It's a key part of our process. And no, you can clap when you get home. That's all right. And so with that, we will move on to H2, the next regular business item, receive and file a report on labor relations and receive public input on upcoming labor negotiations with the Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association. Here to introduce the item is Administrative Services Director Brittany Mello.
Good evening, City Council. The item before you tonight is a procedural item to increase public awareness and input into the labor negotiations process. The city is preparing to negotiate a successor labor agreement with the Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association, or PSA. The term of the current agreement ends June 30th. This group is comprised of sworn police sergeants, and there are 9 budgeted full-time equivalent positions in the PSA this fiscal year. The staff report outlines the cost breakdown of the wages and benefits for the PSA and the city's other employee groups for comparison purposes, and clarifies the different roles of those involved in the negotiations process. Following the receipt of public input this evening, the next steps will be to receive direction in closed session on this item on January 28th and to coordinate the bargaining process with the PSA. Once tentative agreement is reached with the PSA, this item would be brought back in open session for the City Council to consider adopting the successor agreement. And we're targeting the June 10th City Council meeting for that, though the timing will vary depending on the process of negotiations. And so that concludes my quick overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Mello. Are there any questions? Ms. Mello? Okay. City Clerk Heron, you can call for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item H2, receive and file a report on labor relations and receive public input on upcoming labor negotiations with the Menlo Park Police Sergeants Association. Participating in person, please complete a speaker card and return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item H2 related to labor negotiations. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, City Clerk Heron. Bringing it back to the dais. Is there any comment, questions, motion?
I'll make a motion to approve H2.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Taylor.
Oh,
Is there-
second.
All right, a second from Jennifer Wise. Excuse me, from Councilmember Wise.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor by City Councilmember Taylor, second by City Councilmember Wise, to receive and file report on employee compensation and received public input on upcoming labor negotiations with the Menlo Park PSA. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. With that, we'll move on to the final regular business item, H3, approved 2025 City Council roll call voting procedure. Here to introduce the item is City Clerk Heron.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So yes, the item before the City Council is related to approving a 2025 calendar year City Council roll call voting procedure. As provided in the staff report, the City Council approved procedures manual does require the City Council to determine a roll call voting procedure at a meeting in January. Government Code 54953B2A does require that if one or more member of a city council is participating remotely or via teleconference, that roll call votes must be taken. For our current practice, we take roll call vote alphabetically, ordered by commonly used first name, with the presiding officer, the mayor, called last. The city council could choose to continue that practice or have any variation of a roll call. And with that, happy to answer any clarifying questions or open it up to public comment.
Let's go to public comment and then we'll come back to the dais.
Thank you, Mayor. So at this time, any member of the public wishing to provide comment on item H3, approve the 2025 City Council roll call voting procedure. If you are participating in chambers, completing a speaker card and returning to me at the clerk's desk. If you are virtual, engaging that hand feature. If you are dialing in, pressing *9. And this will be the final call for public comment on regular business item H3 related to the roll call voting procedure. And seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Great, thank you, Clerk Heron. Bringing it back to the dais, some of the history here for our newer council members is that we used to do lots of roll call voting, and I was always first, and I didn't like it. And so I made us change it. But then the result has now been that Councilmember Nash is now, so that doesn't seem fair that we I raised this thing about being first, and then we've defaulted into a system where then Councilmember Nash would be first for like, I don't know, 2 years or 3 years or however long it's been. So it seems like we should think of a different approach. Councilmember Nash, or Vice Mayor Nash.
So thank you, I appreciate that. Given that I will be first, regardless of whether we use formal first name, commonly used first name or last name, I will still end up first the way I believe. I'm happy to just say, let's use last names, because I think that's more traditional. But I'm also very, very, very flexible and happy not to go first.
Yeah.
But whatever works is fine.
I mean, because we could do like reverse alphabetical order of commonly. So, okay. Well, that's fine. I just think that as we look at this, we should look at ways in which we're not defaulting to one council member always being the first. And most of the times it doesn't matter, but then there are occasions when it does matter.
So
I get that. Would we ever be allowed to just like rotate or do we have to have like one procedure every time?
I think it would be helpful to have a procedure, whether that procedure is using last name or a legal first or commonly used first and alternating. But having something in place, I think, would be the most successful. I think
And
for.
I think what City Clerk Karen is saying is don't make her job more difficult. Which is if there's one clear rule, then it's fine, whatever we resolve, but that's the rule versus like a rule that changes on the third Wednesday of every full moon, which makes it more challenging. But I think you were going to essentially say that, and you were saying that more eloquently than I said it.
Yes, I appreciate the clarification, Combs.
But I don't know where we are.
So with that, I would return it to the city council. If that is something you want to do, is maybe alternating it per vote. For getting Vice Mayor Nash removed from the first spot would require us, I believe, going by legal first name. And in that case, we would start with Cecilia, Councilmember Taylor, and you would be Elizabeth, Vice Mayor Nash. If we go by last name, we're starting with Vice Mayor. If we go by commonly used first name, we're starting with Vice Mayor. So we could do a swap for every other vote, doing commonly used first name and then legal first name. And just alternating vote by vote.
I'm fine with either.
Okay.
Let's just alternate.
Okay. So we will be alternating between legal first name, which again, that would bring City Council Member Taylor first, and then commonly used first name, which would bring our Vice Mayor first. And then everybody in between, and then our presiding mayor as our final for roll call.
So it'll just be you and I alternating.
But what's the alternation schedule?
I would probably take the first vote as commonly used first name because that's our current practice. And then the second vote of the evening would go to last name.
Oh, that's.
Or not last name, a legally first name.
How does that impact you, Ms. Herron?
Oh, we'll find out when we have a roll call vote.
I'll just go first.
Or for the duration of the year?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll return that to the city council, and that would be going by legal first name. That would be the roll call order.
I would say you guys may want to consider like next year, like a procedure where, you know, council pulls numbers or something, and then it is completely random, and like whoever of the four who are not mayor, and whoever gets one goes one, just a way again, like to, and then that's something that's set for the year. So you're not worrying about changing it, but then it's not where we're defaulting to, like I say. And this is like important because even like with ballots, like, right, they reverse it, the names, and it's all, so it is like, you know, not completely insignificant. Although I'm glad there are not hundreds of people here to see us having this discussion. We're, City Manager Murphy, were you going to weigh in?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You're seeing my face. So so like a random draw at the beginning of the year, and then every time that there's a remote vote, you would honor that order for the year. Okay. I mean, if to the Councilmember Taylor, who is gracious in trying to simplify things for the city clerk, we could do that draw and bring that back to the council at the next meeting. If you'd like to do that for this calendar year, we have enough flexibility. So if you'd like to have that random draw for this year, we could do that this year.
Okay. Well, Councilmember Taylor has volunteered for this year.
Okay,
I
great.
say,
Okay,
I say we're probably
great. Thank you.
don't need them. But that was just my suggestion of like sort of going forward as a way of maybe not having to have like an awkward conversation of just saying, hey, that we're going to do it sort of randomly.
And I can include that in our staff report for January 2026.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh yeah, do we have to, so we need a motion on H3, approve 2025 City Council roll call voting procedure. And we have a motion from the Vice Mayor and a second from Councilmember Taylor.
Yes, we have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Nash, a second by City Councilmember Taylor to approve the roll call voting procedure of using legal first name for 2025. Any further City Council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. We'll move on to informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council and staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. Clerk Heron, do we have any public comments on the informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on informational item I1, City Council agenda topics, if you are in person, please complete a speaker card and return that to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, engaging that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on informational item I1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron. Was there any comment from the dais on the informational items? Yeah. Okay, with that, we'll move on to City Council, City Manager's report. City Manager Murphy, is there anything to report out?
Thank you, Mayor. No city manager reports for this evening. Thank you.
City Council member reports, any reports from City Council members since the December 17, 2024 City Council meeting? Okay. And with that, what did this meeting clock in at? Like, it's over 6 hours, right? It's wow, this is well, hats off to everyone and even a couple of folks in the chambers who stuck through it, and to the city staff. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting.